what I suggest is you take a look at what naturally grows there. If you know that you can grow, well, actually not grow, but you can use what's on your plot of land, that is to say plants, diverse plants that already naturally exist. I think it's a lot easier and even smarter, but that can be discussed actually. But I think it would be just more noble than try to modify your land, your environment to grow plants or vegetables that you are used to consume or eat. And this is what ethnobotany is all about, really. And agriculture as well, both are linked together. So this kind of agriculture that you have just described, so that is to say use the spontaneous plants, does it remind us of permaculture? The fact that, you know, there is an association between nature and agriculture, well, actually, I think we need to be we need to be honest about what we're talking about. So I discovered permaculture in the 70s. I was in the US. I actually translated the first whole grain and medicine books. But there are two strange things with permaculture. The first one, the Zone 5, the unmanaged wilderness area that requires no intervention. In the West, at the moment, we feel that we don't have enough space, so we actually neglect the Zone 5. Who keeps a wilderness area on their plot? But it's one of the basic tenets of permaculture, and that is why I was interested in it and in the precepts of Holmgren and Mollison. You know, let's be honest, permaculture is about managing the land management. And the idea is that you keep an area for nature. But, you know, I think even back then, the rot had already set in. The plot, the Area 5, was kept so that the farmer could use it if he needed it. It's not like Saint Francis of Assisi said, because he said that you should have a plot that is fallow just so that nature can grow. But Holmgren and Mollison say it's nice if you have an unmanaged wilderness area, if you don't need it, but you should use it as well as a resource if you need it. So it's not really the same thing at all. It's not the same approach, not even the same principles. There's something else that is shocking about permaculture. If you read the Holmgren and Mollison books, and then you see how it was actually done in Austria with Sepp Holzer, for example, the bulldozer actually went at a good round pace. So you change the environment to create this kind of idealized environment to grow what you want. So it is still a domination of nature by humankind, sugar-coated with nice words and ideas and concepts that are truly interesting. But the problem is most people are not really aware of that. It's just my opinion, really. I think it's just a shame because I think it went on the road to ruin. In permaculture, you know, they say you need to observe, but you observe to change the environment. It's not the same approach. And I would like to go back to Saint Francis of Assisi. You know, my name is François, so he's my saint patron. And what he said was interesting. The Pope as well, the Pope Francis, mentioned these notions as well in his encyclical Laudato Si. What can I say? You cannot do something right when your concept is not right. Well, you know, I think we need to really put things into perspective with honesty. I believe that permaculture is a trend right now, just like wildflowers. Wildflowers are now trendy. All chefs go to the Rungis market, they buy Starwort, and they put like 2 strands on a plate and say, oh, well, I use wildflowers. And that's not what it's about. I think when you want to do things right, you shouldn't dither. I think the road to hell is paved with good intentions, and we need to be honest about what we do. We need to be able to take a good hard look in the mirror. So to do things right, people like me fear that they don't really know edible wild plants. How could we learn about them? What can we do so that a bigger audience know about wild edible
Alors,
plants?
la toute première des choses,
Well, I think the
de toute
first
façon,
thing,
comment je peux dire?
how can I
D'une façon
say that?
générale, c'est de rien faire.
Well,
Rien
the
faire, c'est
first thing to
exactement,
do
c'est
is
d'être,
do
quoi.
nothing.
D'être
Just
plutôt que de
be.
faire.
You need to
Mais
be
heu,
instead of do.
le faire, il va commencer par l'observation.
And
Donc ça veut dire,
doing
vous descendez
starts with
en bas de chez
observing.
vous,
You
vous
go
avez des plantes.
outside. There are
Vous commencez
plants
par les
right in front of
observer.
your house.
Vous les
First,
touchez,
you
vous les
observe, you
regardez,
touch them,
vous
you
les
look at them,
sentez.
you
Si
smell
elles sont
them,
domestiques, vous les
and
goûtez.
if they're edible, you
Si
can
elles font du
taste them.
bruit, vous écoutez.
Maybe
Enfin,
they're
bref,
making some sort
se
of noise. You
relier
can listen.
avec les
So you
plantes
create link
par tous ces sens.
with
C'est
the
à la portée
plants,
de
with
n'importe
all
qui
of your
et les
senses.
enfants le font
Everybody can do it,
spontanément.
and
Sauf
children
qu'il y
do
a des
it
parents qui viennent
spontaneously,
derrière eux et
but
qui leur disent
sometimes
touche pas,
parents come behind and say, oh, don't do this,
Donc
this is
on est dans un
poisonous.
cercle
So
évidemment qui est basé sur la peur,
we
basé
are
sur
in
la
a vicious
méconnaissance
circle of
et qui
fear
fait que
and lack of
on n'avance
knowledge,
pas très bien.
and that is
Donc une
why
façon
we're
de
not really
débloquer le
moving
truc, c'est
forward.
pas compliqué, c'est d'aller sur le terrain
And
avec
I
quelqu'un
think
qui
the
connaît,
first
quoi.
thing to do is
Voilà.
go
Et comme
on the
la
ground with
transmission,
someone
c'est
who
plutôt
knows
aussi
plants,
hein.
and
La
then you
grand-mère
learn.
avec la petite-fille,
That's
le
what we
petit-fils,
used to
ça s'est
do.
souvent
A
comme ça.
grandma with grandchildren, or an
L'oncle avec
uncle
le
with a
neveu,
nephew.
à la campagne, ça se fait
In
comme
the
ça, sauf qu'à la
countryside, it
campagne,
still
il y a
happens
le
like
problème,
that.
c'est que vous voulez pas ramasser
But
les
in the
plantes. Enfin, vous
countryside,
ramassez les plantes pour s'en nourrir
people
que si
harvested
on était
plants,
pauvre,
wild
si on était
plants,
riche et qu'on avait les moyens de
only
faire
when they
autrement, on
were
le faisait
poor.
pas. Et
If you
quand
were
on était
rich
pauvre
and
et
you
qu'on
could do
ramassait
it
des plantes,
differently,
maintenant on se
you
cachait parce
wouldn't.
que
And
ça faisait
people who
pauvre et
harvested
justement on
wild
ramassait des plantes.
plants
Donc on a tout un
hid
travail
it because they
à
were
faire sur
ashamed because
le
it
statut
meant that
social,
they were poor.
ce
So
qu'on
we
fait
need
à
to really think
l'utilisation des
about the
plantes.
social
Là,
status
merci aux cuisiniers,
and
merci à
what we
Marc
do
Vera
with
au
plants.
travail
And I
qu'ils mettent
really want
ensemble.
to
Et
thank
merci aux
chefs like
cuisiniers
Marc Vera and
que j'ai
all
un
the
petit peu
chefs, really.
égratigné
You
tout
know,
à
I made a
l'heure,
little comment
mais
about them
de
earlier.
dire, sauf ce qu'il faut, c'est
But
être précis. Il faut être précis,
they're
il faut
still doing
vraiment
interesting stuff, and
savoir
they need to be
de
precise.
prendre
We
part.
all
Mais
need to be
maintenant, c'est vrai qu'on ne regarde plus les
precise.
plantes sauvages de
And
façon aussi,
I
comment
think
je peux dire,
edible
aussi
white plants
dépréciative
are not
qu'on faisait dans
seen
le
in
temps.
a
Maintenant, manger
negative
des plantes
light
sauvages,
like
dans la
they
plupart de
used to
nos
be
milieux
in the
occidentaux,
past in most
occidentaux,
Western countries.
parce qu'ailleurs, ça reste
Because
encore de
in
la
other
tradition, donc
countries,
encore en train de
there are
disparaître, sauf
still
dans des pays comme le
traditions.
Japon, par exemple, où
In
c'est toujours à la
Japan,
mode,
for
mais
example,
même,
wild plants have
c'est pas à la mode au Japon,
always
c'est
been
quelque chose qui est
used,
très
and
ancien,
it's
c'est
not
lié à la
trendy.
religion, c'est lié au
It's something
Shinto,
very
c'est lié au
ancient,
fait
very traditional.
de
It's about
développer
the
un
Shinto
rapport avec la
religion.
nature
It's
qui est
about a
vraiment
relationship
concret,
with nature
réel,
that is
quotidien.
concrete, that is
Voilà.
real
Mais
and
même en Crète,
practical.
par exemple, le régime crétois, le véritable
And
régime crétois,
you know,
c'était
in
la
Crete, for
consommation
example, the
quotidienne
Cretan
de tas de
diet
plantes sauvages
was about eating
pendant toute la
wild
période de
edible
l'année où il y
plants
en a,
every
de
day
octobre à juin, en
from
gros. Eh
October to
bien,
June, basically.
c'est maintenant,
And now,
on fait plus de
in
hamburgers
Crete,
et
you
de
eat more
pizzas,
burgers and pizza than you do
c'est un
wild
plan
edible
sauvage.
plants.
Ça bouge tout ça. Donc on a un gros
Things are
travail à faire pour
changing, and we have a lot
réhabiliter
of
encore
work
ces
to
plantes
do
de
to
plume et
rehabilitate
d'une façon vraiment
these
sérieuse.
plants,
Et
but
la
we need to be
seule façon de le faire
very
vraiment,
serious about
c'est
that. And I
d'avoir
think the
une
only way
relation
to do it
réelle,
is
concrète,
to build
sensorielle
a
déjà
relationship, a
avec les
sensory
plantes sauvages
relationship
et après
with
ça va
plants,
au-delà. Intellectuel aussi, encore une
and
fois.
intellectual as well, but
Vous
still.
évoquiez
So
à l'instant donc l'importance
you were
fondamentale de
just
l'observation.
mentioning
Vous qui
that
avez
it's
beaucoup
important
observé
to
ces plantes,
observe. You have
vous
been
n'avez pas le
observing
sentiment
these plants
que
for a
le
long time now.
réchauffement
Do you
climatique
fear
qui
that
ébranle vraiment
climate
les fondations
change
du vivant
that is really threatening
menace
the living world
le
is
fragile
also a
équilibre
threat
dont on
for the
effleure
delicate balance
la connaissance aujourd'hui?
of
Non,
flowers
le réchauffement
in
climatique
plants? Well, no. I
met
think
en péril
climate change
la
is
société
threatening
telle que nous, la société
society,
néolithique,
the
agricole, telle que
Neolithic
nous l'avons
society, the
créée il y a
way
10 000 ans et développée jusqu'à maintenant.
it has been
Le
developed until now.
réchauffement climatique
So
n'ébranle
climate
absolument
change
pas les bases du vivant.
is not the
Il
basis
n'y a
of
pas des gens
the
qui
living,
disent ça quand même, c'est pas vrai.
and that's not true, right?
Disons qu'on Non, j'entends par là,
What I meant
je
by
lisais
that
il y a
is
quelque temps une étude
there
qui mettait
was
par
a
exemple
study
l'évidence
that
le fait
came
que
out
depuis
that
1750,
demonstrated
c'était
that
plus
since
de 600 espèces de plantes qui avaient disparu.
1750, I
Donc
think it
grosso
was
modo, je
more
crois que
than
c'est
600
plus
species of
encore que
plants that had
l'ensemble des
disappeared.
amphibiens,
So that's
des
more than all of
oiseaux
the
et des
amphibians,
mammifères réunis. C'était plutôt dans ce
birds
sens
and
que je
mammals
posais la
all
question.
together. That's really
Sur les activités,
my question.
humaines en général, c'est pas seulement le
Well,
réchauffement climatique,
that's
mais en
human
particulier,
Bien
activity
évidemment.
in
en
general.
particulier
Yes, of course.
la destruction des habitats.
And it's
Je veux
really
dire,
about the
quand
description of
on,
habitats.
quand
So
on
when
bétonne
we
tout, quand on cultive tout, quand on
grow
surpâture, quand on
everything,
pâture tout en voulant les ciels et les
when
lieux ouverts pour,
we
soi-disant, préserver la biodiversité, on fait le
use
contraire. En fait.
particular habitats,
Ce qu'il faudrait,
what
c'est
we
être
must
capable
do
de ne rien faire, et de
is
ne rien
ensure
faire
that
pendant
we do
tout
things
longtemps.
correctly.
C'est vrai que le réchauffement
And it
climatique,
is
oui,
true
bien
that
sûr,
climate
c'est
change,
aussi
yes, sure,
une
climate
donnée.
change is
C'est normal,
a
est-ce que c'est
factor,
pas normal, est-ce que c'est lié aux activités humaines? Moi, je suis
but it
persuadé que
could be
c'est lié aux
linked to
activités humaines, bien sûr.
human activities,
Enfin, je
and
veux
that's
dire,
what I'm
c'est pas un
convinced of.
problème
What I
pour la
mean by
nature, c'est un
this
problème.
is
Si j'étais une espèce de
nature
plante
is not the problem.
menacée parce
If
que je suis tout en haut de
if you
l'étage
have
alpin
a
et
threatened
que si ça se
species because
réchauffe,
you're at the
j'ai
top
plus
of
d'endroit où aller, là,
the
effectivement, je me sentirais pas bien. Il dirait le réchauffement
subalpine
climatique,
zone,
écoutez, les gars, quoi. Si j'étais dans une plante subalpine et que
then
le subalpin allait
you
monter
have
encore
particular
place,
things that
je me
must be
dirais,
taken
ma
into
foi,
consideration.
ça change pas grand-chose. Enfin, là aussi, on est dans
And
le
so,
concept, quoi, et c'est un concept qui est
it's
complètement
a
ambigu. On
concept.
s'auto-flagelle tout en changeant
We
pas
must
tellement de
not
façon de faire. Que
self-flagellate
notre changement de
ourselves
façon
as
de
it
faire,
relates
si
to the
on veut vraiment le
environment.
changer,
We can
c'est
change
mettre
our way
en
of doing things,
évidence
and if we want to do this,
pour
then
nous-mêmes,
we must highlight for
bien connaître quels
ourselves
sont nos besoins et se rendre
what
compte
are our
que
needs. We must
tous,
know what our needs
tous,
are, what are the
tous,
needs of everyone.
pratiquement, en Occident, on vit au-dessus de nos besoins. Mais qui a
In the
envie de
West, we
changer?
have our needs,
Qui a envie de changer? Moi,
and
je
we
vois
have
pas
our
grand-monde
ways
qui a
of
envie
doing
de changer.
things. But who
D'ailleurs, on
wants
n'est
to
pas en train de
change those
changer,
ways of
nous.
doing things?
Là,
I'm
on
not
est en
sure
train
that
de
everyone
causer
wants
sur
to.
Internet. Ça bouffe de l'énergie, hein.
You know, for example,
Internet,
now we're doing this
je suis très
conversation
content parce que,
online. That
justement,
consumes a lot of
on
energy.
favorise aussi, à mon avis, la prise de conscience
And
de
so,
l'impact que notre
I think we
espèce
need
a sur le
to
monde. Hein.
be more conscious of
Mais
our
c'est...
impact, or our
Voilà,
species'
c'est pas en
impact
tout
on
cas
the
en
world.
s'auto-flagellant
But again,
c'est ça, quoi.
it's not just
Justement,
about
Moi,
et
pour
self-flagellation.
moi...
D'une certaine manière, vous avez un peu devancé ma
Well,
dernière question,
actually,
qui portait
you
justement, mais vous avez bien fait
provided
d'ailleurs,
an excellent
sur
segue to my
la
next
manière dont
question,
on
and
devrait
this
plutôt
is
s'y prendre
about
pour essayer de
how
préserver
we
cet
can move
héritage
forward to try to
végétal
preserve
social.
this plant
Ben,
heritage
je
that
l'ai
we
dit,
have.
hein. C'est descendre en bas
Well,
de chez soi,
I mentioned it.
descendre en bas de chez soi, s'asseoir
You
au
just
bord
have
du
to go
trottoir et
outside,
regarder la petite verte fleurette qui est en
sit
train de
down
pousser entre deux
on the
pavés
side of the
et dire
sidewalk,
que
look,
tu es
look
belle
at the
et
squirrels
en même
that you
temps
see
te dire
around you, and just
merci.
look at it and say,
Voilà.
oh,
Si on
isn't
commençait
this
par
beautiful?
dire
But then also
merci,
say thank
eh ben,
you.
on serait
If
moins
we
dans
started by
cette
saying thank you,
recherche
then I think
constante
that
de plus,
we would
de
not
davantage.
constantly be
Et à ce
pursuing
moment-là,
more
on
and
pourrait
more.
justement
And then,
laisser les choses,
at
voir
that,
les choses, percevoir les choses, ressentir les choses
we
d'une
would be
façon
able
beaucoup plus
to
calme, beaucoup plus
do
tranquille,
things more calmly,
et
do things more
être
peacefully,
plus, je dirais, dans la contemplation que dans la
and
destruction.
we
Quoi.
could be more
Ça me
about
paraît quelque chose
contemplation
d'essentiel.
than destruction. I think
C'est
that's
très
essential.
simple. Vous avez un jardin.
So if
Qu'est-ce
I
qu'il y a
had a
dans votre
garden,
jardin?
what
Des
is there
plantes.
in
Ah
that
ouais,
garden?
d'accord.
Plants,
Les
okay,
légumes qu'on a
fine.
mis, bien sûr, mais ceux-là,
Vegetables,
ils sont
obviously.
étouffés par ce qu'on appelle les mauvaises herbes.
But
Ok. Donc, vous
vegetables
voulez
are
pas des mauvaises
affected
herbes. Pourquoi vous voulez
by
pas des
weeds.
mauvaises herbes?
So you
Parce
don't
que,
want weeds. Why don't you want
parce
weeds?
que vos légumes poussent, mais vos légumes, est-ce que vous en
Well,
avez assez?
because
Est-ce que
you
vous en
want your
avez trop? Est-ce que
vegetables
vous
to
en
grow.
avez pas
Well, do you have
suffisamment?
enough vegetables?
C'est
Too
une
much
question qu'il
vegetables?
faut
Don't you have any vegetables? You know, these are
vraiment
questions that we need to ask ourselves. And
mettre au clair.
I think that we need to ensure that we
Moi,
have
je
clear
m'aperçois
answers
que
to all
les
of
plantes
this.
ont beaucoup de légumes, ils ont bien suffisamment, voilà. Et toutes ces plantes qui viennent
And so all
de
of these plants
les considérer comme des envahisseuses,
that are
comme des
considered
plantes à
as
éliminer, que des plantes
invasive
dangereuses,
plants
etc.
that must be
Purée,
eliminated,
laissez-les venir.
we
Petit
should leave
dans
them
ces
alone.
plantes, il y en a plein
In
qui
those
pourront
plants,
vous être utiles. Je viens d'écrire un
among
bouquin
those
qui s'appelle
plants, there are many
Bienvenue
that
aux
could be
mauvaises herbes,
useful.
Bienvenue aux mauvaises herbes du jardin. Vous voyez?
So I've just written a book
Regardez
actually
tout ça
saying welcome
et-
to the weeds of the
et
garden, and I think that this
là-dedans,
is
apprenez à les connaître.
very important. You know, in this book we can learn about these different plant
Plus, hein,
species and the different
évidemment,
plants.
c'est mal vu. Mais vous les arrachez, vous le mettez sur le compost, ça c'est bio. Quoi. Voilà. Mais
And so,
plutôt que de faire ça, et bien utiliser la
rather
terre,
than just
les
ripping out
poissons,
these
les
weeds and not doing
amarants,
anything
les
and throwing them
plantes
away,
bonnes à manger, utiliser la camomille,
we
pas
must
dormir
understand
étiré,
what they're good
etc.
for.
Ok, mais en plus, le jour où vous serez capable
In
de
addition to
laisser
this,
telle plante, je sais pas, un vieux senson par exemple, tout décrépit comme ça, simplement parce qu'il est là, simplement parce qu'il existe, et ben là vous aurez sauvé le monde. Bon courage.
I
Eh ben,
think that we
écoutez, je
can
pense que
really
c'est
save the
sur
world by using
ces
and
ultimes
harnessing the
recommandations
different
qu'on
plant
va pouvoir
species.
mettre un terme à
Thank
notre
you very
interview.
much for
François,
all of
merci
that
infiniment
brilliant
d'avoir
advice.
participé.
This brings us to the end of our interview. Thank you very
C'est
much.
toujours trop
Well, it was
court,
very
mais en tout cas,
short.
c'était un
It's always
plaisir.
too short, but
François,
it was a great pleasure
merci
to speak to you,
infiniment.
François. Thank you very much.
Partagez, Olivier.
Likewise,
Merci. Bonne
Olivier.
continuation,
Thank you very
alors.
much. Take care.
On me souffle dans l'oreillette un chiffre. Savez-vous quel
So,
est le vêtement le
I'm
plus
being
porté au
whispered
monde
a
avec
figure.
73
Do you know
ventes par
which
seconde? Eh bien, c'est le jean. Le festival Botanica,
item of clothing is
c'est
sold
aussi ça.
the most in the
Montrer
world,
est
with
l'occasion de
73
partager
pieces
les
sold
autres
every
expositions
hour? Well,
de
it's
la
jeans,
Cité,
and so
dont
here we're
cette
at an exhibition
exposition
at the
jeans,
Cité
que
de la
pour les
Science,
enfants, dès
at
9
this
ans,
jeans
dès aujourd'hui,
exhibition, which
et
is
vous
for
avez le temps,
children
vous avez jusqu'au
from
22
9 up,
janvier
and
2022
so you
pour
have
venir la
until the
découvrir. Et je vous le
22nd
garantis,
of
je
January
parcours les couloirs depuis tout
2022
à
to
l'heure,
come and
c'est
discover
absolument
this space, and I've just
magnifique.
had a look at it, and it's
Sans plus
very
attendre, je vous
extraordinary.
propose aussi
So
de
without
retrouver
further
Olivier
ado, I
pour une
suggest that we
présentation de l'application
go over to
Dr. Jonqui
Olivier,
et Mr.
who is going
I.
to
Je vous laisse apprécier
present
le jeu de
Dr.
mots
Jonqui and
pour
Mr. I,
par un
Dr.
fil
Daffodil and
conducteur,
Mr.
cette application qui
Garlic.
recense des
It's an
dizaines
app
de
that
conseils
takes
et
an
de plans
inventory of
pour,
lots
avec
of
des
different
astuces,
advice
des
for
remèdes,
plants with
bien
tips,
évidemment, pour vos
remedies
plantes.
for
Et dès
your
10h45,
plants. And at
retrouvez
10:45,
Carole
we're
Tolila
going
pour
to
son
go
premier
over to
atelier
Carole
Veniverdi.
Tolila
On
for
va vous
her
aider
first
grâce à des
workshop
graines à faire
Veniverdi,
pousser des arbres
and she is
et
going to teach us how
entretenir
to grow
notamment vos
trees
plantes grasses.
using
À tout de suite.
seeds, and also we're going to talk about succulent cuttings. See you shortly.
Gaël Brelet a la gentillesse de
Gaël
participer à cette
Brelet is
première
kind enough
édition
to be
de
with us for
Botanica.
this
Gaël,
first
bonjour.
edition of Botanica.
Alors,
Hello.
vous êtes le fondateur
Hi.
de Dr. Jonqui
So
et
you're
Mr.
founder
I.
of Dr.
J'ai bien
Jonqui
prononcé.
and Mr. I.
cofondateur,
Did I
puisqu'on est
pronounce it
quatre.
well? Well, co-founder. There
Autant
are
pour
four
moi,
of us.
cofondateur de Dr.
Co-founder
Jonqui et Mr. I. Alors, Gaël,
of
que se
Dr. Jonqui
cache-t-il
and
derrière ce
Mr.
jeu de mots
I.
un petit peu
So,
inattendu
can you tell us a bit more
Eh ben,
about
Dr.
what's
Jonqui et
behind
Mr. I, c'est
this
l'histoire
pun?
de quatre
Well,
copains
Dr.
d'enfance
Jonqui
qui ont
and
décidé
Mr. I
de
did the story of
créer
four
une entreprise qui faisait sens pour eux,
childhood
à
friends who wanted to set up a
savoir,
company
lié à la
that made
nature,
sense
au
for
vivant. Et donc, du coup, on a
them,
commencé
that is
avec
linked
Dr.
to
Jonqui et Mr.
nature.
I
That's
à
how we
commercialiser des semences
started
bio et reproductibles.
with our
Ensuite, on a suivi
company.
des kits de
First, we
jardinage et puis
marketed
pour
organic
parfaire
seeds,
un
and then
peu
we created
l'expérience Dr.
an
Jonqui
app
et Mr. I,
to
il nous est paru naturel de proposer une application
have a
pour aider
better
à semer. En fait, on est
experience for
parti
users
sur
to
un
help
constat
people.
que
So we
beaucoup de
realized at
personnes avaient
first
du
that
mal
many
à
people
s'initier au jardinage puisque
struggled
l'information était
with
un peu
gardening, to
compliquée.
start
On parlait de
gardening.
gourmands, enfin de pincer les
For
gourmands,
example, because there are
d'adventices, des choses
very
comme ça, et
scientific
c'est pas
terms
forcément
like
clair.
pinch,
Et du
epicormic
coup, nous
shoots.
sommes partis de notre
They
propre
use
cas
scientific name for
néophyte,
weeds,
jardinier,
and
il
we
y a
thought
quelques
that
années. Et on s'est dit qu'il fallait
we
qu'on fasse
wanted
quelque
to
chose autour de
help
ça, qu'on accompagne les gens vers
neophytes,
le jardinage,
laymen.
parce
We
que
wanted
le
to
jardinage, ça
support
permet
them
de mettre les mains à la
with
terre,
gardening,
c'est
because
écologique
gardening is a
puisque
way
ça
to
nous
put
permet derrière
your
de
hands
produire
in
nous-mêmes nos
the
propres
ground.
légumes et
It's
pas
a
d'avoir
way
à
to
les acheter
produce your
dans les
own
supermarchés ou autres.
vegetables,
Donc il y a
a way
tout
not
ce
to
pan-là qui était
buy them
important pour
in
nous, et du coup
supermarkets, and
d'accompagner les gens
that was
vers le
important
jardinage
for
en proposant
us.
une
We
application
really
où
wanted to
on va apprendre les
support
rudiments du
people who
jardinage.
wanted to
Alors
start
justement,
gardening.
vous me tendez une perche.
And that's
Elle
why we
fonctionne comment
created this
précisément cette
app.
application?
Well, you're throwing me a
Alors,
line. Can you
l'application,
tell us a
elle
bit
est
more about
gratuite
how
pour tous,
the
déjà,
app
ça
works?
c'est la
Well, the
base.
app first
Elle
is
fonctionne
free.
très simplement. On va rechercher
It's
ce
quite
qu'on
simple.
souhaite semer, ou
You
planter, ou récolter.
search for
Si on
what
a
you
des
want to
plants,
sow
alors on
or
peut juste
grow.
planter. Si on a des graines,
If
alors
you
on peut
have
apprendre
a
à semer.
seedling,
Donc,
you
par
can learn
exemple, le
how to
basilic,
plant
je
it.
vais
If you
aller
have
chercher
seeds, how to
ma
sow.
fiche basilic
So
et
if you
je
want
vais avoir
to
différents onglets,
plant basil,
comme
for
semer,
example, you can
récolter,
look for
planter,
basil
etc.
and read about
Et on
how
va
it's
avoir des espèces de
planted, how you
tutos
can
qui vont
harvest
nous
it, and there are
apprendre grosso
basically
modo comment faire tel
tutorials
type de
that
plante, à
teach
quelle
you
saison je vais
what to do
semer,
for
et
what
puis
plants
comment
when you
Alors c'est
need
vraiment
to
un
sow them,
accompagnement
for
pas
example.
à pas, d'après ce que j'ai
So
compris,
it's a
d'autant plus, et ça je pense que ça
step-by-step
va intéresser
support,
beaucoup de monde,
right? If I
que
understand
on
correctly.
peut
And I think
vraiment
many people will be
s'initier dans
interested
toutes les conditions, c'est-à-dire
in
que
the
vraiment
fact that
votre
you can
accompagnement et l'application
really
suit du tout terrain,
start
jardin, terrasse, balcon, bord de
from
fenêtre, on peut vraiment
anywhere.
foncer dans toutes les
It's
conditions, c'est bien ça?
really
c'est
a
exactement
way
ça.
to
On a
learn how
développé
to
un
garden in
petit
your
module de
garden, on your
recherche qu'on
balcony, on your
aime
terrace, on your
appeler
windowsill.
de manière un
Yes,
peu
it's
amusante
true. We have actually called our app a artificial intelligence. It's a pun on intelligence, artificial intelligence. So you can send in your data, the exposure, where you live, and we can tell you all the plants that could grow where you live, and then you are supported step by step to start your garden. And it's mainly organic seeds, right? Yes. Yes, we only sell organic seeds. You can actually buy them on the app, but I wanted to say that our app is available to anyone, and you can really use seeds that you bought at another store or seedlings that you bought somewhere else. Our purpose was really to democratize gardening, really. So when did you start? We started in 2019. The project was actually born in our head, let's say. We were visiting the botanical gardens of Madrid with our friends. We do a trip every year, and we were in Madrid at the botanical garden, and we were thinking about the fact that some things were not going well, whether it is in nature, at work, and we were thinking about what we can do to create meaning, to change our lives, and maybe contribute to bigger changes. And at first it was only, a couple of friends having fun, and then we discussed seriously about what we could do to develop this or that, and we found all the ideas over the course of a weekend, and then it took us for about a year to develop, and between March 2018 and February 2019 the project was born. So this is fairly new, right? But do you think that there is a real curiosity from the French people for your app? Oh yes, we do. And I think it's even more so true that we noticed that because of the lockdown, people wanted to do something very concrete. They want to put their hands in the soil. In 2020 and 2021, people really started gardening, and there are more than 25,000 users on our app. It works really well. We've got good feedback, and we are currently developing new features for the app. We really want to make it fun, playful, and also more supportive of users. Well, thank you for speaking to us, and really long live the app and puns, because I feel that you like puns, because in French it's a pun on Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, but it's Dr. Daffodil and Mr. Garlic.
We are here at the Cité de la Science for fun, for learning, and we have here this first workshop with Nadine. Nadine, we're very happy to be here with you. My name is Carole Tolila, and I am a presenter on France 5, and for this festival, I was called upon. I don't know how much sense that makes, but anyway, you are going to take part in this workshop. This is the first of many, so stick with us, and if you want want and you can see on your screens what's going on, then perhaps you can just jump in your car if you're in Paris and just come down, sign up, and you'll be able to take part with us. So that will be great. So, what is the program? What are we going to be doing, Nadine? Because you are, and the title is very important. You are a food representative for Veni Verdi. You have an association. What are we going to be doing today? Well, today we're going to be working with things that generally we throw in the bin. We're going to try to recover them, transform them, and perhaps find a way to eat them. And then we're also going to talk about nature in a fun way and how we can have fun with nature. Because your association is about having fun with nature, is that correct? With kids in particular? Well, the Veni Verdi Association helps us to work on what we call proximity work, and it's existed for 10 years now. And so we are in the east of Paris, and we work on soils, we work with teachers, neighbors, anyone. And we work with kids in schools, outside of schools, in the voluntary context. For hobbies, we have volunteers as well. Volunteers rather, that help out with gardening. And I hope to ensure that people can learn how to enjoy our environment and our planet. Just as people learn to read and write, I believe that it is also important how to understand our house and our habitat. You're right. And so today we're going to try to understand plants through, as you said, what we normally throw out. Is that correct? Yes. Well, everyone has a tray in front of them, so you either have a rotten onion. Oh, what a nice welcome. That's very nice of you. You have a rotten onion there for you. Yes, rotten onion or garlic, one of the two. But it's true that generally speaking, when it's rotten, we throw it out. Yes, when it's like this, generally speaking, you just throw it out. But what's quite simple is just to take the garlic, and you see the stem here, just cut it. Just one moment. So I'm looking at all the stalks that are here. Should I remove them? Yes, I'm going to cut them, and I'm going to plant them. So I'm going to just let this stick out slightly, and you can do the same thing at the same time. You don't need to peel them. If you want, I can come over and see you. Can I go to see them? Yeah, sure, go ahead, you can go that way. And so you don't need to peel them, is that correct? You just put them straight away in the pot, is that correct? So if you have a pot at home, you can put a little bit of soil in it. Yes, so you have this little pot here. You have some soil and you have a spoon. So, yes, you got garlic, not onion. So you do the same thing with your garlic. You take this garlic and you plant it, and I'll explain it to you in a little while. So just a little bit of soil. Not in this, this is for potatoes. So here in this little pot, I'll let you do that, and I'll go to see the other participants. Just one moment. Hello, how are you? So just add some more soil in here, please. And then you can just start to do this. There you go. And just make sure that you add enough soil up until here, roughly. So how is it to get involved like this? And do you generally throw onions or not? Yes, I do. Yes. Well, here we're going to use it again, and we're going to do something new with it. That's what's great. So, Nadine, where are you? I'm just going to see this lady here, rather. Yes, you're doing well. So, I hope that you've been able to find soil at home. Well done, Marie-Noël. So, do you usually do gardening? Yes, a little bit, sometimes, on my balcony. I started permaculture roughly a year ago. Oh, well done, that's great. And so, you plant plants for eating, for home, or are they plants just to admire, with flowers, that kind of thing? Well, I have some flowering plants. I have mint as well, and I planted beans, but I don't know whether they're going to grow. Well, you're right to give it a go. That is the whole point of gardening. I'm going to go see Nadine. 1 second. We did the first stage. So what's next? And how long do we have to wait? Well, depending on the light, it can grow very quickly because onion and garlic do grow very quickly. And you'll see the stem that starts to grow. And this part is actually edible. You can cut it into little pieces. You can saute it, but it is edible. Or you can wait. And it is also the same for those who have planted garlic. When these stems start to grow out, you can cut them, you can eat them raw, you can cook them. And actually, that garlic is a lot stronger than the garlic that you find in the clove. Okay, I have a question. So, where do you put the pot in your home once you've planted the garlic or the onion? Just near to light, not in direct sunlight because it would burn. Do you have to water it? Very little. I haven't given you any water because I would like you to water it when you get home. If you water it now, it might be quite difficult to go home with it. Do I need to add soil? You can add soil from time to time. Yes. Okay, so I hope you're all writing this down. And this one, it started off the same as yours, and you can see here. And I can do two things with this. So sometimes an onion may grow in the actual soil, or sometimes we have stalks that begin to sprout, and then sometimes it will start to flower, and it gives this result. I've chosen ones at different stages here, so you can see how the flower opens, and all of this is edible. So if you want very fresh onion, very strong onion at 10 in the morning, give it a go. However, if you can smell onion in the room, that's what it is. Go ahead, we'll have bad breath together. If I walked through this room with these in my hands, I'm sure you would smell it. I hope none of you had dates later. Well, with onion and garlic, my aunt, who was a very good cook in my family, she would always say in the morning when we woke up, we're a very big family, she said, you know, when you don't have an inspiration for a dish, just smell onion and garlic, and straight away you will have a river of ideas that come to you. So that's why I'm often hungry. Okay, so you said that you can also eat the stalk, is that correct? Yes, you can cut the stalk, cut it, cook it, and these flowers as well. You can eat these flowers, but it's like eating an entire onion. That's how strong it is. Any volunteers? Yes, we have a couple of volunteers. Some no's, some categorical no's, some yeses. So just to remind you, whilst Nadine does that, while she has our participants try some of the garlic, just to remind you that you can follow us on YouTube, and then also on the Cité des Sciences et de l'Industrie YouTube page. You will be able to do that and follow our discussions with Matcha, but also all of the workshops throughout the day. So if you're comfortable in your own homes, you can still take part. Or you can come down and join us if you have your ticket. So, Nadine, let's talk about your Veni Verdi association. I think it's extremely interesting. Let me come and join you because the participants seem to have loved this. It made me think of what we get in Asian kitchens, in Asian cooking rather. You know, soups, it's very, very good. Let's go and see these folks. Bon appétit. Oh, it's quite strong. She did warn you. He ate some too, so we can kiss one another. It's okay. That's good then. Had you tried this at home before or not? No, I hadn't. Did you know about this? No. We're going to try it. It's great. We're learning so many things today. We're going to move on to cuttings later on. That's why you have those succulents with you. Do you have succulents at home? Yes, some like this we do, some. I have an artichoke plant as well. And have you ever tried planting the cuttings of that? No? Would you like to try? Yeah, sure. A bit unsure, perhaps. Yes, because I don't have that many plants. That's why I haven't really tried that one. Perhaps I will be curious enough to try it out now. Let's go back to Nadine. So Nadine, I lost you for a while there. So, explain to us. This is also something that's really nice to give out when you go around to someone's house. A nice edible bouquet. If anyone would like to take them with them, no problem, you can do that. I have enough here to give out. And so here we have potatoes, and potatoes, particularly when you buy them in organic shops, they are not treated, and so they sprout very quickly, and that means that they are not edible. They become quite toxic. If you eat them, you may get a stomachache, but it's a shame to throw them out as well, is it not? And so all you need to do is cut them, plant them. When you plant them, add a bit of water, and then just watch them grow. And then you'll see that potato will grow. And these potatoes are still quite young, but as the potatoes grow, they will flower. There won't be very many flowers because it's in a small pot, but when the plant flowers and the flower falls, then you will be able to get lots of small potatoes. Sometimes you get nice surprises, large potatoes that grow. And when you have fresh potato, you don't need to peel it because the skin just falls off with your fingers, and you can just saute it in a dish with coriander or garlic. It's just brilliant. Okay, so what potatoes, what size potatoes? All potatoes, as you saw. I brought 5 or 6 sprouted potatoes, and I cut them up for you because even a small part of potato, a small bit of potato, that can grow as well. So don't limit yourselves. Your potato, well, I forgot to bring one here, but all you need to do is just to push it into the soil. Does it need sunlight or not? That's a difficult question. Well, do you know, potato can really grow in many conditions when it is potted, and if you're not looking for a large harvest. What was your question, sorry? Do they need light? Do they need sunlight? Because, you know, sometimes we're told not to keep plants in sunlight. Well, it's important to keep it outside of direct sunlight. As it grows, you need to add soil so that the potato can continue to sprout, but without being exposed to sunlight. So this was able to grow in this light, similar lighting conditions at home. And do you add water? Very little water. The potato really has everything that it needs. It's like a placenta almost. It can develop all on its own. If you look at a potato that you leave at home, you'll see that it sprouts on its own. That's nature. And so you plant your potato, you have a big black pot in front of you, ladies and gentlemen, here with us, and you have also 2 small potatoes in the tray, and what you need to do is to bury it as deep as possible. Everything's so well prepared, Nadine. I tried. Thank you for that. Well, now that your potato is planted, it should not be exposed to sunlight. And now the longest part of this is to wait for it to grow. How long do we have to wait? Well, between 2 to 3 weeks, I'd say. It doesn't matter what direction the sprout is, you can plant it any way you want. So, are potatoes your favourites? Yes, they are, because, and it's my favourite way of growing as well, because, to be honest, there isn't much involved. You just plant the potato, once they start to grow, that's it. You ensure that you add soil so that the potato isn't exposed to direct sunlight, and then more you bury the potato, if the potato is exposed to light, then it will start to develop leaves. Otherwise, it will just grow a potato. And if it really does need water, because sometimes it can be very, very hot, it will let you know, because the leaf will do like this. It will wilt slightly. It will wilt slightly. And again, not too much water, just a few drops of water. Same for the water. If you add too much water, then it will become rotten. Yes, I'm always scared of that. Don't be scared. Yes, you're right. I should just give it a go. And the message that I really wanted to send is that there are lots of vegetables, radish, carrots, things that can be cooked and that are very good for your body, but also for your wallet. So when you buy a radish at $1.50 and you throw away the ends, then you're throwing away about 80 cents. So the idea is to make the most of everything. What do you do with the end of the radish then? I do two things. I make a soup, but then I also like to make butter. I cut the leaves very, very small. I crush it with the butter, and then I will add cuttings, radish cuttings. Oh, that sounds like a good idea. What I do, I like to make crepes. I make very thin crepes, and then I add vegetables, including radish. That's a nice idea as well. But I think it's very important to send that message. Stop throwing things away. Stop throwing these leaves away. Quick cook them, because generally speaking, they're very good for the body. And for those who are at home and that have their vegetable patches at home, can we perhaps talk about what is possible to grow? Well, if you're in the north of France, the season is behind us. But basically, you can now start to plant summer vegetables, tomatoes, courgettes, cucumbers, those things. And actually, beans as well. Beans. I have grown beans at home, runner beans at home. It's not very difficult, it's not very complex. For runner beans, you need to ensure that the head is directed to sunlight, and it grows very, very well at home. And I have some seeds for that, if any wants anything. What if you're in the south of France? Well, if you're in the south of France, things got started a few weeks ago. Aubergines, basil, tomatoes, all of those seasonal fruits and vegetables. We're a little behind in France because we had flooding, we had different temperature variations, extreme temperature variations, and all of this for plants is deadly. Okay, understood. So it's better to plant, to keep plants indoors. So we saw garlic, potato, onion. What about avocado? Well, everyone is growing avocado, so I didn't bring any. Well, when you're eating a peach this summer from an organic store, get some soil and throw the seed in it, and then you will find that you will have a peach tree. It's more difficult to grow apple, more difficult, it takes longer rather. So you can grow them in soil and in water? Yes, in both. For avocado, yes. So at home you can grow a lot of things, lentils, chickpeas, runner beans. Basically, they are grains, seeds that can be sowed and can be grown. So anything that you have in your seeds cupboard, if you think your seeds are too old, give it a go. Plant them and see what happens. And if you want to plant lentils, you have to ensure that you have a good amount to get a good harvest. And how do you plant them? You throw them in the ground, you water them, and you wait. Some people add cotton, is that right? Yes, that is to preserve the development of the roots. And it's important to observe how the roots are developing as well. Great, so let's move on to the next workshop, Succulent Cuttings.
So it's a passion I found during the lockdown. I'm not a specialist of succulents, but there are a few things I know.
Je te prends mon micro.
So succulents.
Dans sa feuille, elle a tout ce qu'il faut.
in
absolument
this
tout
leaf,
ce qu'il
there
faut.
is everything
C'est-à-dire, elle a
the
l'eau,
plant
elle a les sels
needs.
minéraux, tout ce qu'elle a
Water,
besoin pour se
mineral
développer.
salts,
Donc moi, la
everything
seule
the
chose
plant
que j'ai à
needs to
faire,
grow. So
c'est à
the
la poser.
only thing I need to do is just
fini.
put it down like this
Donc je peux
and
prendre,
done.
où elle est la mienne?
Where is my
Ah.
plant?
Excusez-moi. Voici une plante grasse.
So
Vous
this
en avez plusieurs
is
devant vous.
a
Je vous ai mis devant vous des petits
succulent.
pots en verre
There
comme
are
ça.
some in front of you on your table.
Ok.
You've got little
Et voilà ce qu'on va faire.
glass pots as well. And this is what we want
Tout
to do.
simplement.
It's
Donc
very
vous avez remarqué
easy.
parce que j'ai tout travaillé sur la récup dans l'idée de ne pas
I
dépenser un sou.
did not want to spend a dime, so everything we're doing today
Oui, oui,
is
oui.
a way not to waste stuff. It's actually recycling, so you don't have to spend anything really.
Ce week-end,
These
à
were
l'école du
yogurt
Bruy, vous avez une
pots.
grande vente de végétaux. Si
You know,
vous
every
voulez,
year there are
pour
plant
les
markets in Paris where you can
Voilà,
find
je
this
mets un tout
kind
petit
of
peu de
plants.
sable.
So you just basically put
Ça me
a bit
suffit.
of sand in
Ça va
the pot,
surtout me servir de support.
in the container. It's
Et à
more
aucun
of
moment de l'eau. Jamais.
um,
D'accord?
a support really for the plants,
Attends, je vais les montrer après.
and you never water it. Absolutely never.
Tout petit peu de sable.
It's
Je sais pas si tu vois bien.
Dès que la plante grasse elle
Just
est
a
plus ou moins
substrate.
épaisse, ce que je vais vous dire, ça va marcher. La seule chose
what
qui
I'm
changera, c'est
telling
la
you
durée.
will
À quel moment
work,
elle va commencer.
but depending
je
on
prends une
how
plante-
wide the
une-
plant is,
si
it
vous-
will
attendez, je vais
take
faire comme
more
ça.
or less time. So let me
Là,
show
je
you
pense que vous me
the
verrez
succulent.
mieux.
I think you'll be
Je vais
able to
prendre une
see it
feuille au
more.
hasard, celle qui me
You
plaît
just
bien, et je vais
pick a
tourner
leaf
le
that
plus
you
près
like.
possible du tronc.
You turn it as
Je me quitte
close
des yeux 2 secondes.
as you can
Voilà.
from the stem. You just pinch
J'ai
it
raté
like
mon
that
coup.
and turn. Oh well, I
Alors
actually
j'ai raté mon
failed.
coup, vous voyez.
I made a mistake. I'm
Parce
sorry.
que je suis sur... je sais pas si on voit.
I don't think if you can see
Je
it on
suis sur...
camera.
j'ai pas eu jusqu'à la base de la feuille.
I did not manage to
recommencer joyeusement.
get
Alors,
the
tu peux aussi
leaf
utiliser un cutter, peut-être,
until
mais
the end.
par
Maybe you
contre,
can use
désinfecter.
a tool.
Voilà.
C'est important.
Là, je l'ai eu. En plus, non seulement je
Here
l'ai eu,
you
mais
go.
vous voyez, il y a
I
déjà un
managed to
petit
do
fil
it.
de racine.
You can
Ah
see
oui,
here
t'as
it is
raison.
also,
Voilà.
there's
Bon
already
courage.
some
Ah,
root,
tu l'as eu, bravo.
tiny piece of root.
Vous le voyez là.
You
Tac.
can see it here.
Trop bien.
Ok.
Very
Et cette
nice.
petite feuille là,
So this tiny leaf, this tiny leaf,
Tu la mets sur la table.
you just
Peut-être en combien de temps?
put it down on the
ça dépend des
substrate.
variétés. Il y en a
and
qui
you
sont très
wait.
rapides, il y en a qui sont
For
très
some
longues.
of these
48
succulents,
Ah
the process can be
non,
very
non, non, on est
quick.
en mois, là.
48 hours?
Non,
Oh,
mais
no,
la
please,
remontée.
not at all.
Ah oui,
We're
tu parles
talking
en
about
mois?
months,
Oui, oui, oui.
Bah,
months
il y en a qui
here.
sont beaucoup plus rapides. Hein.
Il y en a qui peuvent aller beaucoup
There
plus
are
vite, et il y en
some
a qui vont
that
beaucoup plus
take
longtemps.
less time,
D'accord.
and
Et-
well, yeah, it's true.
Et
Some
comme vous
take
pouvez le voir, moi, à la
more
maison,
time.
je me fais un panier où j'ai
At
mis plein de
home,
sable et chaque fois que
I
j'en
have
trouve une,
this
je la
little
jette dedans et j'attends.
basket with my
Et t'observes.
basically
Et
my
j'observe.
succulent leaves. Every time
Et
I
pour
see a
observer, c'est pour
succulent
ça que je
leaf
les mets dans
somewhere,
des pots
I
de
just
yaourt
pick
transparents.
a
Parce que comme ça,
leaf
tu
and
peux
then
voir
put it
apparaître
here.
petit à petit.
And
Alors
I'm
voilà des racines qui
recommending
commencent
you
à apparaître.
use these glass pots so you can actually see what's happening. Here you can see there are already
Parce que la
these
première
tiny
étape, ce qui
roots.
va se passer, c'est que la
The
feuille va
first
cicatriser,
step
donc elle va sécher.
is that the plant
D'accord, elle
will
va sécher
heal.
sur la partie
It
où j'ai
will
coupé.
dry where you
Et une
cut
fois
it.
qu'elle a séché,
When it's
elle va
dry,
envoyer ses racines.
it
Et
shoots
une fois qu'elle a
roots.
envoyé ses racines et qu'elle a
And when
commencé
you've got roots,
à aller chercher quelque chose à
when
manger,
it's
on va
looking
apparaître,
for
le petit
something
bébé
to
arrive.
eat,
Je vais passer vous le
you will
montrer de
see a
plus près.
tiny little
Attends, je vais
baby
montrer à la caméra
on
pour
the
ceux qui sont à
leaf.
distance.
I'll show it on
Voilà,
camera
hop.
for people
On verra
who
peut-être
are
mieux.
far. Maybe you can see
Et
it
toi, tu
better
fais
like
des
this,
petits
right?
jardins après, ça qui est marrant.
And then you make
Voilà.
little gardens with
Et
these
on peut
succulents,
s'amuser
right?
quand on a
Yes,
tout
I
dépoté,
do.
sa plante, à faire des dessins, des mandalas, ce que
You
vous
can
voulez, en attendant que
use
ça racine.
actually the leaves to do a
Et
mandala
une fois que ça a
drawing.
raciné,
You
donc,
can just have
fait
fun.
comme
It's
ça.
quite pretty in the box
Et on voit la plante.
until you wait
Je viens de la
for.
casser sous vos nez. mais
I've
ça
just
va.
broken that plant right in
Mais
front
bon,
of
on va
you.
prendre une autre.
T'es allé trop vite.
I'll
Ouais,
just use
j'étais
another
trop
one.
vite.
I'm sorry, it was
Et
going
après-
too fast. So
Je l'ai gardé juste pour la manipulation d'aujourd'hui.
I kept this one
Voilà.
just to show you today.
L'ancienne
This is
feuille
what
morte,
it
elle a
looks like.
complètement séché et
You can
disparu.
see the old leaf
place à la
is
nouvelle.
Et place à
completely
la
dry, and here is the new plant that
D'accord.
grew
Et quand elle a
from
séché comme ça,
the
complètement
leaf.
disparu,
When,
l'ancienne
when
feuille,
it's
elle est en train de
dry,
tomber.
the old leaf
C'est
is
le moment de mettre de
actually
la terre et de
falling.
commencer à
That
mettre un
is
petit peu
when
d'eau.
you want to put it in
D'accord.
the soil and
Alors, on va venir
add
avec
some
vous, voir
water
si
to
vous
it.
avez un peu manipulé.
So
Peut-être qu'il y en a
we're
qui
gonna,
osent pas, tu veux faire le tour,
come
mais
in
nous,
the
Je vais venir,
room
je vais
and
venir.
see
Et
what
juste une
you've
dernière
done
chose,
so
comme
far.
je fais ça beaucoup avec des enfants,
I do this a
on
lot with
récupère
children.
avec les enfants, on se fait des petits jardins
With
portatifs.
children, we
Donc, c'est des
build
boîtes de
these
sardines
tiny
qu'on a
little
lavées.
gardens. These are
Très important
sardines.
qu'on les lave.
cans. It's important. It's something you can use to recycle. Oh, you painted it, or you use some tape. Oh, yeah, I'm supposed to say what brand it is. Sometimes sardine boxes, sardine cans are really pretty. I just put on the tape so we couldn't see the brand. But this is a tiny garden we made with children. It's really nice. And now I'm gonna walk around the room to show you what will happen in your container. So, where you live, is it a bit of a jungle? Well, yes, it looks about what you it looks like what you see behind me, except it's a studio apartment. Oh, I know you've got cats as well. Yes, unfortunately, my cat did damage some of the plants.
Est-ce que vous avez osé? C'est vrai que ça fait un peu peur
Did
quand
you
même
do
de
it?
couper la plante comme
Of
ça.
course, one could be a little bit scared of cutting a plant like this. Yes, I did the same thing you did with the stem. Some are actually rotten, right? Well, you need to go lower, maybe. You twist and turn and pinch, and then you get it. And even this one, if you just wait for it to dry, it will actually grow roots as well. This as well, vertically or horizontally? Horizontally. Just, you don't need to put it inside the substrate, just on top of it. Wonderful. You've got a second pot if you want to do a second one. Yes, can I use this one? It's easier if you take it out of the pot to take the cutting. It's just easier. So what's happening here? Oh, actually you buried the leaf. I don't think you need to bury it. No, you just put it on top. Wonderful. Little by little, it will grow. There will be baby plants. So do you actually give many plants to your friends? Yes, I do. No water. You will only add water when the leaf will look like cardboard, when it's really, really, really dry. At home, I've got many plates. I've got so these plates with so many leaves. Every time I go to a garden center, I just pick the leaves that are on the ground because it happens, and then I come back home and put it down on the platter. So, what about you, sir? You need to put sand, and the sand is a way for the plants to actually hang on. A hook if you want. So put some sand, and they like heat, right? Yes, because it's made of glass, these pots will act like a greenhouse. That's nice. So you can see, you put one leaf in each pot, then it will grow, there will be a little baby. Have you done this before? No. It's my first time doing it. Well, you will be able to do it at home right now. Is it good like this? Yes, this is very nice. Yes, like I said before, I absolutely never do this at home. I think this pot is a little bit too small for the leaf. Does it work with the tiny leaves? Well, you will keep this plant, so I encourage you to carry on doing this at home. Is there a number of leaves that you can take and some that you need to leave? I usually keep the heart of the plant, so it will keep on growing, and then you can do cuttings with the outside leaves. Well, so far the plant doesn't need anything. Once it's a little bit grown, it will need water, but at this point you just leave it on sand. And this little tiny garden in the sardine can, you can do this very easily, and you can see how the plant will grow. What's your name? Erwin. Erwin, will you do this at home? Well, I hope so. it's a little challenge for you.
Ça c'est prévu pour autre chose.
Yeah, my issue is that I always water my plant too much. It's nice. If they fall on the ground, you can just pick them up, right? It doesn't mean they're dead. Oh no, not at all. Sometimes when they're really rotten, they are very, very soft, and then it's not worth it. But when they're not, you can use them. I was told that you need to disinfect it. That you need to disinfect the tools. Well, sure, you need to clean some of the tools, like the scissors with white vinegar, because otherwise it could give diseases to the plants. And when I'm done, would you like to take this garden with you? Yes, wonderful. So there will be other workshops as well. At 12:15, we will cook with Chef Anto Cocagne. If you want to stay with us, you can register for the next workshop. We will cook an African pokeball that is called Gari, Foto. And then we will have another workshop with edible plants with women from Fleurivore. Amandine will introduce them to us. And then we will do painting with natural paintings based off plants. We'll do it with onion peels and egg yolk and so on. And then with Julie Borges at 5 p.m. we will learn scientific illustration, what it is about. So we will have our paper and pens and we will learn drawing. Maybe this afternoon we'll learn how to actually draw the cuttings we just made. You can find us on the website of Cité des Sciences et de l'Industrie, and all day long there will be also focus on different exhibitions with Masha. You can use the @Cité des Sciences on Instagram and on Twitter, and the hashtag is Expo Bio Inspiré. If you want to communicate with us, please use them. You know everything now, and we will finish this workshop with Nadine talking about the Veni-Verdi Association and her work. You heard it before. She organizes workshops with children and on the roofs of Paris. It's very important. This is a message we want to spread. We need to garden together. We need to put our hands into the soil. And you saw it today with 3 plants. You can do a lot. You can produce them. You can offer them. It creates a movement, and we get closer to nature. Nadine, if you're done with your tour, can you please come back on stage? Yes, sorry, I don't know what I'm doing. Were our students good today? Yes, they were. And I would like people to remember that it should be fun and playful. Just, keep the vegetables that you have eaten and the plants. We shouldn't buy, right? Is that what you're saying? Yes, human beings. When we want to reproduce, we need a male and a female. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, right? But for plants, we've got seeds, you've got cuttings, that is to say you take a piece of the plant and you create conditions so that it can grow. You've got seedling and other things. There are many different techniques, like crafting, for example, and what we did today is cuttings. Can you come back? I thought this was an orange tree from Mexico, but it's not. So what will you do this time? Well, first, you never do cuttings when the plant has flowers. It's not worth it. She's reproducing. She's already got a lot of sap phase, so it's not worth it. It wouldn't work. And here you can just take a piece and plant it and it will grow. And here, the dragon tree, you just cut and you put it in water and you wait, you just use shears. And this is another plant in my hand. You must all know it, the calanchoe. It's also easy. You just pick a leaf here.
Je prends une
I'm
feuille,
feeling
je prends une
comfortable
assiette,
being
je mets de l'eau,
filmed.
je la pose dedans et
So you
j'attends.
take a plate,
Elle,
you
elle a
put
fait,
water
elle
in it,
marche
and
dans
you
l'eau. Et
wait.
si vous mettez de la terre
This works
granulieuse,
in water, and if
un
you
peu de terre
add
très boueuse, quoi,
some soil, but that is
par contre, lui, c'est bon.
very,
Et
muddy,
ça va
it will
pousser.
work. It will just
D'accord.
grow.
Voilà.
Alors c'est drôle parce qu'en ce moment il y a une
That's
plante
funny
qu'on voit
because
beaucoup
there's
sur
a
les réseaux
plant
sociaux qui
we
est très jolie,
see
c'est
a
le piléa.
lot
Je sais pas si vous
on
voyez, c'est des longues tiges
internet
avec, comme une
today. It's called
feuille, mais
Pilea.
avec un rond.
It's a
Donc, j'espère que vous voyez, on
stem with
dit
a
juste tant mieux.
flower. It's very
Ici, je
round. I
t'envoie la
can see
description
someone
cheval.
that knows
Elle
it.
aussi, c'est dans l'eau. Donc, vraiment,
And
à
it
essayer,
also
c'est vraiment une
grows
plante que
in
vous pouvez,
water. It's
multiplier.
really something that you
Nadine,
can
Je vais vous en passer
multiply.
des calanchoës.
Donc
Yes,
là, les gens vont
calanchoe.
pouvoir partir avec des feuilles et essayer chez eux.
People can
Voilà, vous
take
pouvez
some leaves
repartir
and
avec
try
des
at
feuilles,
home,
avec
right?
tout,
Yes,
tout, tout,
sure.
tout ce qui est devant vous,
You
sauf ceux
can
qui sont en
take
terre
home
cuite.
everything
C'est
that
la
is
déco.
on
Voilà.
the
Donc le
table,
calanchoë,
except the ones
je vous ai
that
mis une
are
coupe à glace que
in
j'ai récupérée chez Emmaüs.
terracotta pots
Je mets de
because
l'eau, un peu de terre, je
they're
pose ma feuille
actually
et j'attends,
part of
c'est
the
tout.
decoration
J'ai rien
today.
d'autre à faire.
Non, j'observe.
Et
attends,
j'observe.
c'est un-
Et
So
d'ailleurs, si vous
remember
avez une
that
petite
you always
loupe,
need
parce
to
qu'on va arriver
observe.
les cheveux
If you have
des premières
a little
racines et tout ça,
magnifying glass,
c'est
it
super
could be
intéressant.
really
Et
interesting
la
to just
multiplication des
give a good
végétaux,
look at what is
c'est
happening
tellement
with the
simple.
leaves, and
et pour tous ceux qui pensent qu'ils ne savent
growing
pas, à partir du
plants
moment,
is
mettez-vous
so
dedans, vous allez voir,
easy.
c'est
If you
tellement
think you
simple,
don't know how
ça
to do
devient
it,
vite une
it's
passion.
so easy, and
Moi, je
quickly
m'amuse à tout
you will
bouturer.
be passionate
Et
T'as
about
après,
it.
commencé seulement l'année
I
dernière.
do
Ça, pour les
cuttings
plantes
with
grasses, oui.
everything
Parce qu'on
personally.
bouture des lavandes, on
You
bouture des
can
framboisiers, on
do
bouture des
cuttings
vignes,
with
des
succulents,
raisins de
but
table, on peut
also
bouturer,
with
c'est tellement
lavender
facile. Vous
and
prenez un bout de bois, vous le
with
plantez dans la terre, vous attendez. C'est pas
grape
compliqué.
wine
Et
and
toi, d'habitude, tu, quand même,
so
tu
much,
feuillettes
you
un
know.
peu des bouquins, tu vas sur
And
Internet.
do
ou
you
tu
usually
testes
read
direct?
books, or you go online, or you just test?
Ah, la colle.
Je teste
That's a
direct.
good question. Well, I
Parce que
actually
quand
just
vous rencontrez
do
les
my own
jardiniers,
thing.
vous verrez
Just that
que
if you
chaque
meet
jardinier a des façons de
gardeners,
faire.
you will
Ouais.
see that
Et donc quand on les écoute
each
les uns les
gardener
autres,
has
on va
different
essayer leurs
techniques,
leurs
and you
recettes.
listen to them and you try
Et des
their
fois, nous, on a
recipes.
pensé autrement, on a
But you know,
réorganisé, on a
sometimes you just do it
réimaginé
your own way.
et on a
You
une autre idée
reimagine
pour,
the techniques.
pour faire la
And,
chose. Quoi. Parce que
yeah, you
pour
just
les
do your
boutures,
own
j'ai
thing
vu quelqu'un
basically.
qui
With
expliquait, et
cuttings,
puis moi j'avais vu l'idée de les faire sur du
I
sable avec des
saw
dessins.
that
Parce qu'à la
someone
maison, je me
was
suis fait des
giving
mandalas pendant le confinement,
explanations,
vous
and
voyez ce
I
que je veux dire?
said, okay, I'll
Je me
just
suis fait
try
des
this way
mandalas, je
on
me suis fait des trucs
stands.
comme ça.
I did it during
Des
lockdown,
petites
and I did my
Alors,
little
Nadine,
mandala
justement,
drawings
en échange avec les
with
jardiniers, c'est aussi
the
une
leaves.
philosophie de vie que l'on
Nadine,
partage.
talking
Et au
to a
téléphone, tu
gardener,
m'as dit une
is
phrase
talking
que j'ai
about a
beaucoup aimée,
philosophy of
j'aimerais
life,
que tu
and on
me
the
redises
phone,
aujourd'hui.
you
Toi, tu
said
compares la
something
nature à la
wonderful,
femme.
and I would like to
Je dis que la nature est une femme,
repeat it.
et
You
si
say
elle nous a
nature is
donné
a
à nous
woman.
la
Yes,
conscience et
nature is a
l'intelligence,
woman,
c'est
and
parce
she
qu'elle avait
gave
besoin
us
de quelqu'un qui l'admire
intelligence
et qui l'entretienne.
is
C'est beau,
because she
non,
needed
mesdames?
someone
C'est
to
pas
take
mal,
care
hein?
of her.
Ah, t'es applaudi au fond.
Well, wonderful, right? Our people are
Non, mais c'est vrai,
actually
c'est très, très bien.
applauding.
Et aussi, je voudrais t'entendre, alors je sais
In
que
the
t'as
room,
plein de choses à
clapping
dire là-dessus,
hands.
mais comme toi, tu fais quand même pas mal de choses, t'es très actif, très engagé.
You are
Qu'est-ce que
very
tu penses de
active, you are
l'agriculture urbaine
really
aujourd'hui?
mobilized today. Can
On
you
en parle
tell
beaucoup.
us a
Qu'est-ce
few
que je
words
pense?
about
Alors,
urban agriculture
pour
today,
moi, à
please?
partir du moment où on remet du vivant au plus près de
Well,
chacun
I
d'entre
think
nous,
that
on a déjà fait un
putting the
premier pas.
living world
Après,
back into
l'agriculture
our
urbaine,
lives
ça
is the
englobe énormément
first
de
step.
choses. Au niveau de
However,
Mediverdi, nous, on
urban
fait ce qu'on appelle de
agriculture
l'agriculture de
is many
proximité,
different
c'est-à-dire elle est
things. With
sociale,
Mediverdi,
elle est partagée,
we
elle est
do
participative.
social farming,
Mais il
it's
faut de tout
participatory,
pour alimenter et nourrir les gens.
and the idea is
Nous, on est
to
sur une
feed.
agriculture très pédagogique, vous avez des
It's to
structures qui sont
teach.
sur une agriculture
It's about
productive
education,
pour le but
but
d'alimenter
some
les gens.
projects
Qu'est-ce que je pense de
are about
l'agriculture
feeding
urbaine?
people.
On a
So,
un
what
gros
do I
problème
believe
d'alimentation, de
in
production, alimentation en France. Et je pense qu'il faut
agricultural,
sérieusement se
urban
poser sur la
agriculture?
question.
We do have
On-
a
Nos agriculteurs
problem
disparaissent.
with
Oui,
our
il y a
agriculture
des choses qui
system in France
apparaissent.
today.
Mais on a un vrai questionnement sur notre
But
façon de
I
produire
do
et,
think that
et
we
le fait qu'on a de
should
moins en
think
moins de
about the
personnes qui s'en
way
occupent de
we
produire.
produce. There
Donc on a
are
un
fewer
véritable
and
enjeu sur
fewer
l'agriculture au sens général.
farmers.
Alors qu'est-ce que je pense de l'agriculture
So,
urbaine?
what do you
Ambassadeur de
think
l'agriculture?
of urban
Je sais pas.
agriculture? I'm
Mais
not
ce que je sais
sure.
en tout cas, c'est que tous les jours quand on a des gens qui viennent
What I know is
et
that
qu'on
every
échange et
day
qu'on
people
transmet
are
des savoirs,
coming
on fait
and
évoluer
we
les choses.
share
Et quand on
knowledge and we
transmet la
change the
connaissance sur le
situation,
vivant aux
and
gens,
just sharing
les gens
knowledge
comprennent mieux
about
les enjeux
the
et quand on
living
comprend
is
mieux
a
les
way
enjeux,
for
on
people
peut
to
mieux
better understand the
participer à l'action
challenges we are
globale.
facing, and I think
Transmettre
to
ce que tu
act
fais aujourd'hui,
once
il
you
faut
understand.
transmettre aux
Yeah,
enfants, c'est pour ça
sharing
que
is
tu es
what
très
you
actif dans
do.
les écoles.
And
Comme il y
you
a
do
eu
it through
le
schools
coronavirus,
as well.
c'est vrai qu'on
During
s'est
the
dit, il faudrait faire
pandemic,
l'école dehors pour éviter la transmission du
people we're saying that we should do school outside, and I imagine that you've been thinking about this for a long time, right? That we should learn outside, that school should be outside. Do you think it will change, that it may happen someday? Well, someday I was working with a group of children and a senator came. She had financed a project of the association, and we were working on compost with the children, and when she came it was actually a surprise, and when she saw what they were doing she asked questions, and I was very surprised because one of the children, who was described by the teachers as a horrible child, and for some reason she decided to ask him, and he explained everything about the compost, and he explained compost in its own words, and how to grow beans, and how the system worked. When I asked him to sow radishes, he did it, and he was very interested in what we were doing. And yesterday there was a group of children, and a very small child saw bees on flowers and everything, and he was really surprised. I think that he could not believe what was happening. He saw fishes and bugs and chickens, and I gave him his magnifying lens, and he was really crazy about it, and I think maybe he found his vocation, you know, his way. Personally, I cried. I was so moved that I could see his face changing. And you know, when you ask children to build a house, you know, a little cabin, there is, you know, you tell them you need to cut this wood, they need to be the same length. There's a way to learn while doing. I think it's what we do with children. Personally, I work a lot with children. In my work, we have a lot of leftovers from wood, scrap wood, you know. Here, I did that. I actually dig the hole. I added the wooden pieces, and with other branches. What kind of branches? Is it willow? No, this is actually plum tree. And this is what you do. You go this way, and you do a framework, and then you put soil in it, and then you have your own little garden, and you can really water it as much as you want, because the water will flow. Personally, I will put a cacti here. It's not done yet, but this is how we can recycle and have fun. And when you have children who do that, well, you know, children, they will know, they will learn how to do this with the wood, and first they learn doing that, and then we go outside in the garden, and they can do another real-size cabin. So once we downloaded an app on a compass, and we learned how to use the compass together, and one child told me that N is for north, and we decided to go to the southeast together, and we were really trying to figure out how it worked. And someone said to me, oh, degrees is centimeters that just turn around. Well, I do believe that a practical way to learn sometimes is just better than sitting in a class and listening to the teacher. Like actually we were doing a little bit now. No, there was a practical session in this workshop. So do you have any advice for people who are watching us today? Have fun. That's my advice. Really have fun with nature. Sometimes you will fail, but just experiment, enjoy. Nature always experiments, and we should do the same. Nature is experimenting on us, and we experiment on her. Yes, that's a nice way to say it. Sometimes we try to control her, but she controls us too, right? Yes, I think failures are just teachings, really, and you need to start somewhere, and if some people want, you can take everything that's on your table. If you want more, I've got some other stuff behind the scenes. I've got beans if you want. just really enjoy, and every time you eat fruit, you just put the seed in a pot and see what happens. If nothing happens, that's okay, but if something happens, you will be happy. So experiment at home. If you want to share online, you can use the Veniverdi account, you can share with us, you can give us news about your plants, and thank you very much, Nadine, for being with us today. Thank you for being so generous. Thank you for wanting to share with us. If you want to come back to eat a little bit later, you can come back at 12:15 for a workshop with Chef Anto Cocagne. Anto will cook a poke bowl. It's quite trendy, you probably know what it is, but this version is made with Gari Foto. It's a specialty from her country. We will find about it later, but for now, Masha is still wandering around le Cité des Sciences, and she has a lot to say, and please stay with us for the next workshop.
Nous nous retrouvons après ce premier atelier
Here we are after that first
mené de main de
workshop
maître avec Veniverdi et Carole Tolila.
conducted
Le
by
Festival Botanica,
Veniverdi
c'est ça.
and Carole
D'abord,
Tolila.
vous
This is what this festival is
cher
about.
public, qui nous avait manqué. Vous êtes ici
You
à
missed
la
us.
Cité des Sciences et
Here
de
we are at
l'Industrie,
the
ici,
Cité des
chez
Sciences et
vous.
de
Et
l'Industrie.
aussi, nous pouvons vous
This is
retrouver
your
sur nos
home.
réseaux sociaux et
And
sur
you can
notre
also
chaîne
find us on
YouTube.
social media and on our YouTube channel.
Botanica met à l'honneur cette année le continent
Botanica
africain
is
pour cette
highlighting
première
the
édition
African
dans le
content
cadre
for
du
this first
programme
edition as part
Africa
of
2020.
its Africa
J'ai le plaisir
2020
de vous annoncer
program.
la suite du
I'm
programme.
very pleased
Dans un lieu
to
exceptionnel, je me
talk to
situe
you
à
about
l'entrée
the
du
next things on our
planétarium, qui est
agenda.
une
We're
des
in an
offres
extraordinary
clés
venue
de la
here.
Cité des Sciences
We're
et
going
de l'Industrie,
we're in the
qui offre
planetarium,
une
which is a
expérience
very key
exceptionnelle, la diffusion et la
space
projection
in
de
the
vidéos et de
museum.
spectacles
Here we
à
have the projection of
360 degrés.
videos and 360-degree
Un lieu exceptionnel,
shows.
personnalité
This is an
exceptionnelle,
exceptional
qui me permet de
venue
mettre en avant
with
un des
personality,
5
and this
jeunes
enables me
scientifiques et
to
talents
highlight one of the 5
qui va nous
young
faire
African
voyager
talents
ce
that
week-end sur le continent
are
africain
going to show
par le
us
biais de
parts
plantes.
of the
C'est
African
tout de suite dans
continent this
Africa-
weekend.
dans
So here we
Botanica.
are at Botanica.
Bonjour à tous, mon nom est Kelvin Adanchili.
Good morning to you
Je
all.
suis
My name is
béninois et jeune talent
Kelvin,
scientifique.
and I am a
J'habite à
young
Calavi,
scientific African
une ville
talent.
située
I
au
live in
sud du
Calavi, it's in
La température
south
y est
of
chaude
Benin.
en ces temps et même
It's
si je le
hot
voudrais bien, il pleut
these
pas beaucoup.
days, and even though I
La bonne
wish
nouvelle,
it
c'est que cette
would rain,
température
it
tropicale
doesn't. But
permet
thanks to
le
these
développement et
tropical
présente des conditions
temperatures,
favorables
there
pour le
are
développement
good
de la plante que
conditions
je vais vous
for
présenter.
the
J'ai
development
décidé de parler
of a
de
plant that I want to
la migration
introduce to
des
you.
hommes, des plantes
I
et
would
du
like
mélange
to
des
talk about the
cultures.
relationship
À ce
between
titre,
plants, human
la plante que
beings,
je vais présenter
and a
a des
cultural
vertus
melting pot.
médicinales
The
et des
plant
qualités
I am
décoratives.
talking about today
Cette
is
plante
used in
s'appelle
medicine but to
arbre
decorate as well.
floral.
It's
Une
called
médecinier d'Espagne
coral
ou
plant
noisette purgative.
or physic nut
Dans ma langue
or
maternelle,
coral bush.
on l'appelle
In
tanti
my
dodo,
mother tongue, it's
ce
called
qui signifie
Tanti Doto,
ma tante
which means
docteur.
my aunt doctor.
Les scientifiques l'appellent Jatropha multifida.
Researchers call
On
it
retrouve
Jatropha
la coraille
multifida.
le plus souvent
The
dans les
coral
zones
tree
tropicales,
is
et
found
surtout au
in
Mexique,
tropical
en
areas,
Tanzanie,
especially
en
in
Chine,
Mexico, in
ou au Bénin.
Tanzania, in China, or
J'ai
in
choisi
Benin.
cette plante
I chose
parce
this
qu'elle m'a soigné
plant
durant mon enfance
because
et elle
it
continue toujours de
treated
me
me
soigner.
during my childhood,
Je
and
l'ai
I
choisi
still use it
pour
today
ses feuilles qui sont
as a
utilisées
medical
comme
treatment.
légumes,
You can
orange,
eat the
pour
leaves,
ses graines, son
you can
écorce,
use the seeds,
sa
bark,
sève,
and
qui sont
sap
utilisées en médecine traditionnelle
in
pour soigner les
traditional
plaies,
medicine
pour
to
soigner les infections,
heal wounds,
pour arrêter les
infections,
démangeaisons.
and stop itching.
Merci de m'avoir écouté.
Thank
Je
you
souhaite que les
for
plantes
listening to me.
vivent
I really
à travers
hope
les
that
histoires
plants will
grâce
be
au
living
Festival
through the
Botanica.
stories that will be
Merci.
shared at the
Au revoir.
Botanica Festival. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
ce week-end. Ils sont les talents du continent africain que nous avions
So
voulu mettre en
we
avant
just heard from the
aujourd'hui.
first of the
durant tout
African
le
talents
week-end.
that we wanted
On
to
est
highlight
il y a
today
un
and
peu plus de
over the
11h30.
weekend.
Je suis
So it's
toujours
just
au
after
planétarium.
11:30. I'm
Vous
still at the
pouvez retrouver
planetarium
notamment un
here, where
spectacle, un
you can
spectacle
also come
immersif
to
qui
see an
s'appelle
immersive
Paris au
show, which is
décollage.
called
Et pour vivre une
Paris Takes
expérience
Off,
hors
Paris
du
au
commun, une
décollage,
expérience en
to
8K.
have
C'est effectivement
an
exceptionnel et c'est une des
extraordinary
signatures de la Cité
experience
des sciences et
come
de
down
l'industrie
to
de vous
the
faire
Cité
vivre
des
des
sciences
moments
et de
exceptionnels,
l'industrie.
notamment autour de la science. Nous nous retrouvons et dans
So,
la suite des programmes à
we're going to move on
12h15
to
avec Carole Toulila accompagnée de la
next
chef
point
Anto
on our
Cocagne.
agenda. This afternoon we're going to hear from Chef Anto.
de
We're going to
sa
hear
flore et
about
aussi de sa gastronomie.
Africa,
Nous
its
partirons
flora,
dès
and
12h15 à
also
la
its
découverte des spécialistes et des
gastronomy, its
spécialités
cuisine. And then
végétariennes
we'll hear
en
later
45
on
minutes.
about
Un autre atelier
vegetarian
dès 15h30
specialities.
sera
This
animé
is
par
a
Paysans
workshop
de
that
couleur.
will be
Cet atelier de
conducted
fabrication 100%
at
naturelle
3:30.
à base
It's
de
recipes
jeunes
for
œufs et
natural
de pigments
plant-based
végétaux.
paints.
La Cité vous emmène faire un petit voyage à la
Cité
source de
will
la couleur végétale.
show you
Merci.
how you can use these natural plant-based paints. So, it's lunchtime. It's time to start cooking. I'm here with Couplan, who's a chef. Hello, Anto. Hello. Very pleased to share this workshop with you. So, I'm terrible at cooking. Well, this everyone should be able to do. Well, you can use me as a guinea pig. What are we going to do today, Anto? Well, today we are going to be making Gari Foto. I heard you say photo, but it's not. It's O from like oh, so it's Foto, not photo. Foto, Gari Foto. Okay, well that makes it even harder. So what is the Gari Foto then? What is it? Well, Gari Foto is a dish that you eat at breakfast time in West Africa, in countries such as Togo, Benin, Ghana. What you need to know is that these countries were one kingdom in the past, and therefore there are many similarities in terms of the dishes that they have. So Gari Foto is a dish which is similar to a tabouleh or a poke bowl. And for those who don't know what a poke bowl is, it's something you find in a dish like this, with different vegetables, rice, starchy foods. Sometimes they're raw, sometimes they aren't, and that is similar to the Gari Foto. Sometimes it's like a tabouleh because you have a Gari Foto which uses cassava semolina that we call Gari. And so basically it's the root of cassava that is peeled, grated finely. It is then dried. It is dried in big vats, and then it dries in the sunlight, and then it turns into this type of semolina, a little bit like parmesan or polenta. And you can do many things with this. You can make Gari Fufu, for example. And what is Gari Fufu? Well, Gari Fufu is a semolina mixed with water to create a pasty consistency, a little bit like polenta, and it is something that our ancestors would eat, and it's very filling, and it enables you to go out to spend your day doing very, very arduous work. It's very it's full of energy, so it gives you lots of energy. Okay, well, we don't know anything about African cooking. Well, that's my case anyway, but it's not something that is very widespread outside of Africa. Well, I would say African cuisines, because there are 54 African countries, and it's true that I split them into 5 different regions. So you have the Maghreb, the West, the Center, the East, and the South. In these major regions, people eat in similar ways, and you find these same spices. And it's true that African cuisine is not very well known. I've been given African classes in Paris for a very long time, and people come with certain preconceived ideas, which I understand. They think it's too fat, it's too spicy, it's not varied enough, and that's not the case, is that right? Not at all. If you go to Togo, and you can try Gari Foto there, and you'll discover that it's very, very spicy. More spicy than elsewhere? Absolutely, because they add chili in their food, a lot of chili. I'm from Gabon, or of Gabonese descent, so it's less peppery. If you go to Mauritania at 7 o'clock in the morning, it's about 40 degrees, so no pepper there. And so depending on the country you go to, you get more or less chili pepper or not. But again, in Africa, if you go to countries such as Mexico, I think it's 15 kilos per person of chili a year. So we are really lightweights in Cameroon, because for us it's only 2 kilos per person, I think. So and if you go to Thailand, they eat chili pepper to similar levels than Mexico. And what about you? Do you like chili pepper? I do, and actually I've discovered different types of peppers. So for my customers who are neophytes to African cuisine and don't eat spicy foods, I provide them with dishes with chili powder that is very mild. Okay, great. Well, we're going to talk more about the ingredients now. Perhaps you don't have all of these ingredients at hand at home, and so Anto has prepared a dish for the participants here, and she has prepared all of the ingredients. Can you tell us what we have, and all of the quantities? Well, yes. So, this recipe is for 4 people. And so for 4 people, it's 300 grams of Gari. And Gari is the cassava semolina. And you can find cassava semolina in world food stores. They don't call it Gari, though. They call it cassava. Or they call it cassava flour in the West Indies. But you can find it in West Indian supermarkets. That's true, because it's not something you would find in supermarkets. Is that correct? No, I don't think you would. So, then we have what we call niébé. So what is niébé? It's haricot corny in French. It's black-eyed peas, like the music group in English. And on the continent in Africa, it really is the magic bean. It's the bean that really replaces any animal protein. Not everyone can afford to buy meat on a regular basis, and therefore this bean replaces the protein that you can find in animal protein. And so this is extremely nutritive, and we call it a smart food. What does that mean? It means that it's good for the planet, it's good for humans, it's good for farmers. Good for the planet because it doesn't consume huge quantities of water, but also good for farmers and producers as well, because it can be grown everywhere, even in those spaces or places where it does not rain a lot. And then also for mankind, or humankind rather, it provides a lot of protein. And so we have here 100 grams of niébé for 4 people. And so they look nice, so I have gone for cherry tomatoes this morning, but you can use any tomato. You can also need 1 avocado for 4 people. I have a large avocado here, so I'm just using half. Then we have okra as well. Wow, we're discovering so much this morning. Well, okra is this vegetable here. So okra is a typically African vegetable, which after slavery was imported to countries in the South America. Also you find it as well in Louisiana, in what we call gumbo soup. That's another word for it. And so it's similar to asparagus, but it's not exactly the same. And its texture is quite gooey. So when you go to countries like Benin or Togo, if it's not gooey, then that means it's not tasty. So they put a lot of okra in their gravy sauces, in dishes. If you go to Central Africa, if it's too gooey, then that means it's not very good. So it depends on how you cook it. So we're going to be using gombo or okra. Is it gooey inside? Is that correct? Well, we'll see later on when we cut it. You have very small seeds, which are very viscous. So when you put them into soup, it gives that very kind of gooey texture to the dish. The way in which we're going to cook it today, I'm sure many people here don't know okra. How many people know okra in the room? Okay, a few people. But what we're going to be doing is we're going to be cooking it in a way that isn't too gooey. So we have okra, then we also have a mild chili, that we can also call Moroccan chili. There are other chilies, like a vegetarian chili. I know that means nothing, but that's its name. And you can also find that in West Indian grocers or in African grocers. It has a chili taste, but it's not hot. So for those people who have stomach issues or they don't like spicy food, I would recommend this mild chili or a vegetarian chili, as it's called. We're also going to be using spring onions, and we also have here a clove of garlic. Do you have any lime? Yes, I have lime. I also have flat leaf parsley. We have salt and pepper, and I also have a spice which is very particular, very specific to Western Africa. It's called mustard in Togo, but it's not like mustard. That's what they call it. They call it mustard, but it is not mustard. It's called nere. And so it's used in Côte d'Ivoire, Senegal. The name changes depending on the country. In France, we call it nere seeds. And basically, they are grains that are cooked and then fermented. And the result is this spice that is used used a lot in West African cuisine. When I discovered it, I thought it was great because it tastes like Parmesan. And when you taste it, okay, so this all is making sense. It's all very logical. So when you smell it, it smells like cheese. How strange. So you have it in front of you. You have some in this little dish. It's brown. It just looks like a ground chocolate, in fact. And when you cook it, you'll see that you get the impression that you're cooking cheese. And for those people who are vegetarian or vegan and don't eat any animal products, it's a very good compromise because you are able to add a cheese flavor to your dishes without using cheese. And then something that's very important to add a bit of crunchiness, we're going to be using a few plantain chips, or plantain crisps rather. Plantain must be eaten cooked, not raw like the fruit banana. And you slice them very thin, and then you dry them, and this produces plantain chips. Here you go, you can see it. I'm sure that you've seen this before. Great, what's the first stage? Well, first and foremost, I should say hello to everyone here and everyone online. Thank you very much for joining us to cook. And so we're going to start with this pot that we're going to put on the stove. It's an induction stove, and what's good with this is that it warms very, very quickly, and you can also reduce the temperature very quickly as well. So to turn it on, you have the circle with the little line in the middle, the on button. Press on that, and then you can press on the up arrow, which will then indicate 2,000. That's too high. We need to take it down to 1,000. Once you've got it down to 1,000, then you add water. And what we're trying to do here, obviously, is to heat the water. So you should find a glass of water on your table in front of you. And then you have some salt. And what we're going to do is we're going to add salt to the water. And what is the point of this? Well, once the Gari is rehydrated, it means that you won't get grains of salt. It means that the salt will dissolve in the water. If you add salt afterwards, you will be able to you'll have the grains of salt that are too big in your rice. So you add salt, and then you have Gari, you put it into a bowl. So you don't put it in the boiling water. No. If you want to make fufu, that would be the next step, but not in this case. And so the water should now be boiling. It should have boiled. You can turn it off. Okay, so we have very focused participants here. And there, we add this to the Gari. Not all at once, though. So, as soon as it starts to boil, you can take it off the stove, you add it. And actually, I'll let you do this. Okay, I'll try it. But little by little. So little by little, there we go, that's right, and just try to spread it, that's right. And so now you mix it so that the heat is well distributed. You can use the gloves as well. I should have left some gloves on your tables. And you can put the gloves on so that you can knead the mixture. because it creates these little balls, and you can also wash your hands and just do it with clean hands as well, but I'm going to use gloves. And this is the action that you need to do. So this is to ensure that you redistribute the heat of the water. And this is something that is done very quickly. And you're able to break it down due to the heat. Well, it seems to have rehydrated. I would have added water. No, you don't need to, because after we're going to be adding a sauce. That's true, and that's going to also add moisture to it. That's right. Do you cook this dish a lot at home? Yes, I do, because it's a very filling dish. And as I said, you can eat it at breakfast, or we eat it at breakfast. We do not eat croissants and have a coffee. Yes, that's quite different. And it's very filling, as I was saying, and often you don't even need to eat at lunchtime because you are already full enough. And so, as you can see here, the Gari is perfectly rehydrated. This is ideal for kids, right? Yes, it is. And the Gari like this, when we were kids, now that you mention it, we would add sugar and peanuts and we would eat it as it was. And so, you should now have semolina with this consistency. And the idea is to try to ensure that you have the least amount of lumps possible. If you do have any lumps, again, you can try to knead these out. So, our Gari is now ready, and we've added water, and the heat is going to continue to make the Gari swell. When I was a student, I remember my mother used to send me kilos of this. And as a student, as I said, as well, like we did when we were kids, we would add sugar because it's very filling and it's tasty. So, once you've done that, you can start to cut your onions. And so for the onions, we're going to use spring onion. We're also going to take the garlic. We're going to take the okra and also the chili pepper. I'm really eager to see how you're going to cook this okra. I'm sure our chef is going to cook it expertly. You don't have to be experts for the participants in our room. I started to cook at 9. In my culture, a good wife must know how to cook. It's similar here. And so that's how I started. And then gradually, I started to realize, oh, it's a way to know the gossip of the family. And then I realized as well that it was something that I wanted to do later on. Okay, so you, little by little, you realized that you loved it and you realized that it was your vocation. Is that correct? It was your calling? Yes. My father worked in offices and he found it very boring. My mother, she worked a lot with malnourished children, and I just couldn't be confronted with the world's problems every day. I couldn't do that as a job for myself personally. And so I needed something that was dynamic, that was interactive, fun. And when I cooked with my grandmother at home, I had so much fun, and I just thought, oh, this must be what it's like in real life. And what was the result? Were you supported? My mother supported me immediately, but my father did not immediately. Your father's an engineer, is that correct? Yes, he's a geologist and engineer. In my family, they all did a lot of studies. I have a sister who's an engineer, a brother who has a PhD in pharmacy. I have an accountant as well in the family. And I turned up and said I wanted to be a cook, and I was told obviously that it wasn't a job. Anyway, as you can see, I have sliced very finely the spring onion and the garlic. I'm not sure that our participants are moving as quickly as you are. Let me go and check. Let me go and check on our participants here. at the Cité des Sciences. Vasco, how are you doing? How are you doing? Is it coming along okay? Yes. Does it look like what Anto is doing? Have you ever cooked or tasted African food at home? No, I haven't. Never? Never. Are you enjoying it? It looks very nice. We love onions. And I had seen okra before, but I hadn't tried it because I don't know how to cook it, so this is great. Okay, so you weren't expected to cook today. You came to see an exhibition, and this was just a bonus. Yes. Were you hungry today? Yes, we are very hungry, so this is a great idea. Do you often cook with the family? Yes, we do. And what about you, Anto? Are you a good cook? Yes? What do you like to cook? What's your best dish? Pasta?
Non?
No?
C'est la caméra, ça te rend timide.
Camera shy, we see.
Bon, alors je vais aller à côté.
Okay, so let's move on.
On se débrouille ici ou pas du tout?
So how's it come along here?
C'est l'homme qui fait la cuisine.
It's
Mais je crois qu'il vient du Togo.
the man in the kitchen this time. Are you not from Togo? I heard that earlier on. Yes, that's right. So you know this? Yes, I eat it, yes. Okay, so you know this very well. Yes, I know it. Okay, so you knew okra as well then? Yes, I know okra.
Cuisine gluante ou pas gluante?
And do you like gooey or not gooey? I'm in between. You like them both? I do. Great. I'll let you continue with that. Maximum focus. So now, there's another technique being used here. How is it going? Not very well. Oh, it looks like it's going very well. Have you ever tried African cuisine? Never? Well, it's the first today. Yes, it is. Okay, great. So let me go to see Anto, how's it going? Are you doing okay? Do you need my help? Well, I'm okay. I'm just continuing with my spring onions. Now I'm going to move on to the okra.
So, the gumbo. You are done with garlic and onion, are you? Let us know. Raise your hand if you're not done yet. Because I need to give you some explanation for gumbo. At home, I hope you are ready. You can send us messages on social networks on the account of Cité des Sciences et de l'Industrie or Anto's account. She's on Instagram as well. And then afterwards, we'll be able to see your dishes online if you send us pictures. So what you've done is a bit of a twist on this meal, right? Yes, traditionally, once you've rehydrated the gari, the semolina, you put everything in the saucepan together. But I decided to have some raw elements, some that will be cooked, and to make a nice presentation in the plate so that you don't mix it all together. For example, personally, when I eat rice, I don't like sauce on my rice. I put it aside and then I can, decide what quantity of gravy I want on my rice. So these dishes are some of the dishes that I've adapted for people who don't know African cooking, and I wanted them to really taste everything on their plate and mix it together the way they want and just experiment. Yes, if there are something that you don't eat, you don't have to use all the elements. Are you ready, all of you? Okay, wonderful. So the gumbo, or okra, so there's a head. If you want to eat it in a salad, usually we advise to do it whole. You can fry it, put it in a paste, and then fry the gumbo, and you keep it whole. And then you avoid that the slime that is inside comes out. But because we are cooking it in a saucepan, we will cut it, slice it, the head and the tail, to have this kind of thing. So if you go to the market, you'll see many gumbos together, and usually you don't know how to pick the gumbo when you're not used to these vegetables. So it is ready to be eaten when it's supple. You can see it here. You can move the tail of the vegetable. Because the older it gets, usually you buy it and you have to eat it very quickly, because as it grows older, it's like asparagus, you know, it becomes a little bit stringy. So, yeah, it's not nice to eat. It's the same thing with asparagus. When they're too old, they're stringy. But when they're young, they really are nice and they really melt in your mouth. So you slice it like this, in discs. Ah, you can feel it, right? That it's slimy on your finger. Yes. I'll show you what it looks like inside. So, in traditional medicine, this slimy bit is used to heal wounds, like aloe vera. To heal wounds, for dry hair, you can really crush gumbo. Oh, can you give us some beauty tips? What do you do? Well, you boil it into water, and your water will become slimy. Only the seeds? No, the whole gumbo. It needs to be cut, so all the slime comes out, and it will mix with water. Nature is just beautiful. Oh, something wrong? Oh, they don't have gumbo on their plate. Well, it's not nice if you don't have gumbo. So you need to cut the head and tail, and then you slice it.
On va voir. Je sais pas exactement s'il faut les deux.
Ensuite, vous avez le piment. Alors, normalement, il est déjà coupé en deux.
The chili now.
Donc, on va enlever les graines.
Cut it in half. Take the seeds out, because you know it's the seeds that are usually spicier. So, if you want to have a chili that is milder, take out the seeds and the white bits of your chili. And then you slice it as well. Then you will take the bigger saucepan and put 2 spoons of vegetable oil. You have it already in a pot. And put the device on 1,000 degrees. On 1,000, sorry.
Non, mais le feu, tu le mets feu doux?
Ah, alors feu moyen.
Feu moyen.
Actually,
1000 à la maison, ça...
well, you know, we don't have 1,000 at home, so induction it's up to 9, so on 6 or 7 would be good. If you're using gas, it should be not a low fire, but you know, like medium heat, moderate flame.
Pour le gombo, vous avez récupéré l'horta? Super.
Are you good with your gumbo? Yes.
Donc là, ça chauffe.
Et là, tu vas vraiment...
So, it's getting hotter here.
On va mettre tout directement. Et aussi, on va mettre l'épice, qui est le nettetou. Parce qu'on veut
and then you add nettetou, the neri powder.
Et vous allez sentir le côté.
And you will be able to smell.
Si vous êtes prêts,
are you ready?
Yes.
Okay.
Ça bosse dur ce matin.
People are working really hard this morning.
Ça donne faim, tu sais, Anto.
It's making me
j'ai très faim là.
hungry. I'm really hungry right now.
On fait revenir. Anto, toi, tu es chef aussi à domicile. Si les gens
now
veulent
you just brown it. Chef Anto, you cook at home sometimes.
Alors chef à domicile ou dans un lieu privatisé.
Yes, I can cook in your home or in a place that you have privatized. I also teach in Paris. The next workshop is on June 9th, and you cook. We cook together.
Et à chaque fois, tu varies. Est-ce que la cuisine africaine...
3 dishes.
Enfin, maintenant tu commences à t'y connaître franchement, toutes ces années de.
So you've been working for many years.
Tu varies ou on te demande les mêmes choses?
And do you usually cook the same things or do you do different dishes? Well, when I cook at home, usually people just let me know what they can't eat at all, and then I make a proposition.
Oui, ils me font confiance. Et puis,
people trust you, right? Yes, people trust me. And usually when I cook at someone's home, people watch what I do. Now you've got salt and pepper, and you've got the néré powder. You only use néré powder. Don't put all of the salts. You might get a bad surprise, and you'll see it will smell really cheesy.
Ah oui, c'est trop marrant.
Oh yes, it does.
Donc là, il faut touiller.
Now
remuer.
You just mix
Donc
it
là,
all.
on va remuer pour faire ce qu'on veut faire suer nos.
You toss it around, mix it.
Donc pendant que puisque vous êtes à deux,
so there are two of you, right? So one of you can mix the dish and the other can slice the herbs.
Et toi,
you need
à
help?
chaque fois,
Like,
tu proposes aussi une cuisine africaine avec une petite
you usually
touche française.
suggest
Quelle est la
African
touche
dishes with a
française?
French
de présenter les plats de façon
What's
moderne.
the French touch
vrai
here?
que,
Well, we
pendant
use
longtemps,
quite a
en fait, quand j'ai
contemporary
commencé,
presentation
mon
for
métier
our
de chef
dishes.
à
When I
domicile,
started
je demandais aux clients pourquoi ils
cooking
n'étaient jamais
in
allés
people's
dans un
home,
restaurant africain.
I asked them why
Et
they would never go to an
souvent,
African
les
restaurant,
réponses qui
and
revenaient,
people would
c'est
usually
que
tell me
visuellement,
that
ça donne pas
visually
envie, on sait pas trop ce qu'il y a
you
dedans.
don't want to eat it because you don't really know what's
Ça fait
inside.
peur. Donc,
People are a
du
little
coup,
bit
je me
scared.
suis dit, le fait de travailler
So
de
I
façon
thought
moderne,
that
même dans la
maybe being more
présentation,
modern in
avec
my
les yeux, ça
presentation
donne-
as
ça
well,
donnerait
I
envie.
mean visually, then people
Donc
would
vous allez
want to
prendre la
eat
moitié
the
du
dishes.
persil
So you take
et le
half
mettre
of the
dans la
parsley
poêle.
dans
and
la
you add
poêle,
it to the pan.
exactement. On va saler, poivrer
Then
notre...
salt and pepper.
Hop.
Salt and pepper.
Il y a des légumes que tu adores travailler, toi?
Are there some vegetables
moi,
that
mon
you
produit
particularly
favori, c'est le
enjoy
manioc.
cooking?
Une
Well,
fois que c'est
actually,
bien fondu, donc on en a pour 2-3
my
minutes.
favorite
On va arrêter le
product
feu.
is cassava.
Il est fort là, non, ça va?
It's quite
ça va,
strong,
ça va.
right? No, it's okay.
Vous avez donc les haricots cornis qui sont
Here
déjà
you've
cuits.
got the beans. They've
D'accord.
already
Tu veux
been
que j'arrête?
cooked.
Comment?
Tu veux que j'arrête?
Should I
Oui, on va
stop?
arrêter le feu.
Hop là.
Yes,
Il nous reste
please.
l'avocat et les tomates.
Turn it off.
Donc les tomates, on va les couper en deux,
Tomatoes now. You cut them in
dans le
half,
sens de la longueur,
like this.
et on va réserver.
And you
bien
put them
présenter.
aside.
Oui,
Because
parce
we
que
want to
là
make a
aussi, c'est
nice
ça, la façon
presentation.
moderne. Quand on fait le Gari Foto, tout est mélangé. Hein.
When you
fait pas-
make a Gari
ouais,
Foto,
on
everything
installe pas
is
comme tu vas le
mixed
faire.
Non,
together,
c'est
but
comme à
we
la
will do
maison,
another
c'est,
presentation. So you
c'est
have
la
cut them
bonne franquette.
lengthwise.
Et alors le manioc, comme t'en parlais.
You
Donc,
were
pourquoi
talking
t'aimes
about
travailler le
cassava,
manioc?
right?
J'aime
Why do
travailler le
you
manioc
like it?
parce que je me suis rendu compte
Because
que
I
toutes les recettes
realized
à base
that
de pommes de terre
all
peuvent être
the
remplacées par le
potato
manioc. Et
dishes
on peut faire
could
encore
be
au-delà.
made with cassava, and you
Donc,
can even do
on faisait
more
des
with
recettes à
cassava.
base, et dans quasiment tous les continents, hormis
On
l'Europe,
all
où
the
on n'en trouve
continents
pas,
except
mais en
for
Asie,
Europe,
en
in
Amérique,
Asia, in
en
America,
Australie, on trouve
in
des recettes à
Australia,
base de
you
manioc en
have
Afrique.
recipes with
qu'on-
cassava
et
in Africa as well.
différents, et ce qui est bien, c'est qu'on peut en
And I
faire de la
think what's
farine,
interesting
sans
is that
gluten,
you can
pour des gens qui sont
use it
intolérants au
as
gluten. On peut faire des gratins
cooking
avec, on peut
element
faire des
for
pâtisseries avec, on peut faire
gluten-free
moi, je
dishes.
fais un crumble,
It can be
demande
used as
à
a
base
flour.
de
You
farine de manioc.
can do a crumble
Ça passe très
with
bien, et en
cassava
plus,
flour,
souvent,
for
c'est plus
example.
croustillant
It's really
quand il y a
nice,
du
and usually
manioc
it's a little bit more
que quand
crunchy
c'est de la farine
with
de blé.
cassava than with
D'accord.
wheat flour.
Et alors comment tu le travailles, toi, le manioc?
So how do
Donc
you
après,
work with
soit
manioc?
c'est la tubercule
Comment?
fraîche,
Ouais.
Usually
soit c'est le
it's
gari,
either
la
the
semoule,
fresh vegetable
soit c'est la farine, donc
the
ça a vraiment la
tuber,
texture de farine.
or as a
Donc
flour.
ensuite, donc, vos tomates
Cassava
sont coupées
flour.
dans le sens de la longueur. On va prendre
So
l'avocat.
once they're cut lengthwise,
Dans un
your
bol.
tomatoes, you take the
Alors
avocado,
moi, je privilégie les avocats
take it
tropicaux.
out. I usually use
je trouve qu'ils sont
tropical
meilleurs
avocados
en
because
goût et
they
ils sont moins
taste
fibreux, ils
better
sont plus
according
gros.
to me. They're
Mais
bigger
après,
with
tu
less
choisis
fiber.
Dans le
Do
magasin.
you pick them already
Ou pas,
quite
ça
soft
dépend,
in the
mais
store?
avocats
It
tropicaux sont des
depends.
avocats qui ont la
But
peau verte.
tropical
D'accord.
avocados have
Les
this
meilleurs, en plus, ce sont ceux
green
qui viennent par avion.
skin.
parce qu'ils
The
ont
best
vraiment été en
ones
maturité,
are the
dans
ones that come
sur le comment on appelle ça, sur l'arbre, et ils sont meilleurs vraiment en goût. Donc on
from
va écraser
in
notre.
plains,
avez normalement
but
une
only
fourchette
when
que
they
je vous
have
ai
the
mis.
times to really grow
Ce sera plus facile. Quoique,
on
en
the tree
bois,
for a long time.
c'est plus compliqué.
Et on va saler aussi, on va faire une petite purée. À la maison, si vous
make
avez
a
un
little
mixeur, vous pouvez
puree.
le faire au mixeur.
If you have a mixer, you can do.
rouleau à
You
pâtisserie
can use
ou
it,
un-
or you
au
can
pilon
just
mortier,
mash
vous pouvez
them
complètement. En
with
fait, ça
your
dépend de la texture de la
mortar.
chair. Plus si
And,
elle est un peu ferme, ça va être un peu plus dur à l'écraser. Mais si c'est
your mortar and your pestle.
si elle est vraiment tendre à la cuillère,
If
même
it's
ça
soft,
s'écrase
it will be
facilement.
easy. You can
Le
just
sort du
use
feu,
your
je laisse sur le
spoon.
feu.
Bah, là, comme c'est éteint,
Ça va.
ça va.
Okay,
bien.
the heat is
Donc ça va,
turned
ça
off,
suit.
so
On y arrive.
Donc vous avez un
We're
citron
good.
entier qu'on va couper en deux.
you have a lime. You can cut it in half.
Donc dans notre avocat écrasé, on va mettre,
Our
donc on
avocado
l'assaisonne,
is
un peu de
mashed
sel, un
or
peu de
crushed.
poivre.
You can add a little bit of pepper and a little bit of
Et on va mettre un peu de
salt
jus de citron pour qu'il ne
and a
noircisse
little bit
pas.
of lime so it doesn't become brown.
Donc vraiment.
Donc ça, ce sera pas pimenté. Hein.
Just a little bit. So there's
Si,
actually
en fait,
no
ça a un peu de
chili,
piment, mais c'est
here.
du piment doux.
Ouais.
Donc
Oh,
il est
yes,
pas
there
fort comme le
is
piment
chili,
qu'on dit piment
but it's
antillais,
mild. It's not like some very
Donc là, ce sera pas
ça,
hot
non.
je vous rassure.
En plus,
peppers,
c'est un piment
rather
qui,
chilies.
lorsqu'il est cuit, il perd de
They're
sa
really
force.
mild,
Le piment
mild,
que j'ai
and
choisi.
because we have cooked this mild chili I talked to you
Pour se
about
lancer, c'est
before,
un bon plat alors.
it will
Oui,
be even
pour se
milder.
lancer, c'est un bon
So
plat.
it's nice
Après, ceux
as
qui ne
a
veulent pas manger
starting point for a dish, right?
relevé, en tout cas pimenté, ne sont pas
Yes,
obligés
for
de,
people who don't want
ne
to
sont pas obligés de le
eat
mettre.
chili with their
Toi,
meal, they
j'imagine
don't
que tu
have to put
expérimentes
the
énormément.
chili
À chaque
in
fois,
the
tu
pan.
mélanges
So
tout.
you do
À chaque
experiment
fois,
a
moi,
lot, right? You
je suis
mix
une grande testeuse.
a lot of
Donc,
different things
je
together.
mélange
Yes, I
tout
really
et
enjoy
ça me permet aussi de
experimenting,
savoir
trying
ce
things
qui moi me
out,
plairait et ce qui plairait
and
aussi
it helps
à un
me
client qui ne connaît pas.
see
Il y a des choses,
what
je veux
I
dire,
like, what
ça, c'est peut-être
people
trop
may
fort en goût
like
pour quelqu'un
my
qui
clients.
découvre. Pour
I
quelqu'un
know
qui est
that
déjà
some
initié,
dishes
ça peut
may
être
be too
intéressant pour faire
strong or
redécouvrir de
spicy for
façon,
people who are
voilà.
discovering
D'accord.
this kind of cooking.
On va
Donc,
commencer à dresser.
On a
Now,
le gari qui est normalement semoule.
you have gari,
On a
that is
nos
already a
aromates qu'on
semolina.
a fait
You
cuire.
have the
On a la
vegetables that are
tomate,
cooked,
la moitié du persil
tomatoes,
haché, l'avocat qu'on vient
avocado that is
d'écraser.
mashed
Et pour les
now.
haricots, tu as dit que tu les as déjà fait cuire. On
And
a
you
dit
said
comment
that
Je
beans
les ai fait
had
cuire
been
dans de
cooked
l'eau bouillante
before.
salée,
Tout ça.
pendant 20 minutes
Yes.
à peu près.
Ok.
They've been cooked
Voilà.
before in the water
là-
for about 20 minutes.
On va mettre notre gari au fond.
Now you put your gari
Donc là,
in
on
the
dresse en
bowl.
mode Pokéball, donc forcément
So
la
you
base
start the
en bas.
presentation as a poke bowl.
Sur tout le bol, j'imagine.
So gari is the basis of the dish.
Et t'aimes bien toi les Pokéballs
Do
hawaïens?
you actually like
Oui,
Hawaiian
après, je suis
poke
pas
bowls?
fan de poisson cru.
Yes,
Ça,
but
c'est beaucoup
personally
plus,
I don't really
culturel.
enjoy
Ouais.
uncooked fish, but that's
Ça, c'est
really a
plus
cultural
culturel.
Et en
thing.
parlant de
Autre chose.
culturel, au début de quand on était en coulisses,
When
on a parlé de ton émission sur Canal+, et tu me disais que
we
tu goûtais
met,
d'autres choses dans
you were
d'autres
talking
cultures.
about
Exactement.
your TV show on Canal Plus. You were
Qu'est-ce qui
saying
est
that you were
atypique et que tu as
trying
déjà
out many
mangé,
things.
François?
So, is there
Alors,
anything strange that
atypique,
you've tried before?
alors, déjà,
Something
au Togo,
unusual?
je me suis
Well,
rendu
in
compte que
Togo, I
la-
realized
là-bas, ils mangeaient très pimenté.
that people
Ensuite,
eat
ça va
very
être
spicy food.
au Kenya, j'ai dû
In
goûter
Kenya,
I
had to try
du sang de chèvre mélangé au lait, du sang frais.
Du sang frais de chèvre,
fresh
vous entendez?
blood from a goat, fresh goat
ça va?
blood.
Enfin, non, c'est
Ok.
pas bon.
It was nice
En
to
tout
be
cas,
honest. It
ça a l'air
wasn't.
personnellement,
I didn't
ça a l'air
enjoy it,
impressionnant.
that
C'était
experience.
pas à mon goût, on va dire.
I mean,
On va dire
let's
que
just
c'est
say
pas
I
bon,
didn't
c'était pas
like
à
it.
mon
I
goût.
can't say it's bad,
il
but
faut dire
I
ça
did
dans ce
not
cas-là.
enjoy it.
C'est impressionnant, c'est rouge du coup. Tu
That's
vois,
what's
avec le
impressive.
lait,
It
ça
must
va.
be really, really
Mélangé,
red.
alors ensuite, j'ai eu quoi?
And-
J'ai eu. Donc on va après sur votre gari, vous allez
So,
mélanger. Enfin, vous
After
allez
you put
dresser
the gari, then you
ro-
put
tour à tour. Alors normalement
all
dans le
the
potato bowl,
elements,
c'est
one
chaque
after the
ingrédient qui
other.
sont tout autour.
in a poke
Après,
bowl.
vous
All
êtes
the
pas obligé de
elements
faire comme ça.
are in a circle.
D'accord.
You don't have to do it that way.
Et il y a eu un autre truc que tu as mangé.
There's something
Alors, il y a
else
le
that you've eaten
crocodile en
before.
RDC.
Yeah,
Ils
I
ont
had
amené un
crocodile
crocodile
in
Ils l'ont découpé
Congo.
devant moi.
It was alive at first,
dépecé
and
et
they
tout. En
cut
plus,
it in
j'ai
front
compris
of
ce que veut
me.
dire la larme de crocodile ce jour-là parce qu'il
I
avait
understand
vraiment
what
des
a
larmes.
crocodile
Oh là
tongue
là.
means this
J'ai
day.
compris ce que ça
They really
voulait
butchered
ce
it in front
jour-là,
of me.
parce qu'il avait vraiment des
This,
larmes.
sorry,
Ensuite,
I
qu'est-ce qu'ils
understood
ont
the
fait?
expression
Ils ont,
crocodile
donc là, j'ai
tears
mis les tomates,
in French
j'ai
because you had
mis des
so many
haricots.
tears. Then I put the
Donc j'ai
beans.
l'avocat. Alors
got the
l'avocat, vous pouvez
avocado.
le mettre comme vous voulez. Moi, je vais
You can do it the
faire
way
une
you want.
petite
Quenelle.
Look
quenelle.
at what
Ça
I'm
paraît
doing. It's
simple,
a
mais je vous
quenelle.
assure qu'à faire, c'est pas
It
si
looks
évident,
very,
ça.
very
Tu maîtrises,
fine,
mais essayez chez vous
this
avec
little
2
ball,
cuillères
but
comme
it's
ça.
actually not that easy
faut
using
vraiment
the
avoir un
2
coup de main.
spoons. You really need to train to
alors
be able to make a
en
nice
plus,
shape
le
like that.
crocodile, je me suis dit, ah non, je vais pas le manger. c'est pas possible
First
parce
I
que
thought, okay, I'm not going to
j'arrive
eat
pas à
that
manger quelque
crocodile.
chose que j'ai vu vivant.
Ouais, je
It's hard
comprends.
for me to eat
Et,
something I saw alive,
mais c'est un plat qu'on fait pour les hôtes de marque.
but it's
Ah oui, donc,
something that you
les
cook
invités de
for
marque, tu
famous
peux pas dire non, sinon,
people who
ça-
come,
non,
for
non, non,
remarkable
j'ai
guests.
mangé le crocodile
So I
et c'était
had
très bon.
to eat the
J'ai
crocodile, and it was
culpabilisé
really
parce
nice.
que j'ai
I
trouvé ça
felt really
vraiment bon.
guilty
Je
because
m'attendais à ce
it
que
was
ça soit
actually
mauvais pour moi.
really
Ah bah non, je mange
tasty.
pas ce que- mais c'était
I
vraiment
thought,
très
you
bon.
know, I would think, okay, this is
Alors,
bad, I'm
je te
not
laisse
gonna
le
do
faire.
it
C'était
again, but it was
vraiment
actually
très, très bon, le
really
crocodile.
tasty crocodile.
Est-ce que ça va? Est-ce que vous arrivez à suivre?
Are you all good?
Vous êtes fort, vous êtes fort.
Wow, all of you are doing so well.
J'imagine que vous avez très faim, donc forcément ça vous
I
encourage à
imagine
aller
that
plus vite.
you must be starving at this point, and maybe that's why
Je vais
you're
aller
working
voir.
so fast.
Alors après, on peut rajouter.
If
Parce
you
qu'il y en a
want,
qui vont dire oui, mais
you
c'est
can
peut-être un
add,
peu
and
sec et
maybe
tout. On
some
peut faire
people
une
will tell
vinaigrette
me
à
that
côté.
it's a little bit
Huile
dry.
d'olive,
You can do a
citron
vinaigrette, you
vert.
can use olive oil and the
Et
lime.
regarde,
Moi je vais voir Cyprien parce que Cyprien,
I
j'ai
want
vu
to
que tu avais
talk to
commencé à goûter.
Cyprien because he
C'est
started
super
tasting. It's
J'ai vu que
so
tu avais
tasty.
léché les
It's
doigts.
really good. You actually
L'avocat
licked
est
your
très bon.
fingers, right?
L'avocat tropical.
Oui.
Yes,
Vous avez
it's
déjà mangé
really
de la
good.
cuisine africaine, vous
Did you
Jamais.
try
Genre un
African
petit
cooking
resto,
before?
non?
No.
Même pas
Non, jamais.
Never,
Et
it's
j'en
my-
ai
it's
jamais
m-
même entendu parler qu'il y avait des restos de.
I didn't even know
cuisine
there
africaine.
were African
J'en ai jamais vu.
restaurants
grande
here,
découverte.
C'est
so
ça.
it's a real discovery for
Vous n'avez
you.
pas voyagé en Afrique?
You've never traveled in Africa before.
Alors là, visuellement,
We have
en
failed
fait,
the presentation.
le
I think the
Anto,
problem
c'est
here
trop drôle.
is
C'est-
that
je balance, mais c'est pas grave. Alors visuellement, on se dit.
there's
non,
an
c'est pas
issue
comme
here
Anto. Mais parce
because
qu'en
it
fait,
doesn't
c'est
look like
expliqué en
Anko,
mode,
but they only
j'en ai
made
pas fait deux.
one
Ah,
bowl, not
du coup, vous allez
two.
partager.
So you'll have to
Après,
share
j'ai
this
d'autres
one.
bols s'il y en a qui en veulent. hein.
I've got other bowls
Mais
here if
on
you
est-
want.
Ça ne changera pas le prix, donc ne vous
Donc,
inquiétez
pour
pas. ça
Don't
sera-
worry,
rajouter
the
du
taste will
croquant,
be the
je
same.
rajoute, donc
So
je
if you
disais,
want it to
s'il y en
be
a
a
qui
little bit
veulent,
more
avec
crunchy,
le
well, actually, I
citron,
was saying
ils peuvent. Alors, j'ai dit,
with
nous, on utilise
lime,
pas, en Afrique subsaharienne,
in
on n'utilise
sub-Saharan
pas
Africa,
l'huile
we
d'olive.
don't use
Parce que
olive
déjà, c'est très
oil
fort en goût,
because
et puis nos
the
épices ont déjà beaucoup de
taste's
goût.
really strong
Donc,
and our
utiliser l'huile
spices are
d'olive,
already
en
really
fait,
strong. So
déjà, on n'a
using
pas d'olivier.
olive oil, well,
Et en
first of all,
plus,
we don't
même si on
have
voulait
olive
cuisiner avec,
trees,
c'est
but
trop
even
fort en
if
goût,
we
et quand
wanted
on a
to
des
cook with
épices
that,
qui sont déjà très fortes en goût, on utilise des
because
épices
we
neutres,
already
comme
have
l'huile
strong
d'arachide, de
spices,
colza, de
we use
tournesol, de
colza,
maïs,
sunflower
donc pour
oil,
des vinaigrettes.
and
Donc s'il y en a qui
different
veulent, par
oils
exemple, ils peuvent,
that
avec
do
le
not
reste de jus de
taste as
citron,
strong.
faire une sorte de sauce
notre bol.
So,
vinaigrette
but if you
avec
want,
le-
with the
le
olive
sel,
oil and
poivre,
lime,
du
you
jus
can
de
do a little
citron
vinaigrette,
vert, un peu d'huile. Parce qu'ils se
lemon,
disent que ça peut être un
well,
peu-
lime,
être un peu
olive
sec,
oil,
ils
salt and
peuvent le
pepper.
faire aussi.
If you
Et à
fear
la
that it
fin-
might be a little bit too
Attends, viens vers là.
dry.
On va bien voir. Hop,
Ah pardon.
tiens, on pense à ceux qui sont chez eux.
And I'm thinking about the
vont pas
Et à la
people who
fin, pour
are
le
at
côté
home.
croquant, c'est rajouter.
And if you want it to be a little bit more crunchy,
c'est la banane plantain que je
you
casse
can
un peu comme ça.
you can add plantain crisps.
On peut la
I'm just
mettre entière,
breaking
mais
it
c'est vrai que la
like
casser, ça
that.
va
You
apporter
can
un
Parce que
peu.
t'as encore plus de
put it
couleurs, alors.
whole, but
Ça va
it's
avoir un
nicer
peu
if you break it
de
a little,
croquant,
so
non.
it will be
Parce
a
que
little bit
le Gari,
more
quand on l'a
crunchy. Because
réhydraté,
Gari, once
c'est
it's
vrai qu'il est croquant au début,
rehydrated,
mais comme il est
it's
réhydraté,
crunchy
il n'a
at
plus ce côté
first,
croustillant.
but
Donc,
because
le
it's
fait
been rehydrated, it's
d'utiliser
not
un peu de
crunchy anymore.
banane plantain,
Hence
ça va
the
apporter un peu
use
de
of
crunchy.
plantain.
Et finir avec
And
notre persil.
then you finally add
Ça
the
se conserve bien,
parsley.
tu peux préparer le matin et partir au travail
It's
avec, en
nice,
plus.
right?
Bah,
You
nous,
could
on mange ça-
make it
oui.
in the morning
Après,
and go
nous,
to
si on
work
mange
with
ça au
it.
petit déjeuner,
Well,
et même au
we
travail, t'as
eat
même
this
plus besoin,
at
tu carbures,
breakfast, and then at
Tu
work
poses.
you don't need to eat
Tu
anymore.
poses.
You've got enough energy.
Tu carbures jusqu'à 6 heures.
You'll be able to work until 6 o'clock.
C'est trop bien.
That's really nice.
Alors du coup, pour apprendre la cuisine africaine,
So to learn African
la
cooking,
base, c'est quoi?
the
C'est d'avoir
basics.
quel ingrédient à la maison?
what
Alors,
ingredients
la
do you need
base,
at home?
c'est déjà les
So the
aromates.
basics.
D'accord.
Nous, quand je suis arrivée en
Herbs.
France et
When
que
I
je
came
suis
to
arrivée à l'école
France
de cuisine,
and I
on
went
m'a
to
dit,
cooking
ici, pour
school, I was
assaisonner, c'est
told
sel, poivre.
here it's salt and pepper.
Nous, c'est pas possible, c'est le
And
poivre.
that's not
Ça
what
ne
we
suffit pas.
do.
Non, ça
It's
suffit
not
pas.
enough.
Donc, ça va être les aromates,
So-
ça va être, c'est souvent alors il y a le sel, il y a le poivre.
Salt and
Et après, il y
pepper,
a
of
des épices
course, and then you've
locales.
got aromatics,
qui ont pas de nom en
herbs,
français.
some plants that do not have a name in France. In French, like the néré powder that we used.
On a un fruit qui a un goût d'ail.
We've got fruits that taste like garlic or truffle. We've got different kinds of spices, ginger, onion, garlic.
Au Sénégal, on dit no-cost.
In Senegal, there's no-cost. It's a seasoning paste that you can use to marinate or to make some dishes.
Donc ça, c'est déjà la base. De toute façon, j'ai sorti un livre qui s'appelle
what
Goût
we
d'Afrique,
use, and
où
I've
je
actually
réexplique tout ça, et vous
published
avez
a
différentes pâtes de
book
condiments,
in
et
which
différentes
I
recettes
speak
qui
about
vraiment
that,
s'adaptent à
talk
tous
about all the
les
herbs,
goûts
and I give
alimentaires, que ce soit
different
végétarien ou mangez pas gluten, viande,
dishes,
poisson,
and
des
it's
recettes traditionnelles,
you
des
will
recettes un
find
peu plus
vegetarian
modernes.
dishes, but also dishes with meat or fish.
Alors, il nous reste 1 minute, même 50 secondes.
We only
Est-ce
have
que
1
tu as
minute
tout
left.
dressé? Après,
Is
tu lèves les
everything
mains, tu
ready?
dis c'est fait.
Ça y est, c'est
You
fait.
can raise your
Est-ce que tout le
hand
monde a
when it's
dressé,
done.
ceux qui ont fini, lève les mains.
Have you all finished?
Ok.
Wow.
Comme les célèbres émissions de télé.
It's
Merci à tous.
just
Alors,
like
du
in a
coup,
very
là, vous avez,
famous TV
j'espère,
show
chez
that
vous,
we know.
essayé
We
de suivre
hope
notre
that
recette
you
tout au clair
did this
pour
at
pouvoir
home,
faire,
that
parce
you
qu'il
took
va
some
falloir
notes
effectivement les petits
so that
aliments.
you can
Merci infiniment, Anto,
do it
c'était
again.
passionnant.
Thank you
Merci,
very
je
much,
suis hyper
Anto.
contente d'avoir
It
eu
was
cette initiation avec toi. J'espère que
really
vous aussi,
interesting.
chez
I'm
vous,
so
vous le
happy
savez, ce sont
that
des ateliers qui
we
se
did
tiennent
that
aujourd'hui à la
together.
Cité
There
des
will
Sciences et
be
de
other
l'Industrie.
workshops
Vous êtes chez vous.
today
Vous pouvez tout suivre
at
en direct.
Cité des
Le
Sciences.
prochain est à
You can
14h15
watch it all
avec
online. The
des
next
plantes
one is
comestibles,
taking
si tu as
place
envie
at
d'acheter Anto. Et
2:15
donc,
if you
on
want
vous a
to
proposé cette
stay
recette parce
with
que c'est un
edible
festival
plants.
Botanica qui a décidé
There's
de
a
mettre en valeur
festival
l'Afrique.
called
C'est
Botanica
important de
that
parler de cuisine
is
parce qu'on l'a
about
vu, elle est
showcasing
diverse,
the
elle est variée
diversity
et elle est peu
of
connue.
plants
Donc voilà, ça vous a
on the
peut-être
African
donné
continent.
envie de goûter. En tout
If
cas, maintenant,
you
je
want
laisse
to
la
try
parole
this
à Macha, qui
dish,
se promène dans les différentes
it
expositions
will
de
encourage
la
you to cook
Cité.
it. And now I give the
Merci
floor
à
back to
tous.
Masha.
Merci Anto.
Merci à vous.
Welcome back. We're very happy to see you here again for this festival at the City of Science and Industry. This is the third workshop of the day, and we have Amandine here with us. How are you, Amandine? I'm well, thank you. How are you? I'm very pleased to have you with me. So, you started a business which is called Fleurivore, and this is a company which is offering the first bouquet of edible flowers. Is that correct? Yes, everything's edible. So we have various varieties. We have a chive flower that you may know, and then we have different leaves. We have here a French tea, green tea. Okay, so you receive the bouquet at home and then you can use it in your food. Is that correct? Yes, there are recipes that are there to also guide people and to show them how to use the flowers, how they can be used raw, cooked, in salads, in omelettes, in desserts. There's lots of things you can do. Okay, that's great. It's true that we don't necessarily think about that kind of thing. I'm sure you're all very comfortable at home, on your sofa, or at your desk, or perhaps on your balcony, because it's a nice day today. And you'll be able to watch us on the Cité de Sciences et de l'Industrie website, and also on YouTube. And there are also people here at the museum, and they are able to take part in the workshop. So welcome to the people here. Thank you very much for joining us. You have in front of you what you need to create a herbarium. That's not we're not doing a bouquet today, is that correct? That's right, we're not doing a fresh bouquet, but we're doing a herbarium which will be composed of edible plants and flowers, and I will go through them throughout the workshop. And you'll also leave with a nice object. Okay, so because flowers, sometimes you can eat them, but you also want to keep them, is that correct? Absolutely, they look so good. Okay, great. So for this workshop, what do we need? What do we need at home? Is it possible for people to follow along at home? Yes, absolutely. So here I have a frame with a chain. So I feel like an air hostess explaining how this works, but just make sure you don't break it. That's true. So I have a clasp, and a chain, but if you have a more classic photo frame, you can just take out the photo, you can take off the back, put the flowers in it, and then you can put the back on it. So you won't have the see-through aspect that you get with this particular frame, but it will look just as nice. You'll also need dried flowers as well, and I will present them to you. You can use any dried flowers, no fresh plants, because when you put them into the frame, it will still be moist, and therefore it may not age very well, and it may also lead to some mold. So you really have to use dried flowers. Do you need glue? No glue is needed. Just your fingers. And a little bit of creativity as well, to make sure that your object looks good. Great. We have lots of people, lots of kids in the room as well, so we have lots of little helping hands today. So, can you tell us about the flowers that you're going to use for this? So, we can use dried flowers. We have some dried flowers that are edible. So, we have violet and yellow flowers, and you may be able to smell these flowers. We have a pale flower. It's called immortal in French. It's also called the curry plant because it has a scent that is very reminiscent of curry. It's a bit of a smoky smell. I'm not sure whether you'll be able to smell it through the mask. Let me just take it off briefly then. Oh, that's true. It does. It smells of curry. And just to give you the anecdote, this is a flower that we found in the south of France, so that grows naturally. Okay, so you just pick flowers, you don't buy them. Well, these ones we bought from our producer, these ones we picked, and these ones we bought from our fresh producer, and we dried them. So this is cameline, and so it's a plant that is has little bits at the end of its flower. Okay, so this is for the first stage of the workshop. What do we need to do? Well, first of all, you should prepare your frame. So just open the frame. And you'll see that just next to you, you have a piece of paper. Take this piece of paper to clean the inside of the frame before placing your flowers in them. This is just to remove any fingerprints or marks on them. And so, as I mentioned, you have a clasp at the side that enables you to open the frame. And we're just going to make sure that we give it a good clean. So, that was the easy part. Now, what we're going to do now is we're going to move on to the creative stage. So, for this creative stage, we're going to take the flowers. You can see that there are some flowers that are very thick and that won't be able to fit in this two-sided frame. So, we have to separate them a little bit so that we can flatten them. So, we're going to separate them, and you can see the different shapes, so the different sizes. This enables you to see what it will look like. And so what's the aim? The aim is to create something that looks good, something pretty, is that correct? So for an herbarium, you just put the label on it and that's it. You want to create a nice pattern, is that correct? That's right. We have different patterns, different colors, a pale yellow, cream, beige. And so the idea today is to create something that looks very good. We really want to create something that we could keep forever. And do you add labels to your herbariums? Well, we have some very small labels here. You can write down the varieties that we're using. I will go over them at the end of the workshop. That way you have a record of the edible plants that we've used today. Okay, but you don't use it, you don't put it inside or next to the frame. It will be next to the frame. Okay, so what you need to do next is to prepare the flowers. Some of them are too big, and then some of them have stems or stalks that are very tall. So let's try with this one. Sometimes you get some stems that are that don't look very good, so you can reduce the size of them. Break them down, and then once you've done that, I can show you how we can put all of these together to create this herbarium. Okay, great. So let me go to see our audience today to see whether they are managing to do this or not. What about you? Well, I'd like to know whether the paper, it says fleurivore on it. What is it? Is this seed paper? It's not seed paper, it's recycled paper. That's why it looks speckled. That's why it's not completely white. Wow. You managed to recognize that. But that could also be tomato leaves as well. Well, I have paper like this too. And it has grain seeds in it. And did you plant it? I tried to. I started. I put it in water. I think you had to put it in soil, did you not, Hugo? No. It said on the paper that I shouldn't put it in soil. On the paper, it said I had to put the paper in water for 24 hours. And then I had to put it in soil 2 centimeters below the soil. And then, what did you do? Did you wait to see whether it sprouted? Apparently, it will grow flowers. Okay, well, you'll have to send us a photo, because you didn't bring it with you. Okay, I'll do that. And do you think you'll be able to find an interesting shape for your herbarium? What are you thinking of? Well, I am just separating them a little bit like this, and I am going to then try to flatten them. And what I did is I removed some of the layers so that I can flatten them, and then I'll put them in the frame. But what shape are you going to do? I don't know yet. Well, I'll let you think about it, okay? Okay. Okay, great. Amandine, can you show us what are the shapes, the different shapes that you propose? Well, even with very little, with very few flowers, you can do quite a number of things. So I'm going to suggest a couple of compositions here. So depending on the flowers you have, depending on their shape, their size, some ways of creating the shapes will differ. And therefore, what we're going to do here is we're going to put all of the stalks to the bottom, and then the flowers will rise to the top, and then it will give the impression of a bouquet of flowers. And so what we're doing is we're placing the different flowers, and what's interesting is to separate the different colors. You have some very bright colors, and what we're going to do is we're going to try to spread them. We don't want yellow all on one side and purple on the other. We want to make sure that we have a good balance, and this is what will give a very aesthetically pleasing aspect to the herbarium. But it's very personal, obviously. You have to find the composition that you want and the layout that you want for your living room. Okay, well, whilst they're testing that out, you said that you go to pick the flowers yourself. Is that correct? But I'm sure you have to also dry them. Is that correct? Yes, well, there are two main practices for drying flowers. You have what you call the pressed approach, and what happens, paper absorbs the moisture out of the leaf. And so that's what I do. I do it in books, in fact, and it enables you to place the leaf inside the book, and it enables you to flatten the leaf, and you're able to flatten an entire leaf, and you really get the shape of a flower. It looks very, very good. And then also the cameline that we used, the camelina rather, we don't want to waste that, so what we do is we pick it, we let it dry for a little while, we put it head down so that the flowers are facing away from sunshine, not too much moisture, and that is how the flower will dry, and then you'll be able to use it to create your herbarium. Okay, but you keep the same volume of flowers, is that correct? Yes, that's right. And I imagine that you often create herbariums, Amandine. Are there colours that work better than others? Well, today I've gone with yellow and purple. It's very joyful, and I also like to work with colours like red and yellow, or pink and purple, so colours that are very close to one another. And then we can have natural looking herbariums, so with the browns and beige, so very natural looking colours. It's also very nice to have those types of herbariums as well. Okay, so do you keep them forever? Can you keep them forever? Because you know sometimes flowers do lose their colour. They fade. I was about to mention this. You do have some flowers that do fade, and then some will maintain their bright, vibrant colour. This flower, which keeps its colour. Then we have the mimosa here. It was its season not long ago, and so it dries very, very well, and this is from us. And you can see here that the yellow is very vibrant, very bright. We can use this. So we have very cute looking branches and flowers that we can use in our herbarium. Okay, so this you dry it and you can use it right through the year, is that correct? Yes, that's right. I didn't suggest using it today in the workshop because it's very fragile and you need to have a bit of experience. But if you do have some at home, you could try it. Okay, so do you use tweezers? Do you use tweezers? Sometimes, yes. Sometimes when I need to stick them down, I may use some tweezers to be able to apply them, yes. Okay, great. And so, I feel as though we've given our participants enough time to make some progress. How are you doing, Hugo? I think that we're going to spend the afternoon with you, Hugo, I think, because you have lots of things to say, so perhaps you can be my co-presenter. This plant, it stings.
D'accord.
Do you think? Yes, a little bit. And what about your creation? Did you make any progress? Yes, well, I pressed down my plants. You don't need to do that just yet, just arrange them. Well, some did break. Well, you have the seeds so you can plant them again. How about you, sir? You seem to have gone quite far. What is your idea here? I like symmetry, generally speaking, but I'm trying to move away from that here, as you can see. No, it looks great, but I'm keeping the colors together. I'm not mixing them. Do you approve that, Amandine? I didn't say, but well, perhaps you can come over to see. And don't hesitate to ask any questions and ask Amandine for advice as well, if you would like to. Amandine, would you like to join us over here?
Alors, hop, je reviens. Si tu ne peux pas bouger, je viens à toi. Ok.
So,
on fera le tour après alors.
We will go around in a moment, and I'm going to suggest another arrangement. And this is a circular arrangement. So for this you need small flowers. Break them, separate them, and then you can put them, arrange them in a circle or in another shape if you wish. And what we're going to do is we're going to create a small circle with small flowers. And unfortunately, I don't like the look of the stems, and so I remove them. And so that way I can place them in a circle. I'll arrange them in a circle. You could also do letters, could you not? Why not? That's a good idea. That's a very good idea, in fact, particularly for kids. Hugo, why don't you do an H for us? And are you using French flowers? Because now we've spoken a lot about fruit and vegetable, but what about flowers? Flowers are not always French or European. Many are important. Do you choose local flowers? Absolutely. We only use French flowers. There are roughly 8 to 9 flowers out of 10 that are from abroad, so Holland, which is not very far away. But it's a country that needs to warm their greenhouses, so it's not very environmentally friendly. And then flowers that arrive from further away, well, that's not very environmentally friendly, and they are also grown in social conditions that are a little concerning, let's say. And since in France we are using reducing amounts of pesticide, it is better, in my opinion, if you have the opportunity to use French flowers so that you can offer gifts to your loved ones and to your family. And don't forget that pesticide also remains on flowers, so you're able to breathe those toxins in. Yes, that's true. There are studies that show that in a living room it can be a pollutant. So it's very important to think about it when you buy flowers, plants, etc. And so obviously we're looking for the well-being for plants, and obviously sometimes this can have the opposite effect. Okay, so do you have a third proposal? Yes, we have a third one, and this is... 1 second, let me just finish my circle, just 1 moment. I was starting off with a C, but I'll do a circle. Okay. Well, we haven't pressed them yet. We haven't pressed them down. No, we do this once we have chosen the arrangement, once we've decided on the arrangement, just before closing the herbarium, and then it will be finished or almost. Sometimes you have to touch it up a little bit or do retouches.
Some people are already trying to close the frames. Maybe you'll have a few surprises. While you are finishing your circle, I'll just take a look around the room. Hello, Constance. I can see you tried to close it. There is a flower that came out, and I put it back in the frame. Are you happy with what you did? I'm very happy. Will it suit your decoration? I will actually give it to my mother tomorrow because tomorrow is Mother's Day. Oh, so you were a little bit late in finding a gift. Well, as you can see, no. Well, personally, I didn't do the circle. To me, it's more of a landscape. I mean, I tried to make a landscape. So you're trying to close it, then you need to press. Well, good for you. It's a bit complicated. You can use the palm of your hand to really press the frame and try to close it, and then you can use the clasp to close it, and it should be good. It should be all good. Oh, I'm a little bit scared. If you're unable to close it, maybe it's because some flowers are thick, like the status or wavy leaf sea lavender. Maybe you need to cut them a little bit more, the yellow flowers, because they're still too thick. You need to work on these flowers, maybe. So I come back to you, Amandine. What about your third proposal? Well, I finished mine. I finished the circle. It's like the trendiest proposition these days, but let's start with a clean slate. I think I heard it on my right. It's symmetry. Personally, I enjoy starting with a flower in the middle, and then I follow a symmetry with colors and shapes and sizes, and I build the frame like this. This is the third proposal.
Et du coup, au niveau des fleurs séchées,
so we haven't talked a lot about the dried flowers. All these flowers are natural, the colors are natural, but sometimes in shops, some flowers are actually painted. They are actually dyed, rather. Lots of dried flowers, first using chlor, and they are bleached with chlorine, and then they add dye, like some flowers that are white, like for example Gypsophila, are dyed and they become bright orange. But you don't use this type of flowers. No, we only use natural flowers. Before we talked about local flowers, you really buy flowers around here, right? It's a short circuit business. Yes, it is. We try to buy in Ile-de-France, or if we can't, we buy in France. Very nice. Some people have started again. Can you show us what it looks like when you close it? Are there some tricks that we should know? I like to close it fast. Then I press the flowers a little bit. Oh, we can hear the noise. And once they're pressed, maybe you need to put them back to the space where they were because they moved a little bit. And then you close it. Wow, some of the frames are really, really, really beautiful. So this is the symmetrical presentation. It's not my favorite. My favorite was the circle one, but this one is nice as well. Jérémy, this one is for you. And then you can put it on your wall, right? And there's no upkeep. Well, no, not at all. It shouldn't be exposed to the sun directly. You can actually change it every season. You can, pick some flowers in the summer or in autumn. You can even use some leaves. The autumn colors are really beautiful. You can find, reddish flowers or orange flowers, and mixing flowers with leaves as well. It can be very simple and nice. nice. So maybe you can do that once every season.
Moi, je fais mon petit.
What do you do?
Je fais rapidement mon petit.
Personally, I will just do a C to give it to you as a present.
Tu nous expliques aussi
And
au niveau des fleurs, toi, qu'est-ce
can
que tu
you
as travaillé? Alors, on va
please
plutôt reparler sur
tell
les
us
bouquets comestibles.
what
Quelles sont les
you
fleurs que
enjoy
tu
working
recommandes
with?
d'avoir peut-être dans son jardin
What
pour
are
pouvoir
the
les
plants
manger ou les
that
mettre en
we
bouquet?
should have in our personal gardens to eat? There are many flowers that people can eat, and actually some people know about them. Roses, lavender, the daisy flowers, you can eat them as well, and you can find them
J'ai goûté au sirop de sureau.
very easily in nature. And elderberry, right? Yes, you can have elderberry drink. It's quite, it can be quite sparkly. It's really nice. And there are many flowers that are not famous to be, that people don't know that they're edible, like begonia. It's very citrusy. It's very nice. You can find it easily in shops. Really, you may already have begonias on your windowsill. Can I please walk around the room with Amandine? Am I allowed to do that? Yes. Let's just check out what our students did today. Because sometimes you need to help or coach students. I imagine you see similar propositions from time to time. Hugo, what did you do?
J'ai pas vraiment mis des branches, mais
well,
en fait,
I haven't used stems,
exemple, tu vois, je prends la
but
branche,
as you can see, I take the stem
et je les mets dans mon cadre.
And I add it to the frame.
Ça demande parce que comme ça c'est moins épais.
Because it's not as thick and it's easier to close, right? It's a good idea. And what did your dad do? It's also a little bit blurry.
Hugo, le cadre de ton papa ou le tien?
Below. So is your frame nicer than your dad's, Hugo? Well, you know, I don't like to compare, actually. Well, your son is quite perfect, isn't he? Now, there's another family member here. It's the same family. It's quite nice. It's also a little bit blurry. You can see all the petals. Yes, with my mom. We took the petals from the flowers, we sliced them a little bit, we cut them, and then we pressed them and we put them inside. Did you enjoy it? Yes. It's wonderful, madam, because you'll have a couple of frames tomorrow, right? 3 of them. Not only you will have learned some stuff today, but you also have these very nice frames. I like these better than pasta jewelry, actually. Oh, well, I don't agree. I quite like the pasta jewelry. The girls, Clara and Constance, you've started fresh, right? Yes, it was a little bit harder to do something else, so no, I'm back to the circle and I've got a C now. You could do a T, right? Well, personally, I'm struggling to close it. Have you broken it? We will give you another one. I will bring another frame for you. I will bring you a new one.
Oh, il est sympa celui-là.
Oh, this is really nice.
Oui, pour le fermer.
Could you maybe help us to close it?
Vous les avez bien détaillé.
Have you really cut the flowers? Well, if you manage to close it, it would be really nice. If you can do it, it would be nice. I don't have any frames left, so please don't break it. We came here as a family. Very nice. What exhibition did you check out? The Spies. Was it good? Yes. What did you see? I haven't seen this exhibition yet. Robots and many games.
Des lasers.
lasers, and we had to avoid them, otherwise we would have lost. Have you lost?
On devait décoder quelque chose.
And we had to decode something.
On devait décoder quelque chose
Something.
Pour le voir.
We had to decipher something
bien, effectivement, que vous me clarifiez
to have information. Wow, I'm not sure I get it. Yes, it was. We had to do this this mission that was so important to have nuclear information. Wonderful. She managed to close
Et
it.
du coup, il y avait des fleurs qui étaient très proches du bord. Je les ai
There were
un petit peu
flowers that
ramenées,
were
j'en ai
too
écrasé une ou
close
deux, et après j'ai pu fermer
the
en
edge of the
appuyant tout
frame,
simplement et en
so I had
glissant le
to
fermoir.
take them out
Et là, du coup,
and
ça tient.
close it, and it works.
Légère.
So you've actually
J'ai pas
changed
touché le côté créatif, promis.
this a little bit, right? No, I promise you, I haven't changed anything
Merci beaucoup, bravo.
to
Hop,
it.
on passe à côté.
Wonderful.
On voit, mademoiselle, vous êtes
Thank you
très
very
impliquée,
much.
je vous vois depuis tout à l'heure, à chaque fois vous vous donnez beaucoup de mal.
Oh, you are really working
Ça te plaît,
hard,
comme
young lady, aren't you?
T'avais déjà fait ça?
Do you enjoy it? Yes.
Alors,
Have you done it before? No. So, Amandine, what do you think about this? It's really pretty, but I'm not sure you will be able to close it because it's quite thick at the edge and empty in the middle. I'm not sure it will close well. If it doesn't close well, you should put the flowers in the center. You can still keep the same shape around the frame. It could actually, the flowers could actually block the frame. What have you done? It's a little bit more messy, like your comrades at the front. It's very organized here. One is very organized and the other one is a little bit more free. It's quite hard to close it. I had something that I really liked on my friend, and then when I closed it, it changed it a little bit. That is why I closed it first, and then I put some flowers back into their place, and then I closed it the second time. It's the most technical part. She is really trying to flatten flowers. The idea to leave the seeds out is actually quite beautiful. Congratulations, it will be very pretty in your bedroom. Gentlemen, this is another kind of proposal.
Alors là, je ne saurais dire.
I don't know what to say. Oh, so, well, I failed if you don't see what it is. It's like the Hochsachs test in psychology, you know? You know, I've got big fingers. It's not that easy to do.
Non mais bravo, c'est bien, c'est
wonderful.
En tout cas, c'est chouette.
Ça vous détend ou pas?
Do you feel quite relaxed with this workshop? Yes, actually. So how do you feel? Do you forget about your troubles here? Yes. I don't really have any specific idea. I'm trying out things. I really like his idea of the smaller flowers in the middle. So you want to copy your neighbor? Not really, I'm just trying out things. Well, you should trust yourself. So far, I'm not really happy with what I have. Oh, I don't agree. I think it's actually quite interesting, this shape. You still got a few flowers left. You can use camelina. I think it can be quite nice, so I'll wait and see what it looks like in the end. How much time do we have? You have 5 minutes left. Only 5 minutes. 5 minutes to make a flower. But you can actually take a little bit longer. That's okay. There's one last table here. And you're so cute. I saw you before on camera. So what have you done? I have done an hexagon. Wonderful. What flowers did you use? Do you remember the names?
Alors regarde, t'as la pro, elle va te réexpliquer. Faut que tu retiennes.
The expert will tell you. Yellow is the curry plant, the Mediterranean straw flower, because and status is yellow and purple, and the last one is camelina. It's quite pretty. It sounds like a name. What's your favorite name or your favorite flower? Do you remember one of the names?
La calonine.
La calonine, he says.
Eh ben, en tout cas, c'est très beau ce que tu as fait. Bravo.
Joli. It's very beautiful what you've done.
Alors là,
Thank
on a
you.
une nouvelle famille.
My new family.
Quelle composition.
What are you doing?
Un effet un peu déstructuré.
This is very much destructured. That's what I wanted. Well, you've done it.
Les étamines.
You can see the smaller parts of the flowers. You can see the stamens.
On voit que tu as connu.
You can see also the pistil.
Wonderful.
Wonderful. Clearly, you know about the science of it all, and you come to the Cité des Sciences to practice a little.
Sympa.
It's not done yet.
C'est ambitieux.
What about yours? It's quite ambitious. There's a lot of work here. It's a square in an hexagon. Wonderful idea. Well, he did something else first, but then he changed his mind. So actually they're very quiet, right? Very reasonable. Well, my children are always very reasonable. Well, this is what I did myself. Personally, I see a tree. It was a quite rural proposition, right? Very pretty. Hello. So are you done? Are you happy? Yes. Is it working? Yes. Perfect. Everything is in order. I can see that you have really sliced the little flowers. That's really nice. So Amandine will go back to the front and give some advice before the end. Gentlemen, hurry up. It's almost over. Just putting pressure on them. So we need to remind people that they should free their mind and just create. It's a very creative workshop. You just need to take some time and let your imagination run. Just trust yourself. Do you see different, personalities in the frames? Yes, sometimes we do these workshops in companies, and some presentations are very structured. Some frames. So I'm always thinking, what kind of company is this? So I finished my C for Carole. It's for you. Thank you. I haven't worked and I still get a gift. Because we are very practical, we got you this so you can transport your frame, and please take pictures of your creations and send them to us. I want to remind you that today, thanks to Masha, we will walk around the different exhibitions in the museum, the temporary exhibitions and the exhibitions that will open soon, and there are other workshops. There's the next one at 3:30 with Paysans des Couleurs. You will be able to draw. If you want, you can stay. You will be able to learn how to make paintings with flowers. Amandine, can we wish something for you and Fleurivore? You are a new company. You are currently developing. Yes, we are. So if you want to eat edible flowers, you can come to Paris, but we also deliver everywhere in France. And maybe some last words. Once the frame is clasped, you can just clean it a little bit so it's clean and there's no marks from your fingers.
N'est-ce pas, Constance?
Right, Constance?
Ah, elle s'appelle Carole.
Carole.
Vous l'embrasserez de ma part.
Your mom is named Carole, right? You kiss her from me. Well, thank you very much. At home, if you want to start, now is the time. Plants are very creative, and we will see it all day long and tomorrow with the Botanica Festival that is taking place at Cité des Sciences et de l'Industrie. Thank you very much. Thank you, Amandine. And now, back to Masha.
Merci Carole et merci pour ce temps d'échange et cet atelier
Thank
qui vient
you,
de se
Carol.
dérouler
Thank you very much,
effectivement
and
sur les
thank you
plantes.
for
Nous
that
sommes, comme tu le disais
workshop
très bien, à la
on
Cité des
plants.
Sciences et de
We are
l'Industrie
at the
et
Cité
plus
des Sciences
précisément
and
devant
Industry,
l'entrée de
and
l'exposition
more particularly,
bio-inspirée. Et
we
c'est pas
are
par hasard que nous
in
sommes
front
là.
of the
Nous sommes dans le
bio-inspired
cadre de la première
exhibition,
édition
and
du
we're here
Festival
as part of the
Botanica.
first
C'est un
edition of the
festival
Botanica Festival.
éducatif et
It's an
divertissant mené par la
educative
Cité.
and
J'espère que vous passez
fun
un bon moment. Nous, en tout
exhibition
cas, oui, je
organized
vous
by
invite
the
d'ailleurs à
Cité,
passer nous voir
and
à la Cité des
you
Sciences
are
et de
welcome to
l'Industrie
come
ou alors
and
vous
to
connecter
drop
sur
by
la
and
chaîne
to come and
YouTube
visit us,
de
or
la
you
Cité.
can
Il y a quelques jours, j'avais le plaisir de
go
rencontrer
on
la
the
fondatrice
Cité de la
d'Aglaé
Sciences
pour une
YouTube
expérience
page.
exceptionnelle.
And so today we're going to hear
Dans le
from
sous-marin,
Design
l'Argonaut, qui est
Aglier and
situé
their
devant la Cité des
experience
Sciences et de
in the
l'Industrie.
Argonaut, which
Une
is
rencontre s'est faite
in
entre
front
la
of
nature et
the
la
Cité de la
beauté
Science
du
et de
bâtiment
l'Industrie.
dans une mise en
And
scène digne d'Avatar. Je
it
ne vous en dis pas
is
plus
a
pour
staging
retrouver
that
juste
is
après ce
reminiscent
partage.
of Avatar.
Et juste
I
en
won't tell you
suivant,
much more.
un jeune scientifique
Let's
viendra
go
lui
and
aussi
find
nous
out
donner
more
son
about
regard
it. We're going
sur
to
ce
hear from
continent absolument
a
incroyable que nous
scientist
explorons et découvrons depuis ce matin, le continent africain.
later
À tout
on,
de suite.
and we're going to hear more about the African continent. We are here in front of the Argonaut, which is the submarine that has been displayed in front of the Cité des Sciences et de l'Industrie since 1991. This submarine received lots of different special effects that have been applied to it, and we're going to present that to you now. I'm pleased to have here Sophie Humbert, who is the founder of Aglaé. Sophie, can you explain to us what Aglaé is? Well, Aglaé is a startup that is specialized in bioluminescence. Okay, so what are you doing today in the Argonaut? Well, the museum gave us a carte blanche to stage the submarine with bioluminescence and bioluminescent plants. Okay, so can you tell us a little bit about what we're going to see inside? Well, in this submarine you have 500 plant species, which we're going to see today, and it took 4 days to organize all of this. We have a total of 30 meters of installation inside the submarine. So let's go and take a look. So here we are in the Argonaut at the City of Science and Industry. So Sophie, what's the message you want to send about nature, which is taking over or trying to reclaim possession? That's correct. During the lockdown, we noticed that nature started to regain ground, and that's what we wanted to express here in an artistic way. Thank you very much, Sophie. Let's continue. So we are here in one of the engine rooms of the Argonaut that has been completely redecorated. So here, once again, we see how nature is taking over machines. So what's the process that you've used for this phosphorescent effect? Well, at Aglaé, we have created a nutritive serum which is absorbed by capillary action. What does this mean? This means that this serum is applied to the cells of the plant, so you can see the veins of each species. So each species is different with a different effect to the serum. That's how we can see the geometry of the living organisms through the different species. So here, for example, you have a sedum plant which shows the veins very clearly because it drinks a lot of water. We have here the Bilbergia nutans, which is tropical, that we don't always see, that looks like a fruit or coral. And then we have fern, which is more well known in Europe, which looks very different thanks to this fluorophore, which reveals a new side of the plant. This principle does not use any genetic modification. It is a serum that reveals the cell walls of the plants. And here, for example, we have the Tenantia, which absorbs through the spores and also on the surface, and then the rest is also absorbed via the stem stalk or the root system. And so how long have you been using this process, and how did the idea come to you? Well, I created Aglaé 4 years ago. The process has existed for 5 years, and so I had to think about it during my studies. That's where I came up with it. In my design studies, I created a partnership with the School of Agronomy, and I discovered this, wanted to try it out, and our objectives now are bigger, that is to say, to find different sources of light to light up our cities in the future. Okay, that is one of the projects of Aglaé, to show the strength of nature, is that correct? And how we can use nature. And the message, or your message rather, is one of public service. In fact, you have an ambition to light up our cities differently, is that correct? Yes, absolutely. It's an ode to nature. It's to say that thanks to nature we have functional solutions such as lighting solutions. It's a poetic project, but it's also very functional. We really want to apply these processes so that we can really ensure that plants have their place in our cities. And why not in a nuclear submarine as well? Okay, so talk to me about your career. How did you combine science, nature, and events? Well, quite simply, it was a long process. The serum was created for aesthetic reasons, but also functional reasons. It's the work of a designer, of course, and then I also integrated a team of researchers so that we could think about how we could go further with the technology. How many work for Aglaé? 7 full-time. Great. Shall we continue? Yes. This is quite unbelievable. I really feel as though time has been suspended and that humans are no longer in control. And here we are in this huge room, which is the main room of the Argonaut, which is actually quite particular. I'll let you describe it to us. Well, here you have the torpid launching room, and just next to the torpedoes, rather, the sailors would sleep. Oh, so with this room, you had a very particular intention. You wanted to create a hat of flowers from the top of this ladder, is that correct? Yes, absolutely. So here we can see the place of plants here with these plants that climb the ladder, and we really wanted to create a hat of different plants that fall down, as we can see here. Can you remind me of the name of this plant? This is Spanish moss, or Tillandsia usunoide. Often, people compare the serum that you use to Avatar, the film. Can you describe to us and explain to us why you made this choice? Well, we chose species depending on our artistic intention, so we wanted to choose species that weren't very well known by the public, such as Celosia, for example, which looks a lot like coral, which is very velvety. And then we also have Anastasia species as well, which looks like coral as well. And then we have several different species which are not well known by the general public, that are generally from the tropics. And again, they are aquatic species. And so the connotation here is one of bioluminescence that you find here, that we can see here in this submarine. And sailors use it thanks to bioluminescent species that we find in nature. Okay, so can you explain to our audience what bioluminescence is? Well, it's a natural phenomenon, an enzymatic phenomenon, and it enables living things to light up without energy, without electricity. So it's autoluminance, luminance that is created by species. So it could be jellyfish or plankton, for example, and other aquatic species that you find on the ocean floor. Okay, great. So how are you able to reveal the best of each of the plants that you use? Well, quite simply, the creator chooses the space, and then in our lab we check the reaction of the serum of each species, and then we will make our selection based on that, depending on the idea we want to roll out. Okay, so do you have any innovative objects here? Yes, well, we want to make luminescence durable. We want to be able to apply it to root plants, why not conifers, and then also trees, to see whether we can find lighting solutions for the future for public lighting and in urban settings. Okay, so it's an ecological approach. Yes, because we don't use water, we use very little. We don't modify the plants at all. And you have done a number of set designs for different types of audiences. Are there any set designs that stick out in your memory? Well, we have worked for a very kind of cosmos type of set design. It was a new planet, a new discovery, a new species, and so we decided to have a very sci-fi atmosphere that would transport the viewer, but that would be very immersive at the same time. Great. So let's continue. Let's have a look around.
Mauritius lies in the Madagascar and Indian Ocean island biodiversity hotspot. As a result of deforestation, climate change, and other human activities, the country's rich biodiversity is highly affected. The International Union for Conservation of Nature has rated Mauritius as the third country in the world to have the most threatened plant species. 89% of the endemic plants on the island are now considered threatened, and 61% of the country's indigenous species are classified as extinct.
One of such plants which has been largely affected by human activities is Erythroxylum Cité roxyloides. Locally known by bois de ronde, this plant is endemic to Mauritius and Reunion Island and is classified as vulnerable and is medicinal.
Erythroxylum Cité roxyloides is a shrub up to 4 meters in height with branches of about 3 millimeters. The plant has cracked mosaic pattern barks. The leaves are simple and alternate. The plant is heterophyllous, that is, the juvenile leaves on young plants are different from the adult leaves. The adult leaves are more or less oval, dark green above and yellow-green underneath, unlike the juvenile leaves, which are long and narrow, with a dark blue-green midrib. The plant bears white or creamy solitary flowers and fruits which become dark reddish-brown when ripe. This shrub is distributed in dry or coastal regions of the island, for example, on the crest of the Côte de Garde, Bras d'Eau, Magenta, Yemen, Mont Sèche, and Îles Aigrettes. I propagate bois de ronde in our plant nursery, and the saplings are planted on Îles Aigrettes and Round Island as part of the forest restoration work.
Okay. Bonjour, moi, Jay Moutsami, herboriste au marché central pour lui. Nous, la famille Moutsami, dans Tisane depuis plus que 4 générations. Aujourd'hui, nous pécons le bois de ronde côté plusieurs propriétés. Mais plus beaucoup de monde dans Maurice nous connaît bois de ronde pour combattre calcul rénaux, calcul de la vésicule. Et ce nom botanique, c'est Erythroxylum lorifolium ou Erythroxylum sideroxylide. Et quand nous servons bois de ronde, nous pas servir du tucel. Tout le temps, nous faisons un bon mélange avec bois de ronde. Parce que quand nous prenons les tucel, il est capable de fatiguer nous les reins. Souvent, on dit que nous bois de ronde parce que nous avons un problème qui est, et dans le bois, les reins affectés. Je dis non, pas bois de ronde, ça coûte là, parce que mon bois de ronde, moi les reins affectés. En fait, un dosage important dans nos bandes tisanes. Quand nous servons bois de ronde, nous mélangeons avec plusieurs plantes qui nous appellent, bon, comme fondamane, biguignon, villebag. Bon, souvent, le nom botanique, c'est Aphlogatiiformis, Antidesma madagascariens, et Rhizophora micronata, etc. Il y a plusieurs plantes, plusieurs compositions possibles. Là, nous avons comment nous écrivons une composition, il faut des lits balancés, il faut des lits homogènes. Un traitement de tisane, c'est un cycle à lune. Nous avons grands-parents longtemps, je peux respecter la nature. Ça veut dire, je peux veiller quand la ligne naît, je commence de tisane et je suis ça 28 jours. Là. Parce que je trouvais toutes les affaires qui sont reliées avec la nature, c'est 28 jours. Alors, je commence après 28 jours avec une discipline alimentaire. Par exemple, nous pécons, dans le cas qui me cause pour calcul réneux, nous faisons éviter un produit qui contient calcium. Parce que le calcul, c'est fait, c'est un dérivé calcium. Calcium oxalate, urate, etc. Alors, quand nous donnons un tisane là, évidemment, nous, Mauriciens, nous mangent beaucoup de piment et épices. Nous faisons diminuer nos consommations de piment et épices pour ne pas gagner de crampes, de spasmes, de douleurs. Tous nos tisanes, quand nous servons, c'est toujours avec discipline alimentaire, durée de traitement, avec nous faisons une façon de boire, nous pas boire n'importe comment. Normalement, nous devons commencer une tisane après nos petits déjeuners, une heure de temps après. Nous, chaque 30 minutes, chaque fois nous finissons prendre tisane, dans le cas du calcul, nous faisons prendre de l'eau. Tisane de l'eau chaque 30 minutes, intervalle, jusqu'à l'après-midi, mais nous faisons pas dépasser 5 litres liquides dans une journée. Voilà concernant ce produit qu'on appelle bois de ronde ou Erythroxylum lorifolium. Maintenant, ce bois de ronde là, il n'est pas seulement pour calcul rénaux. Nous sommes capables de servir pour arthrose, arthrite, douleur rhumatismale, enflure, nous sommes capables de servir comme diurétique aussi. Quelquefois, il y a aussi dans un cas, dans certaines formules, nous mettons pour servir pour antispasmodique.
Pharmacological investigation has shown that bois de ronde possess antifungal, antibacterial, and antioxidant properties. And the report has also shown that this plant possesses phenolic compound and alkaloid. Currently, more research are being carried out to evaluate the therapeutic properties of this plant with the aim to validate its medicinal use. At the same time, significant effort is being put by different stakeholders, for example, the Mauritius Wildlife Foundation, to conserve this endemic plant.
Nous retrouvons ici pour l'exposition permanente, une des expositions
So
permanentes
here
de
we
la
are
Cité des
for
Sciences et
at one
l'Industrie, une
of the
exposition
permanent
sur les
exhibitions at the
mathématiques.
Cité des Sciences et
Pour
de
que je vous explique
l'Industrie,
un peu la
it's
suite de
an
notre
exhibition
programme.
on
Dès
maths.
15h30, nous allons rejoindre
So
Carole
from
pour un nouvel
3:30 you
atelier,
will be able to
un
join
atelier sur les
Carol for
peintures
a new
naturelles
workshop
à
on
base de plantes. Cet atelier sera
plant-based
animé
paints
par
and natural
Paysans des
plant-based
Couleurs,
paints.
que
So
nous
we'll
sommes
hear from
heureux
Paysans des
d'accueillir dans le cadre de ce
Couleurs,
festival,
who we're
le
very
festival
happy to
Botanica,
welcome
ce
as part
week-end
of
à la
this
Cité des Sciences et de
Botanica
l'Industrie.
Festival at this weekend
Faites de la
at the
place
Cité des
chez
Sciences
vous.
et de
Prenez le
l'Industrie.
temps de ce nouvel atelier.
Take your
Dès
time
15h30,
and
la
join
Cité
us
vous
at
amène dans
3:30.
une petite expérience à la source de la
Join us
couleur végétale.
for this
Je vous dis
experience
à tout à l'heure pour la
about
suite du programme
natural
Botanica,
plant-based
qui
paints.
dure tout
See
le
you
long du
shortly
week-end,
for the
aujourd'hui et
next
encore demain,
part
de
of our
10h à
festival that
18h
will
à la Cité des Sciences et de
continue
l'Industrie.
right throughout the weekend.
Bonjour à tous et bienvenue à la
Hello
Cité des
everyone,
Sciences et de
welcome
l'Industrie
back
pour le
to
festival
Cité des Sciences et de
Botanica.
l'Industrie for
Je
the
suis
Botanica
coprésentatrice de
Festival.
Silence, ça pousse
I
sur
am
France
the
5.
co-presenter
Et donc,
of
vous l'avez
Silence,
compris, nous
ça
allons parler de
pousse on
végétal.
France
Frédéric
5
Voyer,
and
bonjour.
we are talking
On
about
t'appelle, on va
plants.
tutoyer, le paysan des couleurs.
Hello,
Dans
your
ton
name
titre, tout est
is
dit.
the
Tu es le
color
maître des couleurs.
peasant.
Tu connais
You
très
are
bien les
the
plantes et tu sais
master of
extraire
colors,
des couleurs des
you
plantes.
know
Voilà, moi,
plants
je suis à la
and
fois
you know
jardinier,
how to get colors
teinturier,
from
et
plants.
aussi, en
Yes,
fait,
I am a
animateur
gardener,
nature, donc je vais souvent avec des
specialized
enfants,
in
des
dye
adultes,
as well.
dehors dans les
And
bois, voilà.
Eh ben, c'est très bien, c'est vrai
I
que tu es
am
très pédagogue. Et
also
ça tombe bien
a
parce qu'il y a
teacher.
beaucoup d'enfants aujourd'hui, donc nous sommes
And that
en
is
physique à la Cité, donc sur
wonderful.
place.
I
Vous pouvez
often
aller voir
go
les
with my
expositions
children
et
to the
vous
woods.
inscrire et participer
Great.
à ces
So
ateliers, donc en famille,
here
comme
today
c'est
you
le
can
cas
visit
aujourd'hui. Et si vous êtes à la
exhibitions
maison, vous pouvez nous
and
suivre
you
parce
can
que
attend these
cet
workshops. You
atelier
can
est entièrement
also follow
filmé
us
et on va
online
apprendre beaucoup de choses.
because
Je vais
this
pas beaucoup
workshop
parler
is
parce que Frédéric,
filmed.
il a vraiment
I
beaucoup de choses à
won't
nous apprendre.
talk a
Alors
lot
déjà,
because
quelle
Frederic
plante,
has many
quelle
things
couleur?
to
Qu'est-ce que
teach
ça
us
donne les plantes?
Alors,
first.
déjà, en fait, peut-être pas
Tell us
quelle
about
plante, quelle couleur,
colors.
c'est plutôt,
It's not what
là,
plant,
par
what
ici, en fait,
color. It's more about
j'ai amené des plantes,
Ouais.
et des plantes, en fait, qui ont
well,
été
you know,
utilisées dans
see
le monde
here
des
I've got
couleurs
different
végétales
plants
pour faire des
from the
teintures,
world
fabriquer des
of
encres ou des
and
peintures. Même si nous,
plant-based
là, on va plutôt s'intéresser aux peintures.
paintings.
Et donc, il y a
And
des
there are
plantes un peu qui
different,
sont
you
un
know,
peu des stars
dyes,
du
but
monde
we will talk about
des plantes à couleurs.
painting.
Donc, comme par exemple la garance des teinturiers.
Here
Et chaque
you've
fois, en
got
fait, on
this
va
plant
utiliser des parties
that
différentes des plantes.
Pas forcément que
is
la
being
feuille.
used to
Voilà.
make
Par exemple, la garance des
dyes
teinturiers,
by
c'est en fait,
dyers.
c'est la racine
You've
qui a
got
été
this
utilisée.
here that you
Et
can
donc, on
see.
cultive, là,
I'm
on voit le
pointing at
feuillage
it.
ici
Ouais.
de la
We
plante.
usually use
Et
the
on voit
roots of
des morceaux
this
de racines.
plant
Donc, en
called
général, on fait une culture de 1 an à
garance.
3 ans. Et donc, ça veut dire
Madder.
que dans l'histoire des couleurs, on ne
Madder
gaspillait
root.
pas la plante.
And in
Parce
the
qu'en fait,
history
il
of
fallait du temps
colors,
pour que
well, you
la
should know
racine,
we
elle
would
se
not
charge de couleurs.
waste
Et la plupart des plantes à couleurs qu'on va évoquer, en fait, elles fabriquent pas
colors.
des
We would
couleurs
not
pour nous.
waste
Elles fabriquent
plants.
des couleurs
Plants
pour se
do not
protéger, en fait,
make
des
colors
agressions
for us.
extérieures, du
They
soleil, des petites bêtes
make
qui les
colors.
grignotent,
They produce colors to
voilà,
protect
etc.,
themselves
etc. Donc la garance des
from
teinturiers,
predators.
les
So
fabricants de
the
couleurs et les
madder
teinturiers
root
ont
was
réduit
used
en
by
poudre la plante
dyers.
pour gaspiller le
You
moins possible.
grind
Ils la
it in
déroulent
a
en contact
powder
avec l'eau
to use as
pour qu'en
much
fait,
as you
il y ait
can. You don't
le
want to
plus de
lose any of
particules
it.
en contact avec
They
l'eau et qu'on arrive à
wanted
extraire en
as
colorant.
many
Ça, on va en reparler.
elements
Oui, parce que là,
of
on
the
fait un peu un
root,
état des lieux
as
pour que
many
vous compreniez, et après,
particles
on va
to
peindre
be
ensemble,
in
vraiment,
contact
vous allez
with
pouvoir,
water.
les
So
enfants, faire
first
de la
off,
peinture à partir de
we
plantes.
talk
C'est
about
magique.
these
Donc
different
après, on va
plant-based
faire
paintings,
rapidement,
but
pas
then,
tout, mais faire un
children,
petit
you
peu
will
le
be
tour.
able to paint.
Donc là, c'était
I
la
won't
racine pour
describe
la
everything.
garance
So
des
this
teinturiers.
was the
Par exemple, là, il y a de la
madder
camomille des
roots that
teinturiers.
was used by
Donc ça, c'est une
dyers,
plante qui
and
n'est
this
pas
is
encore
the
en fleurs. Et là, on
chamomile
utilise les fleurs.
of
Et donc
dyers.
pour la camomille, par exemple, là,
For
les
chamomile,
teinturiers,
La floraison. Qui a lieu quand?
you have to
c'est
wait
en
for the
général au mois
flowers, right?
de,
When
on va
does it
dire fin
happen?
mai, ça
It's
dépend
end
aussi
of
de
May.
l'endroit, mais
It
en
depends where you
juin
live,
et durant tout
actually,
l'été aussi.
and
C'est une
June and in the
floraison très
summer.
longue.
It's
Donc là,
a
on
very
cueille les fleurs.
long
Là, en fait,
period
on a
of
amené aussi
bloom,
un
of flowering
cosmos
for
sulfureux,
the
un
chamomile.
cosmos orange.
Then
Et
you've
donc,
got this
on récupère les
cosmos
fleurs. Donc là, c'est
here.
les fleurs séchées de l'année dernière qu'on voit ici. Et donc là, c'est les fleurs. Là, c'était les racines pour la garance.
flowers from
Et
last
pour d'autres
year.
plantes, là, il y a une autre plante
So you've
appelle
got
qui est
this
une peu le star des plantes du
sulfur
jaune.
cosmos,
Donc
as
c'est
I
la
said,
gode ou
for
le réservoir
orange.
lutéola.
Then for
Et donc
this
là, on
yellow
utilise
here,
toutes les parties supérieures.
use
Donc à la fois les
all
tiges, les
the
fleurs.
stems,
Et on
the
l'accueille
flowers.
plutôt et on la réduit en poudre au moment de la
You make
floraison.
a
Parce qu'en
powder
fait,
as well
elle produit des colorants
when the flower
pour se
has
protéger, pour
bloomed,
garder
because
la
the
semence.
flower produces
Voilà.
colors
C'est en
to
fait pour se
protect
protéger,
itself,
être sûr que
to protect
que sa
itself
semence va
and
être mûre
to make
jusqu'au
sure
Et
that
donc les couleurs,
it
nous,
can
on va les cueillir
bloom
d'une
until
certaine
the
façon, on
end
va
of
voir
the
comment.
season. It
Mais
can
elle,
be in
pour elle,
flowers.
c'est des
For
agents
her,
protecteurs.
D'accord.
it's a way to protect
Et après,
herself,
on les fait
really.
sécher.
Voilà.
Parce qu'en fait, c'est
So
très
you
long de faire
dry
des pigments.
them, and
Mais ça, on va le
it
voir, on va en
takes a
parler.
long time to make
Donc là,
pigments,
après, j'ai
right?
amené
Yes,
de,
we
par
will
exemple,
talk
le
about this.
curcuma qu'on utilise dans la cuisine.
Here
Là, c'est
you've
des
got
racines de curcuma qu'on
another
utilise de la poudre, c'est la
kind of plant. It's turmeric that we use in
Ici, on a
cooking.
du brou de noix. Donc là, c'est
Here
la
you've
bogue
got
de la noix.
nuts
Et la
as
brou, en
well.
fait, c'est vraiment
Walnut stain,
l'enveloppe de la
actually.
bogue. Et donc, on
It's
va utiliser
what
ça.
you do with
ou
the
en tout cas, on va en
shell,
parler.
the
Et donc,
bug
ce n'est pas la noix.
of
Donc
the
là, c'est
nut.
plutôt
It's not
l'enveloppe du
the
fruit.
nut, you know.
Et juste à
It's
côté,
more
on
the
a une
envelope
poudre
of
orange.
the fruit.
Et
It's
cette
called
poudre orange, en
walnut
fait,
stain.
c'est du bois de
And
Pernambouc.
here,
Donc c'est un bois
it's a
précieux
type
dont on a fait
of
des tables de
wood
violon.
that
Et
is
ce bois-là,
used to
en fait,
make
ce sont des
violins.
micro-copeaux qui sont récupérés en
And
fait, chez les luthiers qui en fait
this is
ont des
stuff
mini-rameaux.
that we
Et donc
can
dans l'histoire
find
des couleurs,
at
en général,
violin makers or instrument makers. We talk a lot about recycling, you know, but violin makers in the past would not waste this wood. It was sold to dyers, and it's
Attention, attention, levez la main.
type. We're trying to guess what country was named after this wood. Brazil, yes.
Donc en fait, c'est le Brésil. Et donc
Brazil was named after this wood. It's being planted again in Brazil these days, and we use it to make colors. Here you've got oak trees. It's also called nut. It's a type of nut, but it's actually not a nut. And the tree has a reaction sometimes. This comes from Morocco, and we know Africa is the theme of the festival this year. And people who made colors in the past would take this because flowers react and they make tannin, and it's a system here really between a bug and a flower. If you add iron to this, you can make blacks or grays. There were also different types of inks that were made using this nut. So, when you make a dye, usually, you first make some kind of coloring liquid. And when you make a painting, you make a pigment. And today we will make a pigment with onion peels because we've traveled just now, but I wanted to show you that with everyday stuff you can make paintings as well. So first I will demonstrate, and then all of you are ready on the table and you will be able to participate. So onion peels, we have them at home. What do? You keep them and then you transform them. You can dye using onion peels, but that's not what we want to do. We want to make a pigment, and I want to explain the process. A pigment is not a plant powder with the first pigments, the first powder I described, it's not the same. So, what we are trying to do is transform the color into a pigment. First, we need to extract. So we're gonna play. It's not a kitchen here, but a place to make colors. So you take 1 glass of water, tap water, that's fine. In history, dyers were using rain to make these dyes. Rainwater. Here my pan was already a little bit hot. I don't want to make any mistakes. But you add 1 glass of water to the pan and you take your onion peels. Carol, can you give me a spoon, please? So here are my onion peels. And you basically make some kind of just herbal tea, but for a little bit longer, an infusion. And you need a lot of onion peels to make this decoction. You need a lot of matter. Basically, you will make something that is actually quite valuable. I actually did it before as a dye, and it gives a very interesting yellow or brown. Yes, you can make yellow with a lot of different flowers. And the idea here is to use something that people know. So you put the onion peels in the water, right? Yes, we are making plant-based paintings during the workshop, but it's always a marathon. When you cook at home, you want to offer something to your friends, and it's about our relationship with time. And here today in the kitchen, we have to accelerate things. Oh, it's not really hot, is it? Oh, it is actually. On. That's okay. The children are waiting, you know, so we are explaining what we're doing because it's important for you to know how you extract from plants, and then you will be able to draw. Don't worry. So there are different steps. First, you've got these containers here with the funnels, and you've got the coffee funnel. Can you give it to me, please?
Là, ça commence à chauffer. Et on va voir rapidement. Alors, je veux bien aussi un petit bout de papier.
Can you give me a piece of paper as well, please?
Demandé, mais je pense que ça va.
If it's not too much to ask, but I think that's
okay.
okay.
On va s'apercevoir que dès qu'on commence à chauffer,
and you will see that once it's hot,
qui est légèrement coloré, mais c'est quand même pas terrible.
It's colored,
Alors,
but just a little bit. It's not wonderful.
If
I had come here and to talk about color and you don't see the color, there's no point.
Donc je le
oh yeah, the
là.
promises wouldn't be fulfilled.
Toi, t'es du Tarn, hein?
You come
voilà,
from Tarn, right? Yes, Tarn-et-Garonne. I've got a garden with edible plants and also plants for colors. I think it's interesting in our history, in the history of mankind and plants, because we've garden to have basil, tomatoes, potatoes, but we also grew these flowers that enable us to have colors. Yes, of course, we are so used to buying paintings like gouache that we don't even think about how to make paint.
On aurait dû changer de poêle, induction tout à l'heure.
Maybe we should have used another system to cook. Oh, it's working. It's actually slowly coming out of the peels. What we're doing now is using something that was very important in history. We will use
que les fabricants de couleurs ont appelé l'aimant des
couleurs,
quelque chose qui attire les couleurs.
That was called the color magnet. It's been called the color magnet.
Voilà,
it's a powder here, yes. I've crushed it with a mortar and pestle.
Là, ici, c'est un bol en bois.
Well, here it's a bowl. Oh, you brought all your tools, right? You can see it on the table.
Voilà, avec la caravane des couleurs.
So you brought all your tools to make colors, right? I think it's okay now. And then you add a spoon
de pierre d'alun.
Of
Donc
alum stone.
Que la pierre qu'on a ici, qui a été
it's the same
en
thing you see here. It's just a
pour,
powder.
Comme cicatrisant dans certains
it
pays,
was
pour,
used in some countries to heal wounds. Sometimes,
etc. Donc là, je vais mettre l'équivalent
used in different water treatment plants.
De pierre d'alun.
So you add a spoonful of alum stone. So it's not been filtered yet, right?
Et vous allez voir quelque chose en fait par rapport à notre papier de
you just mix and then take a look at the paper.
En fait, avec,
we put some juice on the paper before.
Et dès qu'on a
it was a coloring, and now you add the stone and look at it. And now
en fait,
it's really, really yellow. Yes, it is.
Ça veut dire que l'homme
So
il suffit pas d'avoir des plantes, en fait, il faut avoir un peu de technique et de savoir-faire. Et l'idée là aujourd'hui, c'est aussi de transmettre
technical skills. And what I wanted to share with you today is technical skills. I think secrets are not good because they tend to disappear. So I think it's important to share our technical skills. And it's not only about my skills, it's about the knowledge of people, men and women, who've had these skills in the past. So now we will filter this. We will only keep the juice. So the alum stone has actually taken in the color.
C'est beau.
Wow, look at how beautiful it is. It looks like herbal tea.
Je vais aller voir une petite fille pendant que tu filtres.
I'll let you filter and I'll talk with a little girl in the room. Ava wanted to say a word. You told me you want to be an artist and that's why you're here. So you enjoy drawing. Yes. What do you draw at home? Just drawings. Drawings, but what? Flowers? You draw flowers? Sometimes I try, but it's not that easy. What would you like to do? Maybe I will do another kind of job. Yes. If I'm not an artist, I will actually be a baker. Wow, well, it's also an art form, and if I don't like it, I'll just be an artist. Will you show me your drawing at the end of the workshop? Yes, wonderful. So let's take a look at what Frédéric did.
Donc là, en fait, on a on a filtré, on a récupéré, en fait, on récupère un jus coloré.
Here you've got this colored juice.
Il nous reste un petit peu
You
de jus parce
filter
qu'un
it.
filtre, ça
There is some juice left because the filter is a slow process. So here you've got really this coloring
Et ce qu'on va faire, c'est qu'en fait nous,
of onion peels.
on va simplement, peut-être que c'est bien
And
d'avoir
what
le
we
récipient
will
un
do,
peu haut, là, le
it's
genre
nice
de
to
verre
have
mesureur, qui est juste là.
a taller
On va poser
container.
ici le filtre pour laisser
We'll just
écouter,
leave the
ici.
filter here
Et en fait, nous, il nous reste
to
ici
do
le
its
colorant.
thing.
Donc,
And
tout ce qui
here
est
what
des
you have
oignons,
in
si
the
on a un
container
jardin ou si on
is
a
a
un
coloring.
lombricomposteur, on peut les mettre au compost.
And the peels you can then
Donc
put
ici,
in your
le jus coloré
compost.
qu'on a là, ce
The
jus
colored
coloré,
juice that you
maintenant,
have
en fait,
here,
on va faire ce que les
now
fabricants de
it will
peinture
do what the
disaient qu'en fait,
paint
ils
makers
faisaient
do.
un fromage de couleur.
They
Ils faisaient
used
tailler
to
la couleur,
say
ils la faisaient
that they would
précipiter au
do
fond.
a color
Et pour ça, en
cheese,
fait, on a utilisé
basically.
quelque chose qu'on appelle
And
des cristaux de soude ou
we
du carbonate de soude.
Use
Voilà, et donc on trouve qu'on
something
utilise des fois dans les maisons
to
comme lessive,
do that.
Oui, c'est un détergent.
voilà.
Something
Voilà.
that
Mais qui est plutôt quelque
that
chose qui
we
est une
usually
matière simple et première en fait qui a été utilisée
use
pour nettoyer,
Et
mais
ça-
aussi pour fabriquer des
Et
peintures.
ça va épaissir.
Ben, vous
in
allez voir que
other
ça va
parts of the
faire.
house,
On va-
and that is
on va-
baking
ça va
soda.
On
épaissir,
fait des expériences.
mais on va
And it
surtout,
will
en
make
fait, on va
it
prendre
a little bit
une cuillère
thicker.
ici où c'est sec, et on va
Let's
mettre la
use a
valeur
spoon.
d'une cuillère de,
A spoon
je le pose ici, de cristaux de soude.
of actually it's not baking soda.
Donc on va y aller doucement
It's
parce qu'il va se passer une réaction chimique.
Attention,
Car
attention.
je sens que
Soda
Carole se
ash.
prépare,
Mesdames et messieurs,
mais
sous
voilà.
vos yeux.
Mais on va y aller tranquillement.
J'ai hâte.
We'll just do this slowly.
Ça pétille.
Oh, look,
On va en
it's
rajouter un tout
bubbly.
petit peu.
On voit
We've just
bien.
had some more,
Et on va même on va reposer le récipient où il y avait
and we'll just put
les
the
cristaux de soude, le
container
carbonate de soude, et on voit
back.
qu'en fait il y a une réaction
Look
et
at
que
the
ça fait
soda
des genres de
ash.
flocons.
It's, you know,
Ça ne se
like
mélange pas encore.
snowflakes.
On va le
Ouais.
mélanger.
We'll mix
En
it.
général,
Oh,
il faut
look
y
at
aller, il
this.
faut toujours avoir un bocal plus grand.
The
Bah oui,
container
parce qu'en fait,
needs
ça
to
peut
be a little
déranger.
bit bigger because, you
D'accord.
know, it
Donc c'est de la, en fait on
can
fait
actually overflow.
de la petite chimie ou de la grande chimie,
You know,
de la
it's
chimie
like
en herbe,
nice
pour
chemistry,
fabriquer en
De la
fait,
chimie verte.
voilà, de la chimie
green
verte,
chemistry if
mais
you
qui a
want.
été utilisée par les fabricants de
But it's been
pigments
used
pour tous
in
les
the
grands peintres.
past
Exemple,
by
Van Gogh et compagnie,
pigment
etc. Faut
makers
imaginer que quand Van
and
Gogh
by
faisait des
painters like
peintures
Van
avec
Gogh.
ce qu'on va faire là avec des pigments,
When
on va voir
he
comment ça
made
s'appelle.
his own
Il avait, avant
paints,
d'être connu, il avait pas
before
beaucoup
he
de
was
moyens.
famous,
Donc,
you know, he
donc
did
le
not have
pigment,
any means.
c'était quelque chose
So
dont il avait besoin
pigments
pour créer. Et donc
was
aussi,
something
a
he
priori,
needed.
Léonard de Vinci en a utilisé, etc.
Leonardo da
Voilà,
Vinci
Voilà, donc ça
used
veut dire que
this
là, tout à l'heure,
kind
on a
of
vu
pigments as
que
well.
dès qu'on a rajouté la pierre d'Alain, on a
You
capté des
noticed
jaunes.
before,
Là, en fait,
when
ça
you
commence à
added
saturer
alumstone,
et à
it was
devenir
already
presque
a little bit
orangé
more yellow.
ici.
And
Donc, ce qu'on va
now
faire
you've
maintenant, on
got
va faire
this
une
color
deuxième
now in the
filtration.
container, and now
Mais cette
we'll
fois-ci,
filter it
on va pas, vous allez
a
voir.
second
Donc, je veux bien,
time.
Carole, que vous me fassiez passer
And you'll
le...
see.
Tiens.
Carole,
Voilà,
can you
merci
give me
beaucoup.
this,
Et
please?
donc là, on va
Now,
ici,
you,
je pose la cuillère là dans
I
les
put
pelures
the
d'oignon.
spoon
Et on
here,
va filtrer,
Avec un linge.
and
voilà, avec un
Cette fois,
linge.
using a cloth,
Donc là, on va filtrer.
you will
Et ce qu'on va
filter
récupérer, c'est pas le jus,
the
c'est ce
juice,
qui va
and
rester dans
what
le filtre.
will
D'accord.
C'est
what
l'inverse
we
de
will
tout à l'heure.
use
Tout à l'heure, en
afterwards
fait,
is
Ça nous
not
intéresse
the
que
juice,
dans le filtre.
but
D'accord.
c'est
what's
ce qui va rester
left
dans le filtre.
in the filter, in
Et
the
avant,
cloth.
je dis ça, puis après on va passer vraiment à la phase
I'm
active
just
chacun.
Il y a vraiment beaucoup
saying
d'étapes,
a
hein,
few
quand même.
words,
Ben,
and
c'est-à-dire qu'en
then
fait,
we
faut
will
savoir que je trouve
start
ça
the next
montre
part
que
of the
pour
workshop
passer
and
d'une
work
plante
together.
de sa
So to go
racine
from one
qui
plant
s'effleure,
to the
en fait, un
root,
pigment,
the
on fait
flower,
d'abord en fait un jus coloré qu'en général
to
on
the
aurait utilisé
pigment,
pour teindre.
you need
Oui.
to do
Et là, en
this
fait, on
juice
capte ce
that you
jus
can
et on
use to
rajoute les
dye,
cristaux
and
de
then
soude,
you
le carbonate
use
de
the
soude pour
juice,
faire, en
you
fait,
add
un fromage de couleur.
soda
Et ce
ash,
fromage de couleur, en fait, ça s'appelle une
and
pâte pigmentaire qui va
this
nous rester
becomes
dans le filtre.
a
Et cette pâte
color
pigmentaire, si on la fait sécher,
cheese,
c'est un pigment.
and
Donc,
then
vous
you
voyez, on
dry
voit
it,
venir.
and it's a
Ça va,
pigment.
c'est un petit peu compliqué.
Mais
I'm
en même
sorry,
temps,
maybe it
on
was a little bit
a besoin,
complicated,
de-
but I
d'enrichir notre
want
culture et de
to
comprendre. Et je
tell
pense
you
que là,
that we need
même
to
si c'est nouveau,
know more, get
l'idée,
more
c'est de vous donner des
knowledge, and
clés
I wanted to
pour que
give
quand
you
vous allez à
some
l'extérieur, que vous en
tools so
parlerez,
that
ou quand vous allez
when
refaire
you
des
go
choses,
out or
ben,
when
vous
you
ayez,
start doing
ça
stuff
y est, le
again,
secret, c'est vous qui l'avez.
you will know
Voilà.
the secret.
Est-ce que
You
tu peux
have
teindre
the
quand
secret
même après
now.
avec le jus
And
que
then
tu
can you use
récupères?
the
Alors,
juice to
celui-là,
dye?
non.
You
Celui-là,
cannot
oui.
use
D'accord.
Et
the
en
juice
général,
that
si on
has
filtre
ash soda, but you can use the one with only alum
Et là,
stone.
quand on prend en fait
once you take the matter, the paste that is in the cloth, you have something that is yellow, and if you put it on the paper, you've got this pigment paste. Here, you can see that with the onion peels, you've already got 3 different colors. I wanted to show you this. I wanted to show you how precious it is. I feel that you've probably understood what it's all about. Now, let's start with our next steps. Well, onion peels are not the pigment, but the plant. No, I was just saying that we'll talk more about onion peels, right? Well, in the glasses in front of you, you have some stuff. You've got a tag on the glass. So why are there pigments on the table? Well, here in the filter, you've got some paste, but we need time for the paste to dry. And this here is the result of the process that we just did. It's an onion peel pigment. It's an onion powder. So once the water has disappeared, there will be some kind of paste or matter left. And now, what we'll do, and what's on your table, you will do the same thing. Once it's in the filter, you've got some more or less pigments that are bigger or smaller. Here on your tables, you've got different things. You've got indigo, you've got husk, and you've got sulfur cosmos. It's really different things. And now we will do a tempera. It's an egg yolk paint. It's an oil painting that you make with egg yolk. You will only keep the yellow part of the egg, and we will make a paint. What do we do? First, you can put your pigment on the table. Nice, to get some more space. What's inside the glass? Can you do it so you can show them, please? So what's in the glass? You can put it on the table. Personally, I've got onion pigment. You can do it with your own.
So this pigment, what you do, put it on the table, and the colour manufacturers, as we were explaining, in the past used something to grind the pigment. It's already ground here, and so what we have here is a nice madder red, and so just empty some out onto the table. Done. And so, now we have a pipette here, and you should have a glass of water, and the idea is to fill the pipette up, and to do that you have to squeeze the top of the pipette. So, with this pipette you can add 2 or 3 droplets to the pigment. Don't press too hard, it's just to add a little bit of moisture to the pigment. You should have a spatula next to you, just like this. And painters who use pigment with egg yolk that we call tempera use this flat spatula. And so what we're going to do is we're going to add a little bit of water, not too much, and we're going to try to add moisture to the powder. Should we protect the table? Right, that's a very good point. So if you don't have a table like this at home, you can do it with a pestle and mortar. Will it leave a colour on the table? It might, but here we have a table that can be cleaned, so, and sometimes we use plaques of granite or marble so that we can mix the pigment. And so we can add just a little bit of water here, as you can see me doing. You have to add it gradually and mix it. And I can see that there are several people around your tables, and so what you're going to have to do is to break an egg in half and separate the yolk from the egg white. And the young lady who said that she wanted to bake cakes later in her life, perhaps she can get a head start here by breaking some eggs. Okay, so you mix this up, and what result are we looking for here? What's the desired result? Well, we're trying to create a paste. Okay. And so what we're going to do now is we're going to start... I'll do it for you. Well, I'll break the egg. Great, so Carol's going to break the egg. And so I'll show you how to do it. So either you tap on the side of the egg, and I'm going to use a salad bowl. Here we go. And so, it's important to ensure the white of the egg goes into the container you have, or the recipient you have, and just keep the egg yolk. And so to create what we call a tempura, which is an egg-based paint. Have you tried an egg-based paint before? Never, I haven't, no. How is it going? Yes, it's going well. Had you ever done this type of painting before? No, I haven't. It's funny, is it not? Yes, it's magic. Do you like to draw? I like to draw, yes, I do. How about you? Do you like to do stuff at home with Mum? Both of you? I love it. They're feeling the pressure, I think. But this is a great day to learn new things.
Donc là, on peut en fait commencer à... Si vous avez gardé le jaune d'œuf,
vous pouvez refaire un autre, je vais aller vous chercher un autre.
Make sure that you keep the egg yolk.
Si on met le jaune d'œuf dans le verre qui est libre, et avec la cuillère, on prendra du jaune d'œuf qu'on mettra dans le pigment. Et avec votre spatule, vous allez continuer à mélanger.
With the spatula, we're going to continue to mix the pigment
un œuf pour l'instant. Voilà. On garde le deuxième, c'était au cas où on a un accident.
One egg for the moment.
Figure-toi. On a une table avec un accident.
Just one egg at a time, just in case there are any accidents.
Des peintures, les fabricants de...
Okay, so in the history of painting, just to give you an anecdote, paint manufacturers, or tempura paint manufacturers, used to use their hands like this, so that they could keep just the egg yolk. Okay, so you need to remove the white, the egg white as much as possible. That's correct. And often what I do is I use a cloth. But what they did in the past is they would just basically have the yolk go from one hand to another. This is one way to get rid of the egg white. So if you take an organic egg, then it will hold much better than an industrial egg. And so yeah, the idea is to remove as much of the egg white as possible, and then you take the egg yolk, so you can add the egg yolk to the pigment. And so what they used to do is that they used to take the egg yolk and to remove the skin that's around it. That's basically the purest way of doing it. But when Van Gogh obviously started to become more well known, he didn't do this by himself anymore. People started to do it for him.
Donc là maintenant, je vais mélanger.
And so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to mix this up, and Carol, if you would like to do the honors, please go ahead. So you have a spoon here, and you can mix it. Okay, so I mix it on the table, not in the bowl. No, do it on the table. Okay, great. So just like this. Yes, that's right. And with your spatula, have you all managed to add the egg yolk to the pigment? Have you done that? It's great to add egg yolk all over. So
Et là, il faut arriver à bien tout hydrater.
That you can ensure that it's all well hydrated.
Je peux tenir ici.
Tac.
Et donc, on va commencer à voir que si vous avez un pinceau qui est posé sur votre table, et donc on commence en fait à avoir une peinture, et on peut l'essayer. Même si vous n'avez pas tout mélangé, vous pouvez
Sorry,
essayer,
you have a
en fait, avec
paintbrush on your
votre
table,
pinceau,
sorry,
lancer
and
le
you
vin
can
hydraté.
take the paintbrush
Et donc, vous
and
avez votre première,
see
la première
what
tempéra de votre vie, fait
the
avec un pigment végétal.
results would be. So this is the first
Et après, tu peux
attempt,
rajouter plus ou
or
moins,
your
ça peut
first attempt
changer,
at
ça
using
peut rendre la
a
couleur
natural
Voilà,
plant-based
évidemment, comme
paint.
on a des couleurs là, on peut aussi mélanger des pigments.
And of course, you
Pour
can
avoir,
mix
si on
pigments
prend
as well.
un indigo,
So you
dire
can
quelque
go
chose
for
qui est
an
bleu,
indigo,
si
for
vraiment on met un
example.
colorant de surfora du Japon,
So
et bien on a
if
un
you
vert. Voilà.
want,
Et
if
donc,
you
quelque
have
part, le
blue,
jaune
then you
d'œuf
can
sert
add
de colle et de liant,
a
avec un
sulfurous
pigment végétal.
cosmos sulfurous
Mais en
from
même temps, on
Japan,
sait
and
comment
that will
fabriquer cette couleur.
change the color.
Et voilà. Je ne sais pas du tout où
Et
on
les
en est au niveau du temps.
pigments,
So,
il nous
I don't
reste
know
15
how we're
minutes.
doing
On va
in terms of
pouvoir
time.
ensemble.
Ouais,
You
on
have
va
15 minutes
on va
left.
faire,
Conseils de
faire
dessin.
un autre rapidement, un autre pigment.
Okay, well, let's try
Et
another
on va
pigment
pouvoir
very quickly
créer-
then.
Pour lancer les enfants pour leur dessin, peut-être
Well,
que
to
tu peux
get
donner
the
quand même
kids
des
going
conseils de
for
dessin et
their
après on fait le
drawing,
pigment.
perhaps we can give them some
Soit c'est
advice
carrément
about how to
libre
use the
cours à
paint.
votre imagination, en
Okay,
fait,
well,
tout
you
se passe
have
bien dans le
free
mélange.
reign. Let your
On va faire
imaginations
un
run
petit-
free.
viens faire un
Voilà,
petit
on
tour.
va faire un petit tour.
Perhaps
Ah,
we'll
que
go
tu
around
valides les
table to
mélanges.
table from table, table to
Alors, je
table.
prends un papier,
On peut la laisser comme ça, elle va pas sécher.
tout se passe bien. Mais c'est une peinture qu'il faut
So
utiliser assez
this
rapidement.
paint is paint
mais
that
ça va
you
aller.
need to use
On
very,
peut-
very
on a quand
quickly,
même du
but
temps de
it's
réaction.
okay. We have
On
time.
fait vite.
Okay, well, let's
Alors, on va
try to
regarder
speed
votre
up.
mélange. Ava,
So let's take a look at
qu'est-ce que ça
your
donne maman, il
mix. Wow.
Donc, et vous aviez quel pigment, vous?
And what pigment do you have?
C'est ici.
Indigo.
We had
Donc, c'est de
indigo.
l'indigo, et c'est fait avec une
Okay, so
plante
that's an
qui est sur
indigo.
la
So
table,
this
qui est la
is made
persicara indigo, celle-là.
by a plant which is called Persica indigo. It's on the table here. I'm going to look for it.
Voilà. Donc c'est une plante qui a été
And
cultivée
so
comme le
this was a
pastel.
plant that
Et en
was
fait, elle est cultivée
cultivated.
aujourd'hui encore. Il y a
And
des gens qui remettent en culture. Il y a une entreprise qui s'appelle le Champ des Couleurs,
people
une entreprise agricole qui en fait cultive ces plantes pour faire du pigment.
grow these plants to create pigment. Yes, because pigment is quite difficult to
Et puis le
find, is it
bleu
not?
est un monde
Yes,
vraiment,
that's right.
vraiment à part où pour extraire la couleur, c'est un peu plus
And
compliqué que le reste.
to extract the color from this is quite complex, more so than the others. Well, why don't we try to paint it on the sheet of paper? So you can either paint something or you could just do some spots on the paint like this, and there's a technique that's quite cool. You can just fold it in half, so you put a bit of paint, just a little bit, and then you fold it. So if we fold it here, so
Ouais, mais je te rappelle qu'Ava est artiste. donc,
just to remind you that Ava is an artist, so she knows what she's doing. That's
Ça,
true.
il y en a qui ont déjà fait.
Okay, so if you just fold it and then fold it, if you open it, then you can get some nice, nice patterns. You can do a number of things. Can I add something to yours? Yes, there we go. We'll share the colors.
On va voir une autre table.
Ava, elle t'inspire cette couleur?
Oui.
Oui. Allez, c'est parti.
What do you think?
On
Do you like this color?
après.
Yes, I do. Okay, we'll come back to you.
Alors là, au niveau du mélange.
So here, how is your mix going?
Hop, bois de campèche.
Alors, bois de campèche, en fait, c'est un bois précieux qui a été utilisé pour faire des couleurs. Donc, on peut peut-être rajouter un tout petit peu d'eau.
Peach, it's a peach seed.
Hop, avec la pipette.
And so you can add a little bit of water with the pipette. Do you want to do that?
Et t'appuies.
And just press lightly onto it.
Voilà, et là vous allez remélanger, même avec le
And now
pinceau.
just mix it.
Et vous pouvez, en fait, tu peux commencer à mélanger.
Yes, you can start to mix with your spatula, and then you can start to draw on the paper.
Donc en fait, c'est un travail d'artisan.
And so
On
this
devient
is
un petit peu des artisans.
Et on prend le temps.
A lot of
Par exemple, là,
crafts.
les pigments qu'on utilise, ils ont été
It's
fabriqués
quite
par un artisan en
meticulous.
Bretagne.
It's
Donc son métier, en fait, il fait que
an
des
artisanal
couleurs avec des
process, and there is an artist in Brittany that uses only this process. He has a lab in his kitchen, and he is able to manufacture pigments in his workshop.
Moi, j'en fais aussi.
Do you
Oui, j'en fais aussi.
do it too?
À la
Yes,
fois
I do.
pour expérimenter, pour transmettre.
Sometimes just to
Alors,
experiment,
ce qui est intéressant, c'est
but
qu'avec
also
cette
to
peinture, cette
transmit
tempéra,
knowledge.
on peut à la fois dessiner sur
And
le
what's
papier,
great about
et
this paint is that you
certains
can
en fait
draw
ont une
on
planchette,
paper,
on l'a
and
utilisé pour faire des peintures sur le bois.
some of you will have a plank of wood, and you can also paint on the wood. And when it dries, it dries very quickly, and the finish is very shiny,
J'imagine que ça tâche énormément, parce que là on est avec des enfants.
like an oil paint.
Ça
C'est
tâche
pas
pas-
la peinture à l'eau que l'on connaît.
Oui, mais quelque part, il vaut mieux avoir cette peinture-là. Là, c'est pas une
It's
peinture à
probably
l'eau. Les
better to
peintures à l'eau,
have
elles sont fabriquées avec
this
de la gomme arabique,
paint,
qui venait de, en fait, qui est une
water
sève cristallisée qu'on mélangeait,
paints.
et là on faisait une peinture à l'eau, et on faisait une gouache.
D'accord.
Et donc,
are made. They're called
évidemment, là, on
gouaches.
fabrique une peinture à l'huile.
But here
Mais en
it's
tout cas, ces
different.
peintures,
It's an
au
oil
niveau, en
paint.
fait, de la
But
santé,
in terms
il vaut
of
mieux ça
health,
que les peintures,
this
en fait,
is
où on sait
better
pas, et,
than
on leur donne
water-based
des fois des
paints.
noms poétiques, je sais pas moi, rouge de coquelicot, et souvent c'est pas fait avec du coquelicot, c'est
Often
un nom charmant, c'est
we
plusieurs,
give the
c'est
names
du
of
sang-
paints
c'est du
a
sang et
particular
commercial.
name,
Alors que celle-là,
and
voilà.
actually
On va avoir une autre
whatever
table.
the paint is named, that that ingredient is not found in the paint.
chez soi, il faut quand même mettre un tablier.
Well, that's an important point about staining, because sometimes when you're at home you have to ensure that you're wearing an apron, that kind of thing. Here we have 3 artists with us. Okay, what pigment did you have?
Nous avons le bois de
Pernambouc. C'est lui qui a donné le nom auquel pays?
Pernambouc, Luxembourg.
Non, le Brésil, c'est le bois de
So we have here Brazil wood. Okay, Brazil wood, great.
Brésil.
Il n'était pas là au début. C'est pour ça. Il est
Donc
arrivé
là-
en retard, il est excusé.
Alors qu'est-ce que tu pour essayer, tu fais quoi? T'as pris de... Ouais,
What are
vas-y.
you doing?
Donc ça c'est un tampon.
Je voulais faire 2 ronds pour faire
Well,
des
I wanted to do
Bah,
2
vas-y,
circles.
on peut voir.
Go ahead
Tu fais la
then.
démonstration?
Go ahead.
Il
Okay.
faut tourner en général. Faut tourner.
You have to
Tu le fais,
turn
tu
it.
tournes.
Vas-y.
Voilà, alors c'est un tampon fabriqué maison avec un
So this
un
is a
bouchon de bouteille de lait.
homemade
Donc ça, voilà,
vrai
il
que
y aurait
ça marche
amélioré,
très bien.
il y aurait amélioré
stamp.
encore le tampon.
Mais par contre, du coup, il y a beaucoup d'eau sur leur
Ouais.
préparation.
Et bien donc ça veut dire
Tu
qu'en fait...
valides?
C'est
qu'on a mis trop d'eau peut-être.
There's a lot of water there,
il
is
faut
there
rajouter un
not?
peu de jaune d'œuf. En
Yes,
fait,
I
après,
think
c'est
you
une
have to
histoire
add a little bit
de
of
pratique. Quand vous en
egg
aurez
yolk.
fait plusieurs fois, en
It's
fait,
trial and error,
euh,
basically.
Ah,
Once
voilà.
you've done it a
vous
few
aurez-
times,
c'est comme
you
quand on
are
apprend à
able
faire du vélo au
to
début, ben,
make sure that
on
you
traverse pas
dose it
la
better
France
the next
ou le
time.
monde. Voilà, il y a
It's
des
like when you
marbrures qui apparaissent.
first learn to drive, you don't
Joli, hein, cette
immediately
couleur,
try
très
to
jolie.
traverse France.
On vous laisse créer et on repasse. Hein?
On va aller voir
Okay,
les
well,
dames,
let's
derrière.
leave them to it, and we'll
Allez.
come back later.
Ah, ici aussi. Ah, il y a une
Sure.
teinture jaune.
So
Ah,
here we
bah,
have
toi,
a
t'as
yellow
avancé.
paint.
Iliane, c'est
Oh,
ça?
you've
C'est ton prénom?
really
Bravo, t'as aimé?
made progress.
Trop facile?
How did
Ou
you
pas
like
de
it?
mélanger, de préparer
Was
ta
it
propre
easy? Was it not
peinture, c'est
easy?
facile ou pas?
C'était bien.
It was good.
C'est
It was
gentil,
good.
merci,
Great.
Iliane.
Thank you very much.
C'est avec du Sophora du Japon.
Sephora. Et alors?
So that was
bonjour,
from
mesdames.
the sulfurous
Ah,
from
une nuit d'orage. Et vous aviez
Japan.
quoi comme pigment? Brune noix.
Alors,
What
on va
what
demander
pigment
nuit
do you
d'orage.
have?
Bruit de
D'accord.
noix.
We have
Oui,
walnut
alors,
stain
bruit de noix,
here.
il est connu.
Ben oui, mais en fait là c'est du
Avec
brune noix
soulage.
en tant que pigment pour faire une peinture, alors qu'en général,
And this is a
on
great
l'utilise
pigment to
quand
use for a
quand
paint.
en fait on fabrique du brune noix, c'est plutôt
Generally
un genre
speaking,
de lavis, alors que là on fait quelque chose qui a un côté beaucoup plus couvrant et pâteux.
It
Et là, on commence à voir qu'en fait,
has a
déjà,
different
c'est
consistency,
quasiment
where
sec.
this is a lot more
voilà.
thick. And you can see
C'est
here,
sûr que
it
notre
dries very
peinture a dû
quickly.
sécher sur table.
Voilà.
Yes,
On
I'm sure
va-
that
on
our
va
paint
voir,
at
merci,
the
mesdames.
top table will
Alors,
have dried by
n'hésitez pas
now.
aussi, si vous
Yes.
avez des questions,
Thank you,
mesdames, on est
ladies,
là
and
pour
please
y
do not
répondre,
hesitate if you have any
Ah.
questions. We're here for that.
Alors là, c'était quoi? Parce qu'on a- ça
And
donnait
here, what do we have?
orange.
Because this looks
Alors,
very
le colour ici,
orange.
c'est des fleurs
Well,
qui ont en fait le
these are
le
flowers.
cœur marron foncé et le
The
reste
core
qui
of the
est plutôt
flowers are
orange.
dark
Et donc,
brown, and the
vous-
rest is
ça va? Ça se passe
orange.
bien?
Oui, ça se
How's
passe
it
très
going?
bien.
Vous
Yes,
aimez?
it's going very
Vous
well.
connaissez cette fleur?
Pas du
Do you
tout.
know this
Vous aviez
flower?
l'air de connaître.
Not at all.
Non, non.
You seem to have know. You seem to know it. No, I do not.
J'aime bien.
Yeah, but it's
Ça
a brilliant
dépend.
colour. I really
Oui,
like
c'est
it.
sûr.
C'est
Voilà,
méditatif.
donc là, on
It's
a
very
un
relaxing,
orange.
is it not?
Voilà.
It is.
Merci, madame.
Thank you very much.
Hop. Bon, bah, parfait. Alors, on va retourner pour faire la deuxième.
Okay, so let's head
peinture
back
que tu voulais- deuxième pigment.
to
Il nous
take
reste
a
du
look at
temps
the
ou-
second
Il nous reste un tout
pigment.
petit peu de temps, tout à fait.
Do we have
Tu vas pouvoir
time?
nous montrer.
Yes, we have a little bit of
Simplement,
time.
là,
You
là, on va
can.
faire. Là, on a
go
extrait
ahead and
avec
show
de
us.
l'eau et
Okay, so
on a utilisé donc
here
un combat là avec les pelures d'oignon ou avec
we
d'autres
have
pigments
used
qui ont été
the
fabriqués.
onion
Et là, ici, en fait,
peelings and
maintenant,
other
ce qu'on va
pigments
faire,
that
on
were
va
created.
demander de
But what we're
l'aide
going to do now is we're going to ask for
et
some
on
help,
va
and we are going
utiliser
to
du
use
charbon de bois.
D'accord.
Et parce qu'en
charcoal.
fait, là, c'est le feu qui a travaillé.
And
Et le feu,
here
en fait,
it
quand on ne
is
fait pas une
fire
combustion complète,
that
quand
has done
quand
the
on
job.
brûle, qu'on garde des cendres,
Basically, we
qu'on garde
don't
vraiment
want to burn it
des
fully.
braises
We
qui
want to
refroidissent.
keep
Si jamais c'est entièrement
the
brûlé, c'est des
ash.
cendres grises. Donc là, on va avoir besoin d'aide pour
When they're
écraser
fully
du charbon
burnt,
de bois.
they
Alors,
are
qui va venir
grey.
nous aider?
But here,
Il
who
y a
would
des
like to
pilons et des
volunteer to
mortiers.
help me
Et
to
donc là, il peut y
try,
avoir 2-3
to
personnes qui
crush
viennent écraser,
Ava.
this
mademoiselle.
charcoal?
Garde, tu veux venir?
Yes,
Qui
and
veut
young
venir?
lady. Who else?
Venir écraser des cendres.
Who would like to come and help us
Charbon, pardon, faire des cendres.
crush ash? It's not
Donc, on va
ash,
faire
it's
une
charcoal.
poudre de
Charcoal, I
charbon de bois.
apologize.
Donc il va falloir, peut-être que je vais vous mettre dans, donc vous
And
choisissez
so,
un
what you're
pilon
going to
et
have to
un
do
mortier. Donc
is
c'est
you
les
choose
récipients en bois avec
a pestle and mortar.
le pilon, c'est la
So
partie le
whichever
bâton et
wood
le mortier,
mortar you want.
c'est le bol. Donc voilà, on peut s'écarter, se mettre un
And
peu
the
plus loin.
pestle
Venez
is the
monter sur
wooden
la
stick.
table. Vous allez être mieux.
Voilà,
Hop.
et on va voilà,
Je te donne
à la
un
main,
petit
c'est
bout.
très bien, voilà.
Hop, tiens.
Here
Et il
you
va y
go.
avoir donc on commence à écraser.
And
Ouais.
so you can start to
On
crush.
écoute Frédéric qui va te donner le top départ. C'est parti Frédéric, on lance?
Okay, can you count us in? Yes, go ahead, go ahead.
Dans pas mal de pays, dont
And
les
so,
pays d'Afrique, en
in
fait,
many
on a
countries, including Africa as well, they use these tools for food. It is creating, it looks like smoke, but it's not smoke. It's powder and dust from the wood.
Alors, on peut à la fois taper et tourner.
And so, how do we do this? Well, you have to hit it and turn at the same time. Oh yes, you can see the dust coming off it.
Est-ce que pendant ce temps, il peut y avoir quelqu'un qui nous prépare du jaune
And during
d'œuf?
this time, can someone perhaps prepare us some egg yolk? So just break another egg and separate it. Ah, we have some there. Okay, great. Well, we need it.
Vous y arrivez? Donc maintenant, on a quasiment terminé, mais en fait, on a des gros morceaux. Donc on va demander à quelqu'un avec des passoires et avec les petits bols, on va tamiser. En fait, on va récupérer que la poudre. Quelqu'un d'autre veut venir nous aider. Même les grands, ils ont le droit de... En fait, on peut réveiller l'enfant qui est en nous. Alors, ça tu le poses ici.
Who would like to
Donc en fait, il va falloir que quelqu'un te verse le
And so,
contenu.
what you're going to have to do is someone will have to pour the contents into the sieve.
Dans la passoire,
and what we're going to do
c'est de la poudre de charbon de bois.
is
On va en verser,
sieve
on peut prendre une
this
cuillère
powder.
ici, et avec la cuillère, quelqu'un va
And
mettre
so,
Carole peut-être,
with a spoon,
va ramasser, on le met dans la
Carol,
la
if you can
passoire
help me,
et
if you
on
can
remue
just
au-dessus.
take a little bit,
Et
put
dans
it into the
notre bol, en fait,
sieve,
on va
and then
récupérer la poudre
sieve
la plus
it.
fine possible.
And then we can find,
Alors, en fait,
so that we can have the
tu secoues là, voilà, c'est comme
finest
ça. Voilà, il y a un copain qui a déjà fait,
particles
Moi, je vous
possible.
montre là qu'on a obtenu avec le mortier. Hop, je sais pas si
On
on
secoue,
voit,
on
pour
peut
ceux
faire
qui sont à la
on peut
maison.
lever
So you can see what we got from the pestle and mortar. We have some very big chunks in here, some fairly big chunks in here. And so this is what we're doing. We're trying to get it through the sieve.
Tiens, hop là.
Here you
allez.
go.
Et on va secouer.
Sieve.
Allez.
Go for it.
Voilà, après qu'on peut on peut en
Well
rajouter là un
done.
peu. Hop.
Tiens,
Ici
Keep going,
aussi.
keep going.
on a deux équipes.
Là, il y
We
a
have
une
two
amie qui, en fait,
teams
qui a, en
working
fait, a
here.
réussi à vraiment en poudre, peut-être qu'on peut récupérer
Wow,
ici.
our friend here has really
Donc là,
managed
ici,
to crush it into powder.
c'est vraiment en poudre, on va
Wow,
carrément mettre le
bravo.
jaune d'œuf.
And so
Alors,
this
il y a
is,
une dame
you
qui
can
arrive avec,
see.
tu peux mettre, on peut
Okay,
mettre
so
le jaune
we
d'œuf
have
dans,
a lady
dans
arriving
ton,
here with some egg yolk that you can put straight
dans ton
into
mortier.
the
Alors, allez-y.
mortar.
Voilà, et on va prendre un pinceau.
And
Est-ce
we're
que
going
quelqu'un
to
peut
take
amener
the
un pinceau?
paintbrush. Can someone bring
Il
me a
nous reste des
paintbrush?
pinceaux.
Oh, are there any
Et
paintbrushes
puis,
left?
on va prendre du
On
papier.
mélange.
And
on
then
mélange.
we are going
Je vais
to
montrer
take some
là.
paper.
Peut-être qu'on aura besoin d'eau. Non, c'est un pinceau, oui. Tout à fait. Ben, on peut tester quelqu'un qui a commencé à mélanger. Ah, c'est Carole qui a commencé à mélanger. On va
And
rajouter
I
du
think
jaune d'œuf
Carol
ici,
has
pour
already
voir.
started to mix
Voilà.
it.
Ici, mais là, en fait, là, ici, on enlève ta passoire.
So,
Enlève là.
if you just
On met
remove
du
the
jaune d'œuf à
sieve now,
l'intérieur.
young man,
Ça fait vraiment. Ça
and
refait
put the egg yolk
espèce de
inside.
jaune d'œuf mais devenu noir.
It's
En fait,
weird, it looks like
le
black
jaune a
egg
disparu.
yolk.
Le jaune est uniquement
Well, yes,
liant,
the yellow
une colle.
Il a la consistance.
disappears.
Voilà.
The
Est-ce que
oak just
quelqu'un peut
becomes
essayer avec le
the
pinceau?
hold,
Allez-y, c'est vous qui avez le pinceau.
the
Et vous
bind.
pouvez revenir à votre table et en
And
fait
so,
essayer. On peut peut-être
take a paintbrush, go back to your tables,
montrer le
and perhaps
résultat.
you could show us the
Donc là, on
results.
peut rajouter du jaune d'œuf.
And so
avec
in
la
here,
cuillère,
young
t'en
man,
rajoutes.
add some egg yolk with your
Voilà, tu
spoon.
mets une cuillère ou
That's
deux.
right, just 1 or 2
Et on
spoons.
va prendre un autre pinceau.
And
Hop.
let's grab another paintbrush for you.
Tiens, vas-y. Tu
Here you
pourras
go,
faire
sir.
avec le pinceau, du papier.
And you can try it out on some paper. Here you go.
Hop, du papier.
Here's some paper
Ça vous
for
plaît,
you,
là
young sir.
C'est rigolo. Hein.
How
T'avais
do you
déjà
find
comme
it? It's
ça
fun, is
fait
it
les
not?
choses?
Had you ever done anything like
T'avais
this?
fait un mortier comme ça?
Had you
vas-y,
ever
mais
used a
on-
pestle and mortar?
Et toi?
No.
Là, on
Non
peut
plus.
prendre
And
du
you?
jaune d'œuf aussi
I hadn't.
et on mélange avec un
C'est
pinceau.
nouveau,
Hop.
là.
What about you? No, it's new for me
Allez-y.
too.
Et donc après, on a du
Great.
papier pour carrément
And so here we
essayer.
have some
Vas-y,
paper
essaye sur ta
so that
feuille.
everyone can try out the
Évidemment,
results.
voilà, c'est un peu nouveau,
And
donc en
obviously,
fait, on a
this is
besoin
new. And so
voilà, mais en même temps, avec du charbon de bois, du jaune d'œuf,
we
à la
are
maison, on peut faire
combining
des peintures noires,
egg yolk with
qui, en fait, le noir
charcoal
grisé,
to
ça dépend de
create
la
a
concentration
grey,
du bois
black
qu'on a brûlé.
paint, depending on the
On
concentration
s'arrête, on
of
va
the
jusqu'au bout,
wood
sinon
that
c'est
we
des charbons de
burn.
bois, c'est du charbon de bois. Et on a une peinture noire en fait faite maison
And so we
et qui est
are
un peu
able
qui est digne
to
des grands
create
maîtres, des grands
this
peintres,
black
parce qu'en fait on l'a faite
paint.
nous-mêmes.
The
Et en fait on est
biggest
un peu
painters in the
sur
past
la
have
trace
used.
de la couleur évidemment. On a
We
aussi on voit qu'en
made
fait
it ourselves,
et on peut aussi plus ou moins le
and
tamiser
we
pour en
can
fait avoir aussi du grain,
also
etc. Après c'est un choix de
change
l'artiste.
the texture
C'est vrai, et comme
of
ça, on
the
l'apprécie
paint. But
beaucoup
that's
parce qu'on
the
sait que
choice
c'est son
of
Est-ce que
the
tu veux
artist.
mélanger prendre du jaune d'œuf et le mettre dedans, tu le verses, je crois que tu as fait vraiment de la poudre très fine.
Would you like to
Et donc,
take some egg yolk in here for me?
on peut même peindre un meuble à la maison, faire
And
des
you can
tranches
paint
de meubles.
Qu'est-ce que tu as fait,
furniture
toi?
at
Moi, j'ai fait,
home
à la
with
maison, moi
this.
j'ai une boîte à sel
What did you do?
à côté dans la cuisine,
I have
qui est
a
en
box of
bois, et en fait j'ai
ash,
peint
a
avec
box in my living room that I
un pigment
painted,
de cosmos
that
sulfureux
I
orange.
painted
j'ai fait
using
des choses avec
the
du charbon de bois et donc une tempéra
yellow
avec du jaune d'œuf.
paint
Et donc là, je pense que
and with the charcoal as well, and I think that you can
serait bien que vous essayiez votre peinture.
try your paint out
Allez,
here.
essayez la peinture.
Is it working?
Parce que quand on fabrique une peinture,
Well, try it out.
on fabrique une
I don't
peinture,
think
il
we
faut
don't have
l'utiliser.
Et après,
much
vous allez
time
pouvoir
left.
terminer vos dessins tranquillement, mais nous, on
So
va devoir
try it out.
rendre l'antenne.
But we're going to have
Alors,
to
Frédéric, en tout cas, nous, on va se retrouver
conclude
demain,
things
et il y
here.
a
But in
un
any case,
gros indice
Frederic, you'll be here
sur toi
tomorrow.
pour savoir ce qu'on va faire demain.
And can you give us
On
a
va
clue about what we're going
marteler
to be
les
doing
fleurs.
tomorrow?
Vous
We're going to
avez vu
be
ta
Donc en fait, demain, on est un peu
ben,
sur
c'est
les.
ce qu'il va faire.
Voilà, on va faire des
hammering
impressions sur
flowers,
tissu
is that correct?
avec
Yes,
directement,
we're going
donc,
to
si
be
vous voulez
doing
venir, ben,
flower
c'est
printing.
avec plaisir. Et donc on va faire des impressions de
And
plantes.
so we'll
et on
do
va fabriquer, en
that,
fait, des
and
genres de potions pour les révéler et
we
fixer.
will
Donc
use
c'est une véritable
potions
peinture.
to reveal
Qui est fait, en
the
fait, avec cette
various
peinture un peu sauvage. Et on
various
peut aussi inventer un herbier. Donc
aspects.
demain, plein de
And
pistes pour
tomorrow
aller,
we
pour
will
explorer.
also
Donc, on sera
invent
plus dans
a
le monde de la
herbarium.
teinture un
So
petit peu sauvage ou
you'll get lots of advice and
créative,
tips
avec à la
tomorrow
fois des plantes ornementales et sauvages.
Alors, tu te dis paysan des
on
couleurs,
how
en
to
fait, t'es un
use
magicien
wild
des plantes
plants.
aussi.
Okay, so you're a
On verra
plant
ça
magician then in
demain.
that case.
Voilà.
Si vous
Donc
avez
là, on voit les
envie de
créations.
suivre notre atelier, bien entendu, vous
Great,
pouvez
so
venir
if
ici à la
you
Cité
want
des
to
sciences et de
attend
l'industrie,
the workshop, you can
vous
come right down to
inscrire
here
avec
to the
votre
Cité des
billet
Sciences et de
d'entrée,
l'Industrie
c'est
and
gratuit.
sign up
Et bien
at
entendu,
the
vous pouvez
entrance.
suivre
It's
sur
free.
la
And of course, you can
plateforme,
also
sur le site
follow
de la
us
Cité
on
des sciences et de
the
l'industrie. Nous
website
sommes en
of
live
the
toute
Cité
la
des
journée.
Sciences et de
Et
l'Industrie.
je passe la
We will
parole
be
maintenant
live
à
all day,
Masha.
and now I'm going to give the floor to Masha.
À ceux qui connaissent la Cité des sciences et de l'industrie,
Those of
je
you
vous donne
who
un
know
indice
Cité
et
des
je vous
sciences
laisse me
et
dire où
de
est-ce que je me situe.
l'industrie, I give
Je me situe dans
you
l'exposition robot de la Cité des sciences. C'est une exposition qui a été inaugurée
clue.
depuis
Where
le
am
2
I?
avril
Where
2019.
obviously
C'est
I'm
à
at
partir
the
de
robots
dès 11 ans. C'est une exposition qui permet de saisir les enjeux
It's
de la
for
robotique
children 11
contemporaine
and
et
older to
d'interagir avec de
understand the
véritables
challenges
robots,
of today's
d'aborder leur arrivée dans
robotics.
notre quotidien
It's
et
about
comprendre
understanding
des réelles capacités
the influence
de
of
ces robots.
robots
Et
in
pour
our
le coup,
lives
c'est
and
encore une fois dans
understand
notre
what
thématique, pour ce qui
robots
est des
can
enjeux
do.
de préservation et
It's
d'observation
also
de la nature. Sur
let's
le
go back
continent
to
africain, c'est
the
tout de
preservation
suite
of
avec
nature
le docteur
with
Oumarou
the
Zangou, pour une
Dr.
séquence
Oumarou
de
Zangou.
partage et de savoir.
He
Vous le
will
devinerez, bien évidemment,
tell
sur la
us
botanique.
a bit
Il nous
more
parle de
about
ce projet
botanics
agro, de
and
biodiversité,
we'll talk
du
about
palmier,
an
dattier
agrobiodiversity
au Sahel. C'est tout de suite pour
project
Botanica.
in the Sahel.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous.
Hello to you all.
Dr. Oumarou Zangou.
I am Dr. Oumarou
Enseignant-chercheur en
Zangou.
écologie
I'm
et
a
biologie
professor
végétale à
and
l'Université de
researcher
Zander au
at
Niger.
the Zander University
Membre du
in
projet
Niger. I
Agrobiodiversité
am a
du
member
palmier
of the
dattier au
agricultural
Sahel.
project on the
Projet
biodiversity
financé
of the
par
date
SAPDI.
palm tree in the Sahel, financed by SEP2D.
Pourquoi intéressons-nous à
Why are we
l'agrobiodiversité du palmier
interested in
dattier
the
au Sahel?
the
Parce que le
biodiversity
Sahel
of the
connaît
date
une
palm
forte
tree in the Sahel?
vulnérabilité
Because Sahel
environnementale et
is
sociale
very
suite au
vulnerable
changement
to
climatique en
climate
cours. Plus de
change
128 millions
and
d'habitants des
social
pays subsahariens
impacts.
sont fortement dépendants de l'agriculture
Many people
qui connaît
depend
l'une
on
des formes les plus sévères
agriculture
de
in the
dégradation
Sahel,
des ressources
and it
phytogénétiques.
suffers
Cette
from
dégradation est
the
d'une grande
degradation
inquiétude
of
pour
plant
nourrir une
resources,
population qui
which
croît à un rythme
makes
de
it hard to
3,3%. D'ailleurs,
feed
le taux de prévalence
the
de la
population.
malnutrition aiguë
Severe
atteint le seuil critique de
malnutrition
15%
has
en 2018
reached
au Niger. Dans un tel contexte,
15%
quelle
in the
alternative
Sahel.
pour pallier
In
cette
that context,
vulnérabilité
what can we
dans un
do
climat
to fight
où
this
peu de plantes sont
vulnerability
candidates? Nous pensons que
in
la
the
culture du
region?
palmier
We
dattier,
believe that
espèce
the
emblématique des zones
agriculture of
arides,
date
qui
palm
gagne peu
tree
à
in
peu
the
les
Sahel,
territoires
a
sahéliens,
tree
peut
that is
constituer une réponse
emblematic
alternative à
of
ces fléaux.
arid
Le palmier
regions
dattier
that are
produit
now
des
growing
dattes,
bigger
une
in the
denrée
Sahara
alimentaire de
Sahelian
forte valeur
space. Well, we
nutritionnelle.
think that it is
Ainsi,
produce
notre
with
objectif
high nutritional
et
value.
d'apporter des
Our
solutions et
goal
des
is to find
innovations
solutions,
visant à
to
développer
be
et à renforcer
innovative,
la
to
culture
develop and
durable et
reinforce the
diversifiée du palmier
agriculture
dattier au
of
Tchad
date
et au
palm
Niger,
trees in
et
Chad
plus
and
largement
Niger,
dans la bande
and in
saharo-sahélienne
the
à travers le
Saharo-Sahelian
recensement des
space
variétés de
through
dattes, des
doing an
usages et des
inventory
connaissances
of
locales
the
et la
different trees,
caractérisation
of the
de la
different
diversité
essences,
génétique du palmier dattier
and
du Niger
to
et du
understand the
Tchad. Pour
genetic
atteindre cet
diversity of
objectif,
the date
nous
palm
avons
tree.
mené
To
une
reach
enquête
this goal,
socio-économique
we
auprès
have
de
done
120
a
producteurs de
socioeconomic
dattes dans la partie
survey
saharienne et sahélienne
with
des pays
120
Au cours de ces
palm,
enquêtes, nous
date
avons
palm
aussi
tree
collecté
producers.
360
We have
échantillons des jeunes
collected
feuilles de palmier dattier.
370
L'analyse génétique
date
dans
palm
les deux
trees
pays montre
sample.
une grande diversité
We have
génétique du palmier
seen
dattier
that
qui
there is
s'adapte bien
an
dans cette
enormous
région. Les
genetic
enquêtes ont permis de découvrir
genetic
que
diversity
les connaissances sur la
in
culture
date
du
palm
palmier
trees.
dattier dans les zones
We try to
sahéliennes
understand this tree
présentent quelques
better in the
insuffisances des
Sahel
pratiques culturales
because
par
so far
rapport
we
aux
haven't
zones du
analyzed
Sahara
the
considérées comme zones de
agriculture
production
practices
traditionnelle
enough,
des
and we
dattes.
want to
En
understand
conclusion,
the way
le résultat
date
montre un
palm
potentiel
trees are
important de la
cultivated.
culture du palmier
To
dattier en
conclude,
Afrique subsaharienne.
we really want to understand date
Il va
palm tree
donc
in the
falloir
Sahel.
améliorer les
We
variétés
want
qui
to
s'adaptent bien aux
improve
nouvelles conditions climatiques.
date palm trees so that they
Et
can
aussi les vulgariser
resist to
auprès des
climate change. We
agriculteurs
want to
afin d'augmenter le revenu
share
et
these
par conséquent
varieties
lutter contre l'extrême
with
pauvreté et la malnutrition.
farmers so that they can
C'est pour
improve
toutes ces
their
raisons
income.
que nous avons
For all
besoin de
these
votre soutien
reasons,
financier.
we need your financial support.
Je me suis un peu plus enfoncée dans l'exposition robot.
I've continued to explore the robot exhibition so that we can announce what's to come up. So we're going to have another workshop, an illustration workshop, and it's very particular because it's scientific illustration. Then we're going to head to Toulouse and again the African continent with 3 exceptional scientists, female scientists, who will be talking about their work in research and their research on plants. And then we'll conclude this day here at the Cité des Sciences by talking about the secrets of plants on the African continent, but also in France, in particular in the Île-de-France region, and also in Toulouse. So I hope you're enjoying this Botanica Festival at the Cité des Sciences et de l'Industrie. Hello to everyone. We're very pleased to see you back for this final workshop of the day at the Cité des Sciences et de l'Industrie, the doors of which are once again open, so you can come and visit the exhibitions and take part in these workshops. We're here live, and also we are also remote as well. And so we're happy to have you and to be able to share with you what we're learning here at the Cité des Sciences et de l'Industrie. So here we have Julie Borges. Hello, Julie. Hello, Carole. I'm very pleased to spend the next half hour with you. You're going to have a straw. Right, I'll tell you, I'm terrible at drawing. Don't worry, no expectations. Great. Actually, no one should worry. Even better, thank you very much. You're a scientific illustrator. You love scientific illustration, but you also dabbled in quantum physics, is that correct? Yes, a little bit. I'm not an expert, but I'm fascinated by science, a little bit like everyone, really. Yes, I'm sure the people present here today love to draw or love science, and that's why they've come here to la Cité de la Science et de l'Industrie. So, can you tell us what scientific illustration is about? Well, it's quite simple. Everyone knows what illustration is. So we have illustration, which is fantasy illustration. We have illustration for narration as well, and I think we're all interested in science because we're all here for that, right? And so, illustration, scientific illustration more particularly, is the use of drawings to convey a message or to pass along scientific information. So the intent is pedagogical. That's the difference. That's the nuance. And today we're going to talk about a specific field of scientific illustration. I'm sure that you saw a clue of that on the agenda. We're going to be talking about botanic illustration. Okay, so for those people who are not with us, we chose this plant, the freesia, which is originally from Africa, but it is also because our festival highlights Africa, and so Botanica, the Botanica Festival, wanted to pay tribute to this African plant. Is that correct? Yes, that's right. And so scientific illustration is very old, is that correct? Yes, it's been around for a while. Yes, it has. But there have been a number of books published about it, is that correct? Yes. The scientific illustration really goes back to the dawn of time, even, because from the moment that humankind wanted to convey messages, they started to use illustration, scientific illustration. And so botanical illustration here can be associated or linked to all of those explorers that decided to explore the world and have studied all of the plants, all plants. And so there's the idea of drawing, that is to say the shape, the colors, the characteristics of the plant, to be able to recognize our flower, in fact. Can you give us examples? Of course. So, on the first slide, if you don't mind showing that on the screen, so we have an example of superb watercolor paintings, which is done by Pierre-Joseph Redouté, who really did exceptional watercolor paintings. And here we can see the attention to detail. So you can see the leaves are represented at different stages. Some are open, some are closed. We can see the leaves, the veins, and we see the different stages of the fruit as well. So this is illustration, brilliant illustration of the flowers, actually. On the next slide, I wanted to do a little comparison. Okay, so this is a real good way to observe and keep a record of plants depending on the season. Is that correct? That's right. Next slide, please. Thank you. And so here again, once again, we have some beautiful illustrations of flowers. And we don't have all of the detail. We don't have the attention to detail as it relates to the color. So here, the emphasis is really on the beauty aspect of it. And today, what we're going to do, we are going to do drawings to be able to recognize the plant. And so here, the colors used were colors chosen by the illustrator, but we can't, we're not going to do that today. So,
moi, l'illustration, ça m'intéresse. Tu es dessinatrice.
You're interested in illustration, you're an illustrator, but you want to go further. You want to learn something through drawing, is that correct? I want to teach something. I want to teach something through illustration, but also to learn, no? Absolutely. And today you're all going to learn by taking a look at this fraisier, because when you take a look at it, when you observe it, you discover the different parts of it, you look at the details of it, then when you try to recreate it, redraw it, because you observe the flower, people will see different aspects of the flower, and that's one way of sharing science. That is scientific illustration. Okay, so how does this help or replace photographs? Well, we can use photos to create drawings. However, when you have a plant, so if you're walking around in the forest or something like that, then you can take a photo. Fine. But you get a two-dimensional perspective. The focus is not necessarily in the right place. Some areas might be blurry. And what's more, these are plants, so that's fine. However, but if you're doing illustration of marine animals, then if you take a photo in the water, you don't get all of the detail. And therefore, there are many things that you may miss. Because all you're drawing is what you see in the photo. Great, thank you very much, Julie. So, for this workshop, do you need to be a good drawer? No, you don't. Okay, that's reassuring. Anyone can draw. What I mean by that, is it good to be an illustrator first and then move on to scientific illustration, or can one start immediately with scientific illustration? Well, it depends. I think you can have certain qualities. So if you're a scientist, for example, you will have an eye that helps you to understand what you're drawing, so that's a good thing. If you're an illustrator, then you are more comfortable when it comes to drawing. However, what we're going to try to do today is we're going to demonstrate, to show some characteristics, particular parts of the plant. So the result may be very synthetic. The idea is not to create something that is, incredible. You can create something that's very simple using a pencil, and it is still scientific, so no pressure. Great, that's great. Thank you very much. I feel better. Okay, great. So can you tell us what we need? So you have sharpened your pencil. It's quite minimalist. Anyone can draw. All you need is a sharpened pencil, a rubber, and a sketch pad. You don't need much. Obviously, if you want to add color, watercolors are practical. But the basic requirement is a pencil, paper, and our subject. We do need a subject. You need something right in front of you, is that correct? Yes, that's right. Since we're doing botanical illustration, we must have our subject next to us, a sample, so that we can dissect it, look at it, and look at all of the different aspects. You can do it on a photo, but it takes a lot of time, and it's much better if you have it here right in front of you. Great, thank you very much. So this introduction has allowed you time to go and sharpen your pencils to find a rubber, and now we're going to get going. People who are here at the Cité are ready. Julie, what do we need to start? Well, first of all, you need to have your sheet in front of you, so it's drawing paper. Just if you hold it up to the light, you can see that there's a side that's smooth. This is quite dirty, but and the other side is rougher. And so you need the smooth side. And everyone who is here, you should already have it on the smooth side. Then we have our flower. We only have one part of the plant, so we're going to put it on the sheet. We're going to place the sheet in portrait. And so what we need, we're going to create a frame around the sheet. That is to say that we're going to keep our drawing in the center and keep a white border around the sides. Don't worry too much if you don't manage it. Sometimes it doesn't work fully, but that's fine. But it should be possible, no? Yes. So, how do we begin? Well, to begin with, we write down the name. And this is a botanical illustration. Therefore, we need the scientific name, because it's not just any old plant. This is a freesia. It's a plant which originates in Africa. It has a very specific name because the person who didn't discover it, but the person who described this plant for the first time was of Danish origin. His name is Mr. Couplan, and he had a student called Mr. Fries. And that gentleman was also Danish, and so he decided to call the plant the freesia. And so it's an African plant originally, which has a scientific name, which is Danish.
Voilà, mélange et culture.
So a mix of culture there. So on the next slide, you'll be able to see it on the screen. You have the Latin name of the flower, and you can write it at the bottom of your sheet. When you're writing down a scientific name, whether it's for plants or for animals, it should always be written in italics, and you should always use a capital letter for the name of the species. So here we have freesia, therefore we write freesia X hybrida. And the X indicates something to us. This is only for plants. What does this X mean? Well, since florists have been mixing species, etc., this means that this is a species that you can't find in nature. It's a hybrid. So that's what this indication is. You can decide to underline the name, or you can just leave it in italics. So, now we're ready to start our illustration.
Alors, à la fois au jardin, mais aussi ses dessins.
Oui,
on ne se souvient jamais.
Et on peut même noter la date.
You can also write the date on your drawing. This is a scientific approach. And so if someone in 200 years comes across our drawing, they may say, oh, right, at that time, freesia still existed. And that's why we have botanical illustrations from the 18th century. Is it good to write the location? That's good too. We won't do it here necessarily because it's not very representative because we're in a museum, but yes, the location, the date, the name, and that means you will really get a very comprehensive botanical illustration with lots of information on it. So I'm going to write down the date. It's the 29th of May. Brilliant. So now we're going to take a look at our plant. So what are we doing? We're going to observe. We're going to observe it. We can see that it has a very long stem. It gets thicker and then it gets thinner. And so you all have different versions here. But let's take a look at the bottom where it splits. And then at the top you also have flowers. And this part here that we have here, this very high part that ends with the flower, this is what we call the scape. And this part with the flower is called the inflorescence. And so we're going to focus on this part. Unfortunately, we won't be able to draw it to scale. Well, that's going to be complicated. Yes, that's the only issue, is that it's a little big, so we're going to have to shrink it a little bit so that it fits. And we're missing the bottom of the plant as well because the florist cut it off. And so we're going to have to do a little bit of research to figure out what it looks like. Okay, so let's start. Let's position it and we'll leave a little bit at the bottom. I hope that we can show this on camera. Okay, so you start at the bottom, is that correct? Yes, that's right. Let me take a seat, it's easier. So as I was saying, you start at the bottom and then we will draw a line up to the top. Okay, so what is the approach here? Well, don't press too hard with your pencil and keep it diagonal. Do not do it with the tip of your pencil. So take the bottom and you can sketch very lightly, not too hard, do not press too hard, and just leave space at the top so that you can draw your inflorescence. And then you can observe the top of the plant. I can see that everyone is very, very applied to the work that they're doing. And so our inflorescence is very nice because it is very particular. It kind of slants to the side, and this
on va faire notre petit coude.
Is what we're going to do. It has almost like a bit of an elbow here, and we're going to represent that also on our sheet as well.
Non, parce qu'en fait,
and so the fact that
sympa, cette plante,
it's not very
elle est quand même sur un axe.
thick. Is that a problem? No, because we can see that the flowers here are well distributed, and so that's okay. If there was more of the plant, fine, it might seem interesting, but it takes a lot more time. And so this actually facilitates our work a lot, because it means that we will be able to draw and sketch the flower. Okay, so you started right away with the flowers, is that correct? Yes, that's right. Because at the top of the stem, you can see that there is a flower. But at the bottom of the flower, we have two small leaves. And these round leaves that are round and hard, we can see that even the buds at the end, all you have are the leaves, and that's an important part. And we can see some parts that aren't as developed. But this structure repeats itself, so let's count how many to see how repetitive this shape, this form is, and whether it's very characteristic to this plant. So we have
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ouais. Donc, on comprend que c'est pas toujours le même nombre.
So not always the same number. So let's us just make an average. Okay, but you can also draw 7 and 11. Is that correct? Yes, you can. It's up to you whether you want to draw it evenly or whether you want to have more leaves on one stem than the other. It depends on how you interpret it. So we sketch this sheet, this leaf, and that are at the bottom of the flower, and when we observe them closely we can see that they have veins, and you really have to look very closely to it, and you can see that there are parallel lines, and this is a very important indication because we can see that they go off in different directions. Some follow the form of the leaf, and we can see that the leaf is attached to the stem, and it's like a sheath, and this we also have to draw, and so we can do this. So draw using your pencil the top of the stem, and I hope that we are able to zoom in so you can see it. So we'll do this, and then you need to erase the middle to make sure that you continue all the way down the stem.
Et il y en a deux.
And there are two.
Donc on fait la grande et la petite,
the big one and the smaller one inside with all the ridges.
Dans le même sens, on a
Voilà, dans le sens de la petite feuille. Et on va pouvoir regarder la fleur.
They go the same way. And you take a look at the flower. It's quite specific. You know, it looks like a trumpet. It's smaller at the basis. Then it gets bigger as it opens. There's a bulge, and then you have tepals. Not petals. Tepals. On a flower. Usually, what happens is that you've got petals and sepals.
Vous allez voir sur la photo.
You can take a look at the next slide.
Le temps que ça charge.
We just need a minute to put it on screen. You know, it's the end of the day.
Fatigue un peu.
People get tired.
Donc en fait, on a les pétales qui sont des parties colorées et assez
usually they're colored and a little bit bigger. And to give support, you've got smaller leaves. And on the freesia, you've got your pseudo petals, but there's nothing underneath. Here, you see that at the base there isn't what there should be.
on a nos petites feuilles
what
là
we
en
usually
dessous, elles
find
sont
there,
beaucoup plus
but
basses.
you've got
Donc on peut pas
smaller
appeler ça des
leaves,
pétales ni des sépales.
but they're really
Et le
lower, so
terme
they're
botanique,
not
c'est les tépales.
sepals or petals,
Voilà.
but
Je ne connaissais pas ce
tepals.
terme, en fait.
Généralement,
That's what
et
it's
je n'avais
called.
pas eu
It's
les
called.
tépales.
Ben
Oh, I
voilà,
didn't
voilà.
know that
Maintenant,
name.
faut
Well,
faire
now
une
you
petite
know.
Je vais en parler à
attention
Stéphane-Marie.
aux
We need
petites
to
feuilles qui
be
sont
careful,
sous les pétales. Si
really
on n'a
take
pas,
into account
normalement, on est sur des
these
tépales.
smaller
Et donc
leaves.
ces tépales,
Usually, they're
ils sont
tepals,
soudés et on va les compter.
and
Donc on en
we
a
need
1,
to
2,
count
3,
them.
4, 5, 6.
They're usually
On va compter la
welded
fleur d'à
together
côté pour
in a
voir
way.
si c'est vraiment une structure
So we need to find if there is a repetition
3, 4, 5 et moi elle s'est
in
coupée,
the
mais je sais
structure.
qu'elle est là. Hop.
Here
et
I
6.
noticed
Donc on va
this
pouvoir
one
faire
is
aussi
cut,
tépales.
but there are 6
On
tepals,
reprend notre dessin.
and we can draw them. So let's go
On
back
a
to
vu donc
our
à la
drawing.
base, c'est resserré.
So we saw that the basis was a little bit
on monte un petit peu.
thinner.
On fait le renflement.
Then you draw the
Ça s'écarte
bulge.
un peu.
It's a little bit
Et là, on a
tightened
nos 6
at the
tépales.
basis. Then there's that
Donc on va
bulge,
faire une
and
première
then the 6
qui vient vers nous,
tepals.
qui fait comme une
The
langue en
first
fait, hein, vers
one
nous.
is like
Comment tu vas
a
faire ça?
tongue
C'est compliqué.
towards
Ah bah non,
us.
en fait c'est simple, on fait vraiment comme
It's
une
quite
petite
easy.
langue.
You just
On fait là
draw
le
this
dessus
little
D'accord.
tongue
et la partie plus pointue qui
here
vient vers nous. Et là en fait on a
with
déjà
the
la
pointy
première
side
structure.
towards
Et on fait celle
us,
d'à
and then
côté,
you have the
même
first
principe,
structure.
le dessus,
You do the
Ouais.
second one. You
la
draw
partie de la
first the
langue,
party that
et
is
hop
on
c'est
top,
rattaché.
then the tongue,
Celle d'à
and
côté,
then you
le
touch
dessus,
it.
la partie qui descend,
Next
c'est
one, what's
rattaché.
on top?
Là on a les 3 premières
Then
qui sont
the
devant.
tongue. Here you
Je sais
see
pas si on
the
voit bien sur mon
3
dessin.
Si, si.
Et on fait celle de derrière.
elements, and
Celle
the,
du milieu,
in
la
the front,
grande, on
and
va
then
la faire
you
debout.
draw them at the back of the
Celle du
plant.
côté, hop,
1,
et
2,
celle de derrière.
3.
Ah oui, tout
Voilà.
de suite, là, ça marche.
Oh
Et en
yay!
fait,
It's
ce qui va
working.
donner un petit peu de magie,
And
c'est
now,
que sur
some
nos
magic.
tépales, on voit qu'au début, elles sont
On the
soudées
temple,
et
you can
après,
see
ça
that
se divise.
they
Attends,
are
ça, on a pas
welded
bien
at
vu.
the
Je te
beginning,
remontre là, vas-y.
really close
Voilà.
together.
Au début, c'est soudé et après,
And
quand on
then,
attrape les tépales et
when you
qu'on les sépare, on
take
voit bien qu'il y a un
them
endroit où elles sont bien
in your
collées.
hand and you
Ça,
try
on va
to
pouvoir le
separate
mettre aussi
them,
sur
you
notre
can see that they
illustration.
are almost glued
Donc, si on
together.
revient sur notre illustration,
So
en
we
fait,
go back to
ici,
the drawing.
on a le départ du
Here,
tépale.
there's the
qui vient.
beginning of the
Et
teple,
voilà, là, on a notre structure.
and
Et on
here
peut
is the
mettre des
structure.
petites lignes qui sont aussi
And
les
you can
nervures.
add some lines that
des-
are
des
the
tépales.
ridges of the tepals.
Voilà, on a le début de notre
And
structure.
here is the
Première fleur.
beginning of the
Wow.
structure. This is the first
Et là, je
flower.
vais en reproduire 3.
Wow,
Alors,
and now you
bientôt,
need
mais
to make 3
On n'a
balls.
pas encore regardé l'intérieur.
Well, we
T'as
haven't
raison.
looked
Voilà.
at what's
Ça, c'est une partie
inside
quand même.
yet.
Alors, il est caché, mais on est sur
Well,
une
it's
illustration
hidden.
qui
Sure,
veut montrer toutes les
but the
caractéristiques.
purpose of
Donc,
the
on va
botanical
fouiller, et on s'en
illustration
fiche,
is
parce
to
que
show
c'est notre
all the
métier.
characteristics.
On fouille, on regarde, on
We need
dépiote,
to observe, we
et
need
on
to
va le
dissect.
représenter sur notre
It's what
fleur.
we do,
D'accord.
and then
Donc,
you
on ouvre,
represent on your
et quand on
drawing.
ouvre, vous
So
pouvez
you
tous regarder en
open
même
the
temps.
flower,
On a à
you can
l'intérieur
take a look
les
inside,
structures
and you
de
can
l'appareil
see
reproducteur de la
the
fleur,
structure
qui sont le pistil
of
et les
the
étamines.
reproductive system of the flower,
Ouais, on voit.
and that is the pistil.
Ouais, pour ceux qui sont chez vous. Voilà.
For
Avec
people
le
at
doigt, on voit
home,
bien.
you can take a
Donc, au
look.
milieu, qui fait comme un
So
petit
in the
bouquet,
middle,
c'est le
you've got
pistil.
this little
Et il y a
bouquet,
trois petites
that's the pistil,
structures
and then there's 3
autour
smaller
avec le pollen, et
structures
ça, ce sont
around
les
it with
étamines.
pollen,
Donc ça, tu
that's
vas quand
the
même
muslin.
représenter.
Bah oui, parce que ça dépasse un petit peu quand même. Parce que
And
là,
we
elles
need
sont-
to
elles ont eu un
present
peu
it, of
chaud,
course.
mais
Well,
quand elles
they
sont en pleine forme,
were a little bit
ces
too
fleurs, elles
hot
s'ouvrent et on a
then,
la
but these
structure qui dépasse.
flowers,
Donc, on
when
peut le
they're
représenter
fine,
sur
they
notre
really
dessin.
open,
Donc,
and you can
on a
see the
nos
reproductive
étamines, ça
system
fait trois petits
inside. So you've
paquets.
got the adamant, the
Un,
muslins,
2 et 3.
1, 2, 3.
Peut-être faire un zoom. Non.
Maybe
Et
you can
le
zoom.
pistil, on a une tige
And the
qui se
pistil,
sépare en 3 aussi.
a
1,
stem
2
that
et 3.
separates in 3 different parts. 1, 2, 3.
Hop, on voit pas avec ta main. On va
Mais
voir
je vais,
après.
je vais faire
Voilà.
un zoom sur mon dessin à côté pour comme ça
I
vous allez
would
être
like
plus à l'aise.
to show
2,
you
3,
On peut
ça
faire
c'est le
des
pistil.
a little bit more in details what I'm talking
Avec
about
les étamines
here
qui sont
on
sur
the
le
right.
côté. Donc on en a
the
une qui
pistil
dépasse.
And
et le troisième qui peut être derrière. Et les étamines sont composées de 2 petits
the
sacs.
stamens
Comme ça.
that are made of
Ça se
little
fait de faire un petit focus.
Complètement. On peut faire des focus sur les côtés de la feuille aussi. Quand ça devient
like
trop petit,
little bags
pas,
if you want.
c'est pas
So
très aisé de le
it's
représenter.
stamens.
Au bout du pistil, on voit
Not
que ça se sépare
muslin,
encore. Vous pouvez
stamens.
prendre votre fleur et regarder à les compter.
So
Et normalement,
you
ça
can
fait
take a
5
new look
petites
at your flower
divisions.
now. There should be 5 divisions on the flower. While you are reproducing the other flowers, I'm sure you're going to duplicate these flowers. Well, we won't be able to draw it all. We don't have time. I would like to know how you started doing botanical illustration. Well, botanical illustration is just one field. I specialized in scientific illustration. I was really interested in biology, and that's how I ended up being an illustrator. In my family, we were interested in science and the arts, so I studied science, and afterwards, when I discovered scientific illustration, I decided to do it in different fields. Illustration is a way to work in many different scientific fields. What about the people in the room? Are you doing okay? Do you need some help? Is everything working out fine for you? Looks like it. So we see there is a repetition. There's the inflorescence, a first division, then a second one, another band. And this you can actually draw fairly easily because you go from the basis of the first flower, then you draw a band. It ends with small leaves. On this little band, another stem starts. It will then open. I don't know where to put the sheet. The camera is above. So another little band, and then another one. That is what the structure actually looks like, even though it might look complicated at the beginning. But you know, there are so many interesting details in nature. It always looks complicated when you observe the leaves. Yes, but once you understand the structure, you see that there is a pattern there, and you can repeat it. And you know that the flowers will open at a certain point, and there are different steps, and you can see the different stages of the freesia. Here you can see flowers that are open, some that are still closed, and you can see tiny little flowers. It almost looks like wheat here. So you can see the different structures. I wanted to draw one that was not really open but is about to open, and this is another stage as well. You see the tepals here, they are formed, and you can see that they're really straight. Sometimes they're not on a flower, so it's an important piece of information. Now you draw the burgeon and you draw a line to show the tepal that is opening at the top, but it is still open and welded to the basis. Do you draw while listening podcasts or music, or do you have to be really focused on your task? Well, some very mellow music, but actually no. I always listen to the same music. I've been listening to the same music for 5 years. It's a piano song from a cartoon, actually. It's always the same kind of music, always the same music that I listen to. And what do you prefer drawing? We have some time to draw while we speak before we all walk around. Well, I don't have a favorite flower. I really enjoy discovering new flowers, new plants. So that is where I find my pleasure, in discovery. So, well, I always try to understand the structures. It takes some time. Now we will just take a look at the leaf, and we will end on this because it's about time. So you saw here that there was a band with a leaf. These leaves, we can see they start at the stem. It's like a sheet. teeth. And they're not round leaves with teeth, you know, little dents. It's actually another kind of leaf. And it starts at the beginning, it starts at the stem. It's almost like a little sword that goes up. So the first one is here, the second one is here. And there's another inflorescence that you can draw. And now that you understand the structure, the pattern, rather, you can just repeat it. But it's actually a lot smaller than the actual flower. Yes. So do you usually add a scale so that people can understand? To show that it's actually a lot bigger in real life. Yes, if it is a scientific illustration, you need a scale, you need to measure the flower and write the scale. We don't have the time right now, but yes, it's a piece of information that matters. Well, unfortunately, we have to stop at this point, but people in the room can really just continue drawing, and maybe, Julie, you can help them. Thank you very much. It was really interesting to get to know scientific illustration. And now let's give Masha the floor. It's the end of the day already, so Masha, it's up to you. It's 5:30, and after this workshop, we will watch a documentary. Olivier went to Toulouse to meet with Boris Pressec from Museum de Toulouse and the teams of the Botanical Garden of the Pink City. Afterwards, we will listen to 3 women in science who work on protecting plants and using them. It's exceptional. They met together for a conversation. We wanted to showcase the richness and the diversity of the African biodiversity, and they have a message to share with us. That is what will happen now at the Botanica Festival for the next hour. And don't forget that we are on different social networks and on YouTube.
We are here with Boris Pressec, who is a botanist at the Natural History Museum in Toulouse. Hi, Boris. Hello. Thank you very much for welcoming us here, and thank you for this, as part of this first edition of the Botanica Festival. You weren't able to travel to Paris, so we came to you. So, Boris, I think that you are going to talk to us about a notion which is very obscure for most of us, and that is the idea of a carpetech. What is a carpetech, or a seed library? Well, it's a collection of fruit and seeds. The word is carpus, which is a Greek word which means fruit. And so it's a collection of fruit and dried flowers. It's a collection of the museum. The museum has naturalist collections, and so we're used to having naturalized or stuffed animals and also osteoskeletal systems. But we also have a botanical collection, and in that collection we have herbarium collections that represents the flowers of the region. And what's very specific about this museum in Toulouse is that we have a seed library. And where do you get these seeds from? How many are there? There are roughly 2,800 species. And that's not very much, because if you think about the fact that the quantity of flowering plants is 270,000 plants, 2,800 is very little. But it represents a sample of all of the flora and the means of dispersion that you can find right across the globe. Okay, great, thank you very much. I think that you have represented all continents, but one continent in particular is the African continent. And it would seem, if I'm not mistaken, that you have almost like a mini map of Africa here in front of us. Yes, so we have the African collection here. Africa is obviously a very, very big continent, and when we talk about Africa, it does involve a number of large countries with very significant distances. And so on that continent we find lots of different environments. You find sandy deserts, high mountains in Egypt, for example. And the specificity of the collection at the museum is that it illustrates the Sudan Sahel region. So that's the zone, the region that you find below the Sahara. But we do have fruits from all over Africa, and I have laid out just a few here, just a few samples. So from North Africa right down to South Africa, which illustrates both the diversity of these flowering plants, but also the diversity of the means of dispersions of these seeds. Okay, so where shall we begin? Well, let's start in North Africa. So I think that will be the easiest, and it's the closest to us. Often, the flora in northern Africa, the climate is similar to the Mediterranean climate, and so we find common species. And so to illustrate the flora from North Africa, I have carob fruit. The carob tree is a tree in dry regions or bumpy terrain, which produces pods, and it's part of the legume family. And in these pods, well, the pulp is edible and is often eaten, but it also contains small seeds, like these seeds. These seeds are very particular because they all weigh more or less the same, 0.2 grams. And so the name of this shrub is the carob tree. And these seeds in the past would be used to weigh precious stones. And so the word carat comes from the carob tree. And so 1 carat is 0.2 grams. So the weight of a seed from the carob tree. Now, I would like to, and this is also part of the collection, but this is not a fruit or a seed, in fact, but what I have here is this branch, and this branch is from a shrub which is also from the Pseudo-Sahel region, and this is acacia. And so looking at it, it looks like it's a fruit, but it's not a fruit at all. What's so very particular about this? Actually, it's a thorn. It's just swollen, and inside there are ants. So you can see a small hole here. Oh yes, I can. And so the ants, what they do is they take shelter inside, and this provides them with cover, and there are secretions along the branch that they eat, and the ants protect the tree from any predators such as caterpillars that want to eat the tree. So that's an acacia. And then we have, well, let's go to the Maghreb region, in particular in West Africa. But this is a tree that you can find right across Africa in dry regions, but particular in Western Africa, and this is the baobab, and this is the baobab fruit. So this is a big fruit that is called monkey bread. Here we have one that is open, and in this fruit, the monkey bread, we obviously find seeds because the fruit protects the seeds. But inside the seeds, we have a flowery pulp, which is sometimes eaten by humans as well, but is in particular eaten by monkeys. That's why we call it monkey bread. Okay, and I think that we're going to head further down to the south. Is that correct? Yes, we're going further south, and now we're going to enter into a region of Africa which encompasses all of, well, a number of countries that are home to tropical rainforests, and I have 3 examples of original dispersion. Let's begin with presenting this one, and this is the fruit from a vine. It's an entada, and so this is a huge creeper creeper that can grow to high heights. Within each pod you have a huge seed, and when the fruit falls, the pod breaks and the seed falls on the ground. And these are creepers or vines that will grow around the river, and these seeds float and then they are dispersed by the water. Here we have a tree. This is a fruit from a large tree that we call the mbalaka. And so the fruit from this tree is straight when it's dry, but when it's dry and hot, it coils. And when it coils, these huge seeds are propulsed and dispersed across several meters. Okay, so this is a means of reproduction. Yes, it's a means of dispersal. That's right, yes. And then also for this region, another fruit that I have here, which is quite original because its means of dispersion, when you look at it, when you see it on the floor, you don't think it's a fruit. In fact, you think that it's a stone or a rock, and actually it's called the stone seed. And what happens is that here we have an open fruit with 3 different pods, and inside each of these pods there was a seed. And so, since elephants are very greedy, they eat this fruit, which is covered with a fleshy pulp. They break the fruit, it opens, the seeds go through their digestive tract and they are excreted, and the seeds are found in their excrement, which is very fertile, and this is only dispersed by elephants. So you can see the originality of this fruit and how it is associated with the animal world. Often these seeds are dispersed by specific animals, and if there are no animals in the region to disperse it, then the fruit cannot be dispersed, and so they always grow in the same place. Fascinating. So let's continue going south. So the final 2 fruits represent a very small part of flora in southern Africa. So here we have fruits from the dry regions of Namibia and South Africa. This is very original for 2 reasons. This is something that we call the devil's claw, and it belongs to the Larpagophyton. And this is a very well-known plant. It's a small plant which is used in medicine, in particular for joint pains and for arthritis. Very few people know. Well, this plant grows in Namibia, but it also produces a fruit which is quite extraordinary, because when you take a look at it like this, you wonder what animal could have dispersed this fruit. Okay, and to conclude, well, this looks like a vanilla pod, or perhaps a tropical flower of some sort. Well, you're not far off, because this is the fruit of a plant which is called the bird of paradise, which is well known for its beautiful flowers. And this, what's specific about it is when it hits maturity, it produces pods that look very insignificant, but when they open up, they reveal seeds that are black seeds and that are surrounded by an orange flesh. That orange flesh appeals and attracts words. Those words eat it, and they disperse the plant by eating the fleshy part of this fruit. And when they eat the fleshy part, then they fly off, and they allow these seeds to fall to the ground. And that is how the plant is dispersed. It's basically the leftovers of birds. That also is very fascinating, Boris. So thank you very much for this presentation, because I think that myself, but also the viewers who are watching, have learned a wealth of things about African flora and all of its qualities. And I hope that your collection will continue to grow and include new specimens. Thank you once again, because I know this is a huge privilege to see this collection, which is not usually allowed out of the museum's collection. So thank you very much, Boris. Thank you. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Je ne pouvais pas faire meilleur lancement qu'être en direct de la
What
serre
a
de la Cité des Sciences et de
better
l'Industrie,
segue
à côté
than
de cette
being
magnifique
here
barrière
next
de
to
corail
this
et de toute
huge
cette
coral
biodiversité.
reef and all of this
Cette prochaine
biodiversity.
séquence, cette table ronde
For this next
exceptionnelle.
part,
Trois
we have an
scientifiques,
exceptional
trois femmes,
roundtable,
trois pays différents. Les gens
scientists,
sont en
three
anglais,
women,
mais je
three
vous rassure,
different
on a une
countries.
super équipe
It will
de
be in
traducteurs qui est
English,
là pour
but
nous
we have a
aider
great
là-dessus.
team of interpreters to
Ce
help
moment
us with the
partage est d'une
translation.
grande
And so this
richesse sur la
moment is a
découverte
great
des
moment
secrets des plantes,
as it relates to
de
the
la
discovery
protection
of
de la
plant
diversité
secrets, the protection
et de la
of biodiversity,
sur laquelle
and then
ces
also
trois scientifiques
biodiversity
travaillent.
that the
Botanica,
three
c'est
scientists
la
are
première
working
édition
on.
qui met
This
à
is the
l'honneur
first
le
edition
continent
of
africain
the
dans le
Botanica
cadre de la
Festival,
saison
which highlights
Africa
Africa
Invent.
as part
Tendez
of
l'oreille, le
the
message
Africa
passé est très
2020
intéressant.
season.
Et pour ceux qui ne peuvent pas être en direct
Take a
avec
listen.
nous,
This
n'hésitez pas à
is very
revenir
interesting,
sur la
and for
chaîne
those who
YouTube
can't
de la
join us
Cité des
live,
Sciences
please don't
pour
hesitate to go
réécouter
back
tous
to
les
the Cité
échanges
des
que nous
Sciences
avons
YouTube
depuis ce
page
matin en
to
direct ici à la
catch
Cité.
up with what we've seen today here at La Cité.
Pour cette première édition de Botanica,
So, for this
la
first
Cité des Sciences et de
edition of
l'Industrie a le
Botanica,
privilège d'accueillir
the
trois
Cité des
chercheuses
Sciences et de
dont les travaux sur la
l'Industrie
flore
is
africaine
very
illustrent
happy to
chacun à leur
welcome
manière son
three
extraordinaire
female
richesse
scientists
et
who
ses
each
vertus
of them
insoupçonnées. Toutes trois sont
have
d'ailleurs lauréates du
revealed
prix L'Oréal de
unsuspected
l'UNESCO
virtues.
pour
We
des
have
chercheuses contribuant au progrès scientifique
researchers
dans le
that have
domaine des sciences du
contributed
vivant.
to scientific
Hello,
progress
and thank you
in
very much
living
for being with
organisms.
us today and for that first edition of Botanica. So before to jump into the conversation, allow me to shortly introduce each one of you. So Jill Farrant est professeur de biologie.
Jill Farrant, professor of biology, molecular biology at the University of Cape Town in South Africa. She has been working for a number of years on resurrection plants, and you'll see in a moment. Next to her, we have Celia Matonga. Celia Matonga is a PhD student at the Clinical Pharmacology Laboratory at the University of Zimbabwe. Her research focuses on interaction between traditional medicines and first-line treatment against HIV. And then, last but not least, we have Francine Tonke, who is joining us direct from Cameroon. She is a doctor of medicine in biochemistry at the University of Yaoundé, and she focuses on, and this is difficult to pronounce, Syzygium guineense, which is a plant used in Cameroon cuisine and can also be used to treat cancer. So Francine, since we are with you, let's start with your work, if you don't mind. Can you tell us a little bit more about this Syzygium guineense, please? Well, Syzygium guineense is a Cameroonian plant whose fruit is used for medicines, and the fruit is also used as a spice, and it can also be used as a natural base to develop new molecules against what we call breast cancer. And so that is what my work focuses on, and the general objective is to be able to formulate a traditional medicine, an enhanced traditional medicines against breast cancer. Okay, great. So that, in a word, is my work. That's fine, great. So what results have you obtained so far in your research? Well, as it relates to the results, I must say that in the first phase, we tried to test these plants on cancer cells in the lab, and the first results that we obtained enabled us to move on to the next stage, which is the preclinical trial stage. And so in this phase, we tested these plant extracts on mice, a particular one to inject into cancer cells, and these mice were given this treatment, and once again the results that we obtained demonstrated that it enabled us to significantly reduce the growth of tumors in the lab. Following this, we also conducted analyses that enabled us to reassure ourselves that the use of this plant would be without any risk on the vital organs on those mice or those rodents that were the test rodents in the lab. That's great, thank you very much. And the results were very promising. What about the next stage? You're going to be testing on humans, is that correct? When will this take place? Well, before we get to humans, I think that we still need to go to another stage. That is to say, to formulate an improved traditional medicine. And we need to conduct pharmaceutical studies in collaboration with pharmacists. And we must also determine the pharmacotechnique characteristics of this. And after this stage, we will then be able to think about tests in humans. But for the moment, we need funds to be able to do that. And there is quite a lot of funding that we need to raise. And so we won't be testing in humans straight away. I can't give you a timeline for that. Okay, it's a bit premature, perhaps. Thank you very much, Francine, for all of those explanations. I'm going to now turn to Celia Matonga.
Thank you very much again for giving us some of your time. Could you explain us what is the subject of your recent studies, please?
Thank you for having me. So my research is on traditional medicines and interacting with herbal medicines. So over 80% of the population in Africa use some form of African traditional medicine. And we grew up taking these medicines ourselves from our grandmothers because they would treat us of many diseases using a herbal garden that was at home. So in Africa, most of the people who use these traditional medicines are HIV infected. And one of the common traditional medicines used is called African potato. And this potato grows by itself in the wild, and it's commonly found in southern and eastern Africa. So you can easily identify it because it's got a star-shaped, bright yellow flowers and green leaves as well. So the root is the one that's used for medicinal purposes to treat many diseases. So the problem is people use these traditional medicines, but there is no evidence to show whether it's safe to use them with conventional medicines. So this lack of evidence poses a safety concern when they are used together. So my work is focusing on whether we can use African potato with antiretroviral drugs together for HIV management. Thank you.
Okay, what results did you get so far?
Okay, so we have some results from the study which showed that this plant called African potato can be used safely in people who are taking antiretroviral drugs. So we performed liver and kidney tests before they used African potato and after using. And then the results showed that it's safe to use in people who are living with HIV/AIDS when used in a short time. And we also did a literature search around the topic, and we found that this plant has been in use for a long time, especially for boosting the immune system or enhancing the immune system. And we also discovered that there are many conditions that it can cure or that it can help, especially in HIV-related conditions. Thank you.
Okay. To your mind, what kind of beneficial effect can we expect of the use of African potato?
Okay, so what's left now that we've found that it's safe to use in people living with HIV, what's left is to investigate whether there are any changes in the blood levels of antiretrovirals in people who are using both African potato and Western medicines. So from this, we are hoping to have a pool of knowledge because we want the evidence that it can be safely used. And that's what we are working on so that we close the gap and we encourage the use of traditional medicines.
Okay, thank you very much. Jill, now it's your turn. Hello, again.
Hi, Olivia, and thanks very much also for hosting me. So I work predominantly on plants which we call resurrection plants, and that they are called this because they seem to resurrect from a dead-like state immediately after rain. In fact, these plants are not dead. They're just extremely dry, having lost 95% of their water. And this is an extremely rare strategy. If you think of our planet, pretty much every living organism that's actively metabolizing is compromised mostly out of water. All the reactions, life reactions, occur in water, and loss of only a small amount of water results in death. And so you and I are about 70% water. If we lose 1 or 2% water, we'll die. So too, most plants, and in fact, even the COVID virus will do so. But plants, because they can't run away from their environment, they have ways of avoiding or resisting water loss. If you force them to dry, they will die. But these resurrection plants are, you almost cannot die. You cannot kill them by drying them. So they present the most extreme and most successful form of drought tolerance. Now, I was showing in the slide right now, I don't know if you intended to share that, but yes, right now, I want to just show you this phenomenon. Here you see 3 resurrection plants, which have been dry for maybe 5 or 6 months. In the next video, you'll see a time lapse of these plants coming alive after we've given them water. And you can see there's a little bit of an indicator at the bottom. You see how quickly this happens. And I want you to particularly look at this video to get some images in your head about what I'm trying to do with my research. So, as I said, this is a rare strategy. If we're talking about flowering plants, because all our crops are flowering plants, about 0.035% of the plants in the world that can do this. And most of these occur in Africa. And since this is an Africa 2020 forum, I thought it's important to, or interesting anyway, to tell you about that. But it was also considered that these plants have actually evolved, or the center of evolution of these plants is in Africa. So why do I work on them? Well, I got this firm belief that if I can understand in a comprehensive way the ways in which these plants can lose all their water and not die, I can make crops that are extremely more drought tolerant. And this, I think, at the risk of boring people about climate change, I think is incredibly important for Africa. 95% of our agriculture is rain-fed, and the climate models predict that in increasing the next 30 years, there'll be such a decline in rainfall as well as an increase in temperature that the current agriculture that we're using right now will not be sufficient for food security. So we really need to think of alternative and very important strategies to get what we now call climate resilient crops, crops that will survive our changing climate and yet be able to feed our population. And so the research I do is I work on a whole lot of different resurrection plants. And if you show a PowerPoint slide now, okay, so if you see this PowerPoint slide, you'll see that there are a whole number of different plants here in their wet and dry state. And each of these serves as a model for a crop that I want to make drought tolerant. Now, why do I work with each one of these? Basically because although they do similar things, there's a considerable amount of differences amongst them as to how they totally cope with drought. Without going on too much further, what I try to do is to understand this from a systems biology standpoint. In other words, how do the plants cope with the environment from the whole plant perspective, right down to the genes, the molecules, and the proteins that they use, and even the biochemistry and biophysics that they use to tolerate such extreme water loss. And then knowing all of that, ultimately, and it's along the way, it's a process, we are utilizing mechanisms or understanding of mechanisms to make drought-tolerant crops. And here I predominantly focus on crops of importance to Africa. So maize is one of our staple crops. There are a couple of legumes that we actually use staply. And so that's my prime target. But as a slight aside to some of my research in terms of food security, I'm also interested in what we call African orphan crops, crops that have not been bred by the Green Revolution in the way wheat, rice, and maize has been bred. And so they have retained a lot of their natural resilience to their environment. And sadly, the Green Revolution, which was bred increased yield and seed size, a very good thing, also resulted as a corollary a decline in the resilience of the plants to the environmental stresses. So including African orphan crops with my idea of making staple crops more drought tolerant, I hope in the end to be able to address food security.
Okay. What kind of results did you get so far? What are the main lessons that you've learned from this observation of that reviviscent or revival plants?
You know, I always say it's $1 million question, and I actually don't mean that totally facetiously, because it takes time and it takes money. Now, just an example, we have a maize crop right now that we are finally what we call field testing. So all the work does in the lab. You then say, oh, this is a very drought tolerant crop. And then you've got to go out into the field and then test on animals and humans. Now, that's already taken 25 years from my first observations until now. Okay. And then along the way, of course, you keep doing things. And so we've got lots in progress. And it's somewhat controversial. Why? Because in instances of us in my maize crop, for example, including boosting antioxidant power, we are actually doing a gene modification. And so the strategy, while very useful and you know, it has to be tested for effects into the environment. And a lot of people don't tend to want to invest into that because it's a problem. But I continue, and I've got many different ways in which I think we can do this, because if we don't try, we're not going to know.
Okay, so ideally, what could be the next step for you?
The next step, what we're doing right now, is we've come to understand that it's not a silver bullet. So, but there are not just one or two genes, but many genes that need to be either switched on and others switched off. So there's a fancy technique called CRISPR-Cas, which you can actually go in without modifying the actual genome. You just modify how the plants express those genes. So you can then tweak the expression levels during a drying crop. And so that is going to be probably a very finessed way of doing it, and may well be a quicker jump-off start when we get further down the line.
Okay, thank you very much, Jill. Now, if you don't mind, we are going to be transitioning into the next segment of our interview. So I would like to know, what do you think about each other researches, and how do you feel when you see that women are at the leading edge of that kind of researches, of studies?
Can I go first? Unfortunately, I don't speak French, so I didn't understand a lot of Francine's, but I was trying to get the gist of it. I think you guys are doing super cool, super important research. From Cecilia, you know, your sweet potato work, I call resurrection, sorry, I'm talking about my own plants. I call our plants in Africa our green gold. There is so much use for medicinal purposes and so many more things, cosmetics, that we are not utilizing. And using nature's medicines is a very important way forward. So well done, ladies.
Celia, maybe you turn. Oh, maybe Francine.
Yes. Let Celia go ahead. Celia, go ahead.
Okay, Celia, it's your turn.
Okay, thank you. I think it's amazing. And from what Jill and Francine were saying, it's really, I think the most interesting part for me was these are natural plants that we're talking about, yet there's so much science in the way they were explaining. And it's inspiring to see that women are also being involved in research, because we're acting as mentors for other young women to pursue sciences, which is really great, because we need more women in science, as we know the numbers, this disparity in the numbers. So I think it's good to see such cutting edge research from female scientists.
Donc,
Francine, maybe a word?
Yes. Je dirais que c'est toujours un honneur de
Well, I'd say that it's always an honor to see that there are so many women leading research today, even if they are still underrepresented. But I think it's a good way to encourage the new generations to be involved and to apply themselves to science. And the themes raised by my two colleagues here are great and will enable us to resolve problems and to provide sustainable solutions to the issues that Africa is confronted with. Great. So, Francine, let's continue speaking French a little bit. Women in Science. How does this program help you to conduct your work? Well, the L'Oréal UNESCO program, of which I am a recipient, is acknowledgement. But beyond that, it is a significant financial support, which enabled me to complete my thesis, in fact. And I think it's also an opportunity for me to say thank you to the L'Oréal UNESCO Foundation for the support they provide to women in science. And beyond that, beyond the financial support, it is also a network that enables us to create new collaborations, and new collaborations means new research opportunities. And therefore, it is a huge career accelerator, generally speaking. It enables you to work along with other researchers in the world. Each time we collaborate, we learn new things from other areas of research and in the field of science. Thank you. Thank you, Jill. Celia.
To Francine, to what extent being part of the Women in Science program help you to carry out your work?
You go ahead, Cecilia.
Okay. So being part of the L'Oréal Women in Science program has really helped me because it opened up so many opportunities for me that I would not have been able to do by myself, because there is a network of researchers and collaborators who are able to push forward the work that we're doing. And obviously, I'm grateful for the financial support, because most of the studies in Africa do not materialize because of lack of funding. So it's a big problem. And being part of this program helped me to do some of the work that I couldn't have done myself. And it's good because it's good to be recognized. When you're doing great stuff or good work, it's good to feel the recognition, because sometimes when you're by yourself, you just think it's nothing. But then when you're recognized, you feel that I'm really doing something important. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I can just echo a lot of what has been said. I think, you know, it was really, it gave our research visibility and credibility. So people would more likely invest in an idea which is quite crazy. I mean, my research is very different from what most people are wanting to do in making drought-tolerant crops. And so I was extremely grateful for that, as Celia said, for the finances, which definitely are not, plant sciences tend not to be as well endowed, and particularly in Africa. And the other thing is, what I love about the program is that it just keeps on giving, you know, at all levels. And I particularly have made it my job to continue to help out in the process, because I see so much benefit, especially for young women across Africa, by this program.
Okay, thank you. So when we listen to you, we are under the impression that African plants constitute an extraordinary and promising field of research that we just begin to explore. In your opinion, what is its real potential? Is there a lot of things which remains to be discovered?
Absolutely, a lot. I think we know only the tip of the iceberg of our plant diversity and of within that, the potential uses.
Okay. Celia? Maybe
yes, I agree. Because I agree with Jill, because most of the plants have been used by our forefathers long before us. And even the work that they did is not comprehensive. So we keep on adding more value to what they did and what they used the plants for. And I think Africa being having a vast natural resource of these plants makes it good as well, because there's so much flora and the climate is good, the soil is good, so it's endless. Yeah.
Francine, vous voulez peut-être que je répète la question? Vous avez compris?
Francine, would you like me to repeat the question, or did you get that question? It's okay. I agree with Jill and Celia's opinion, because African flora is the most diversified, the richest flora in the world, and it is full of potential, whether it's for the pharmaceutical industry, through the creation of new active different principles. African flora has so much potential, and there are so many species to explore that we haven't even touched the surface yet. We're just at the beginning of exploring all of these species. And even the work that is done in this field gets stuck at the scientific publication stage. And I think that's a shame, because this work needs to be transformed and harnessed so that the content can really take off, economically speaking, on one hand, but then also this should be transformed into concrete solutions so that we can provide answers to the problems that the African continent is faced with. So yes, there is huge potential that we haven't yet even begun to explore. This is just the beginning. It is just the beginning. You're right. Just one question in English, if you don't mind, Francine.
According to a study published last year in the Nature, Ecology and Evolution Review, around 600 species of plants have disappeared since the middle of the 18th century. It's twice the amount of birds, mammals, and amphibians altogether. What is the risk for humankind of such a decrease of biodiversity, to your mind?
I think the main problem is some of the plants are endangered plants. So when we lose them, they can go extinct, and that can be a big problem, because I'm talking from the medicinal point of view. And I think some of the problems that we face, overpopulation, pollution as well, is a big problem. And burning these fossil fuels, that can also be bad for our environment. So changes like these can also trigger climate change, soil erosion, and even the water can be affected in terms of drinking water. So it's a huge problem in Africa.
Okay, thank you, Celia. Jill, you want to come back in the conversation?
I'm not sure how usable what I was saying is from the beginning. I just to recap and start again. It's a huge problem that we are losing our plant biodiversity. As I said, there are so many uses to which these plants could be put, but we don't actually even know yet. And you can't really store them. Germplasm of all of them, some of them you can, but losing our biodiversity is going to be incredibly harmful. And as Celia said, there's so many things that are countering that. Increased monocultures and things like that are causing a lot of problem for our environment, even though we actually need those monocultures to survive. So I am worried. I am worried that many people do not feel plants are precious enough to want to conserve, but it is something that we really need to do.
Thank you very much. Francine, j'explique.
Francine, there was a study published that said 600 plant species have disappeared over the last 2.5 centuries, and this is even more than all amphibians, mammals, and also birds altogether. What is the risk, in your opinion, of this biodiversity loss? What is the risk for humanity? Well, wildlife, fauna and flora live independently, depend on one another. So this is a huge problem for humanity, both in terms of the medicinal properties of the plants. These plants are disappearing, and they could be an advantage for us in the pharmacological aspect, and also in terms of biodiversity. So it is a huge problem seeing this massive biodiversity loss. And in your opinion, what could we do to prevent or to reduce the degradation of flora? I think that we should create botanical gardens for those species that are of a particular interest because of their properties. And then also, we also need to highlight programs that can make it possible to grow these species in domestic settings.
What should be done, according to you, to prevent the deterioration of African plant world? I was just asking that to Francine. Jill, Celia, I don't know which one of you wants to start.
I can start.
Okay.
So I think there's a lot that we can do as individuals, as families, as community, as countries, as nations. So here in Zimbabwe, we have some, like the first Saturday of each month, it's a cleanup day. So we usually do, sorry, first Friday. So we could do that. And even as schools, I think we could promote tree planting within the schools. And there's also the aspect of when someone dies, they are given a plant. The family is given a plant, so they are given that to grow the plant in their community, in their homes. So I think it's more of educating people and letting them know the importance of these plants and why we need to preserve them. So by educating them, then you promote tree planting, you promote taking care of the environment and other factors that then enhance the flora. Thank you.
I agree, and I think one of the most important things that we need to raise awareness of the importance of plants at all levels, exactly what you guys are doing right now at this festival. I think the health in plants can be promoted at all levels. For example, from the schools, I think children should be also taught how to grow not only trees, but vegetables. And in therapy even, it has been found that people rehabilitate better if they're actually working the earth with their hands, growing things. And so I think, you know, we can do it gently. We actually just encourage people to love plants, to grow plants, to love plants. And if people are out there and want to throw money at this awareness, I would say, please, please help us.
Do you think that industrialized countries should take their responsibilities towards the damages inflicted to biodiversity in the African continent?
Very much so. I think that most of the good intent behind that kind of industrialization is not, as I said, there is good intent, but they don't realize the harms and the damages that the consequences are. And I think realization and restoration is a very important principle that must happen.
Okay, thank you, Jill. Celia, a word maybe?
Yes, yes, like what Jill was saying, raising awareness. So it's more of raising awareness towards those individuals or those companies that affect the biodiversity. So it's almost like promoting everyone to go green. It starts with you, it starts with me, and it makes a big change in the world.
Bien sûr. Francine, je demandais à vos collègues si elles pensaient que les pays
Francine, I was asking our colleagues here if they thought that industrialized countries need to take their responsibility as it relates to the damage caused to biodiversity on the African continent. Yes. As Celia and Jill have just said, we do need to raise awareness among people as to the damage it causes and then also the consequences to the planet in the upcoming years. As both women said here, education is the key. We need to take care of plants. We must understand that it's part of our environment and that it contains so much potential for our future.
Well, I believe the message has got through. Jill, Celia, Francine, one more time, thank you very much for your time. and for the time you've given to the Cité des Sciences et de l'Industrie, and for your participation to Botanica. It only remains for me to wish you the best of luck for your researches. Thank you very much.
C'est moi qui vous remercie pour l'attention portée.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your invitation. Thank you.
C'est normal. Merci à vous.
No problem. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you.
Nous repartons pour un nouveau reportage en
So we are now going to hear from Olivier. In a few, we were at the museum in Toulouse, and now we're going to the botanical gardens to find out more about the power of plants and the diversity of what they can offer. Tomorrow we'll be back at 10 o'clock at the same place, at the Cité des Sciences et de l'Industrie, for the next part of our festival. We'll hear from experts and also those who are passionate about botanics. Now, let's hear the interview from François Chassagne, who will give information about Botanica, the Cité des Sciences et de l'Industrie, and the YouTube page. Please don't hesitate to go and visit that, and then come back and see us tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock at the Cité des Sciences et de l'Industrie. So we are here with François Chassagne, who is a researcher at the IRD, which is the French Research Institute for Development. Hello, François. Hello. Thank you very much for inviting me here to your garden, the Toulouse Botanical Garden. I think it's called the Henri Gossin Botanical Garden, if I'm not mistaken. That's correct. Before getting into the crux of the matter, thank you very much for your invitation. Before we get going, you have a very particular status. You're a researcher, but you're also what we call an ethnopharmacologist. Is that correct? Yes. What is your job? What does it consist of? Okay, well, an ethnopharmacological, that's the theme of my research. So let's take a look at the root of the word. It means logos, science, pharmaco, which means remedy, and ethno, which means people or ethnic group. So altogether, it's the science of the people's remedy. And in other terms, it is the scientific validation of traditional medicine. That's what I do on a day-to-day basis. There are a number of stages involved, different methods, in fact, to scientifically validate a traditional remedy. And it involves a field study where we interview people who use traditional medicines and medicinal plants. That's what I do. And there is also a laboratory stage, and during that stage we analyze plant extracts that are used, and we use pharmacological models to test these plant extracts to see if they are effective on the chosen model. So it can be an antibacterial model or an anti-cancer molecule, and we try to see whether that plant extract is also toxic or not. Great. So this is a job that enables you to travel somewhat. Yes, absolutely. I was in French Polynesia not long ago. It was a 2.5-month mission, and I interviewed people about their traditional savoir-faire, their traditional expertise and knowledge on different islands in French Polynesia. It was very, very interesting because it is such a rich culture, and what's more, the use of traditional medicine there is extremely well developed. I came back with 45 plant specimens that I am going to submit to the Botanical Garden Herbarium. Okay, François, you are the organizer of an exhibition which is calling Se soigner en Afrique hier et aujourd'hui. Yes, I can. So this exhibition consisted in highlighting the medicinal plants and African pharmacopoeia, and to show the public the plant-based resources and the medicinal resources available in Africa. And so we can talk about a disease which is endemic to Africa, malaria. To treat malaria, there are certain molecules that were developed and were extracted from plants, and that is why we focused on that particular disease. And so there is quinine, for example, which is extracted to treat malaria, but also artemisinin, which is also used to treat malaria. It just so happens that the unit that I work in is composed of researchers who go into the field. They do field work as well with people in Africa to collect new plant species, and they try to see whether these plants that they use against malaria and fever in medicine, we try to see how effective they are by testing them on lab models. That's great, thank you very much. And at the moment you're in a test phase, is that correct? Well, some plants are in the test phase or have been tested. We were able to demonstrate for some plants an anti-malarial property. For some, we are still at the initial stages. And so that's what's really interesting, is all of the research work that we can do on plants that are widely used but that have not been analyzed. And that is the beauty of pharmacological work, that is to say, to be able to validate, to scientifically validate all of these plants that are used in medicine. That's right. We get the feeling that there's so many plants. But correct me if I'm mistaken, but within your exhibition, there will be a part of the exhibition that will be dedicated specifically to medicinal plants that can have an impact on cancer treatment. Is that correct? Yes, absolutely. In particular, we have a plant which is very well known, which is called the Madagascar periwinkle. And what we did is we isolated molecules that are currently used as anti-cancer molecules, and these are molecules that were then modified to increase their effectiveness and to reduce their toxicity. And so these molecules are produced in a large lab in the region. Just to give you an example of what this type of research on plants can lead to, that is one part of what we can do. The other aspect of what we can do is to develop enhanced traditional methods. That is to say, to enhance the practices of standardized extracts, because we also have phytochemical variations. That is to say, when you extract a plant, depending on where you take it from, you can have variations in the compounds that are found within the plant, and those compounds can be active pharmacologically speaking, and this can lead to too much effectiveness or toxicity or a lack of effectiveness, and therefore that is the risk there is, and that is why we do standardized extracts. And in this exhibition, the idea is to use a plant that led to the creation of a medication. It's a medication that is from the African palm tree, which is in sub-Saharan Africa mainly, and which is used to treat prostate problems. Okay, when will the exhibition take place? Well, the exhibition will begin at the beginning of June and will run until the end of August. So you have a number of months to come and make the most of this environment, which is really, really, really fabulous here at the Henri Gossin Botanical Gardens. And I think that you have a few plant specimens within the garden that are medicinal plants from Africa as well. Yes. we have the Madagascar periwinkle that I mentioned a moment ago, and then we have other plants as well that we have grown specifically for this, and we will be able to show those to people who attend the exhibition. Thank you very much, François, and I hope that you will have a lot of people visit your exhibition. I'll let you go now. I'm sure you're going to be off traveling somewhere soon. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you to you. Thank you for coming. Thank you. Thank you.
Botanica, première journée, c'est fini.
Botanica, first day is finished. It was an exceptional day with researchers, botanists, florists, passionate people. Thank you for joining us today and sharing this moment. We'll meet again tomorrow at 10 at Cité des Sciences and on YouTube. Carole, can you tell us what will happen tomorrow? Well, Frédéric, the color farmer, will come back to help us make a herbarium on cloths. At noon, there will be another cooking class with will do spring rolls with hibiscus, and Florivore will be back in the afternoon for another herbarium, and come back tomorrow to draw with us in the afternoon to learn scientific illustration. So it starts tomorrow at 10, and before we finish this day, we want to thank La Cité des Sciences. Thank you for inviting us to work with you at Botanica. You probably understood that we were missing you, dear audience. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day and see you tomorrow. Bye.